Hi, welcome back guys. This is your Sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Became Danzo's Ultimate Weapon? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Minato Namikaze always stood out as a perfectionist in every aspect of his life. Even from a young age, his discipline, focus, and commitment to excellence made him someone who could not go unnoticed. When he reached the rank of Jounin, he not only completed assigned missions but did so with an effectiveness that bordered on the extraordinary. Every operation he led or executed was analyzed, planned, and carried out with surgical precision. The evaluations he received from his superiors were impeccable, and his teammates knew that if Minato was in charge, their chances of success increased exponentially. It did not take long for him to cement his reputation as one of the most formidable shinobi of his generation. His achievements were not mere acts of bravery or impulsive displays of power, they were meticulous demonstrations of his tactical genius and mastery of combat. The turning point that elevated him to legendary status occurred during the Canopy Bridge operation. That day, Minato not only accomplished the primary mission under extreme conditions but also defeated 1,000 shinobi from Iwagakure in the process, all without suffering a single casualty in his own ranks. The impact of this event was immediate and lasting. The prestige of the young Jounin grew immensely, earning him respect from both allies and enemies. His name began to be spoken with fear in enemy villages and with admiration within Konoha. From that moment on, his rise to the title of 4th Hokage following the natural passing of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, was not only inevitable but completely deserved. During his tenure as Hokage, Minato did not allow his perfectionism to wane. His transition from elite soldier to leader of the entire village was as smooth as everything he had done before. He maintained his nearly impeccable record, and casualties in missions under his command continued to be exceptionally rare. Every political or military decision he made was the result of methodical analysis and a steadfast will to protect the village's peace. He knew how to negotiate alliances, stabilize internal tensions, and more importantly, achieved something no Hokage before him had managed. He controlled the relationship with the Uchiha clan and turned it to his advantage. Through a combination of diplomacy, leadership, and respected authority, Minato managed to have even the proud Sharingan clan subordinate to his command without generating major conflicts. Minato was a man of exceptionally high standards, and as expected, he did not surround himself with just anyone. He only associated with those whom he deemed worthy of his vision of the world. However, amidst all the perfection he demanded, he found something valuable in the unpredictable and uncontrollable. He fell in love with Kushina Uzumaki, an intense, straightforward woman with an explosive temperament and complex origins. Despite being the opposite of his calculated nature, Minato found in her an energy that could not be replicated elsewhere. In her own way, Kushina was perfect in her imperfection, and over time, their relationship grew strong enough for them to decide to start a family. The birth of their first child was an event celebrated with enthusiasm and colossal expectations. They named him Menma Namikaze. From day one, Minato felt that destiny had granted him an extension of himself. Initial medical tests confirmed this impression. Menma was, in the words of Tsunade Senju, a miniature replica of the 4th Hokage. He inherited not only his physical appearance but also clear signs of above-average sensory ability and chakra. Additionally, the Uzumaki lineage contributed a massive natural chakra reserve and genetic potential in sealing arts. Seeing these qualities and with a deep desire for his son to not only match but surpass his legacy, Minato made a risky but carefully planned decision: to seal the Kyuubi within Menma, transferring the bijou directly from Kushina's body. The procedure was long, dangerous, and required the precise collaboration of several experts, including sealers, doctors, and specially developed barriers. However, as with everything Minato touched, the operation was a total success. There were no fatal consequences or complications for Kushina, the seal was stabilized without issues, and Menma became the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi under the most favorable conditions possible. Minato had not only created a new generation, he had shaped the perfect heir. A year of calm passed in the Namikaze household. A year where Minato could enjoy his fatherhood with Menma while still fulfilling his duties as Hokage. Kushina, having recovered from childbirth and pleased with her son's development, suggested having a second child. Minato accepted naturally. Thus, after months of waiting and necessary care, the couple welcomed their second child. This new baby also had blonde hair, but his features revealed a more balanced mix between his parents. While Menma had been almost an exact copy of Minato 90% him, 10% Kushina, this second child, whom they named Naruto, was a more equal blend. His face, the shape of his eyes, and even the essence he emitted showed that Kushina had a more pronounced genetic influence. Comparatively, Naruto was likely about 55% Minato and 45% Kushina. As was customary with the children of such important figures, Naruto underwent thorough, highly private medical evaluations from his earliest hours of life. Once again, the legendary healer Tsunade Senju was in charge, having become the family's trusted person for all matters related to health. It was during these examinations that something completely unexpected occurred. Tsunade murmured that something was strange, frowning as she looked away from the measurement sheet. Minato, standing next to the examination table, immediately frowned with concern and inquired about the issue. He asked if Naruto's chakra was so dense that it could not be measured. Kushina, still recovering from childbirth, turned slightly toward the conversation and attempted to lighten the mood with a joke, suggesting that perhaps Naruto was more Uzumaki than he appeared, surprising Tsunade. However, the legendary Sanin's expression did not change. Her gaze remained fixed on the records as she flipped through pages and checked measurements repeatedly. Her lips moved slowly as she responded that it was something strange that had never happened before. Both parents fell silent immediately, and the room filled with tense silence. Minato narrowed his eyes, focusing on the figure of his second son, who slept peacefully in a small thermal cradle, unaware that something unexpected was happening around him. He asked Tsunade what she meant, now in a lower tone but filled with suspicion. Tsunade did not respond immediately, her expression reflecting someone caught between duty and confusion. Tsunade stood beside Naruto's crib, one hand gently resting on the small torso of the sleeping baby while the other held a medical file that she reviewed repeatedly. Her fingers traced the documents slowly, as if hoping that, in one of those readings, a forgotten line or a logical explanation would appear to dispel the impossibility she had just discovered. But there was no mistake. Tsunade began with a grave tone, not lifting her gaze. She explained that despite all the tests and examinations, she was completely unable to detect even a trace of chakra in his system. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Minato frowned immediately. The atmosphere, which had been calm and silent due to the newborn slumber, grew tense as if the air had been pushed out of the room. He stepped closer, leaving his position by the hospital window, and asked in a low voice if she meant that she couldn't measure it or that he had no chakra at all. Finally, Tsunade turned her gaze to him. Her normally firm eyes showed doubt, not in her clinical judgment, but in what that information implied. She confirmed that there was literally nothing. She had checked 6 times, and each time the result was the same, no sign of chakra, and more worryingly, his chakra circulatory system did not exist. There was no network, no flow. Nothing. She stated it plainly, as there was no way to soften such a truth. Kushina sat up from the crib, alarmed. Though her body still felt the strain of childbirth, concern erased any momentary pain. She murmured that it didn't make sense, insisting that they were all shinobi and that Naruto was their son, so he had to have chakra. Perhaps he was just asleep, and maybe he would develop it later. Tsunade shook her head silently, though she did so gently out of respect for Kushina. Her expression said it all. Minato took another step forward, slowly approaching the crib where little Naruto slept peacefully, completely unaware of the conversation surrounding his existence. His blue eyes observed with intensity, but for the first time, it was not with pride or joy, but with a mix of unease and analysis. He asked if Tsunade was saying that Naruto was born without chakra completely. His voice lacked firmness, sounding like someone unwilling to accept what they were hearing. Tsunade confirmed it, crossing her arms slowly. What Naruto had was a healthy, functional body, but he lacked the essential flow to use shinobi techniques. There was nothing that could be activated. It was as if he had been born without a heart yet remained alive. That was how strange it was. Kushina's eyes widened, leaving her speechless. Her gaze darted between Minato, Tsunade, and her son. Thousands of thoughts exploded in her mind, images she did not want to imagine. A child without chakra. In a village of shinobi. She whispered in disbelief, questioning if Naruto was defective, each word feeling like a struggle to breathe. Tears began to fill her eyes, spilling down her cheeks. Minato did not hesitate for a moment. He turned to Kushina and walked with determination to her side. He sat next to her, wrapping both arms around her in a firm, warm, protective embrace. He said nothing at first, simply holding her as she broke down in tears against his chest. He whispered softly, reassuring her that there was nothing defective about their son. This could be a birth condition, something they did not yet understand. He emphasized that Naruto was their child and would grow up healthy and strong, no matter how long it took. He was a Namikaze. He was an Uzumaki. He was their Naruto. Kushina nodded through her sobs, clinging to her husband as if his presence could shield her from the fear that had settled in her heart. Tsunade watched them in silence, her expression reserved. She did not want to interrupt the couple's moment, but the unease lingered in her mind. This condition did not seem like a simple developmental anomaly. There was something more, something she did not understand, but it was undoubtedly not normal. A year passed. Minato and Kushina focused on raising Naruto with the same love they had for Menma. As time went on, just as had happened after the births of their first two children, Kushina became pregnant again. 2 years after Naruto entered the world, she gave birth to a girl. The intense red hair she inherited from her mother brought joy to the former Jinchuriki, who cried with emotion upon seeing such an NTMT part of herself reflected in her daughter. She named the baby Mito, gently stroking the forehead of the newborn. It was a name to ensure they never forgot their roots. Minato nodded with a smile, though the weariness on his face revealed how much had changed in just 2 years. Thus, the Namikaze family was formed. 3 children. Menma, the eldest at 4 years old, Naruto, the middle child at just over 2, and little Mito, a newborn. The perfect image of a thriving family, though inside, they carried a tension that would not fade. Years passed without major upheavals, at least on the surface. Menma grew with overwhelming talent, surpassing expectations from his earliest years. His skills developed rapidly, and with each demonstration he seemed more like an enhanced extension of his father. Naruto, on the other hand, grew up as a normal child, healthy, cheerful, and active. But there was no sign of chakra. Not a trace. Minato took him for annual checkups, not only with Tsunade but also with experts from the Hyuga clan, hoping that the Byakugan could detect something that conventional tests could not. But the results were always the same. Year after year. Checkup after checkup. As time went on, concern turned into unease. At first, they simply could not see his chakra. But the truly strange part began afterward. Year after year, the Byakugan began to perceive it as increasingly faint, as if Naruto's presence was slowly fading from that privileged ocular gaze. What had once been a simple absence of chakra turned into a mysterious veil that even made it difficult to see inside his body clearly. It was as if something was hiding or disconnecting from the visible world. They hoped that perhaps on his birthday, something would change. That when he blew out the candles or reached a new age, his chakra would manifest. Suddenly, like a late birthday gift. But that day came, and the mystery only deepened. But nothing happened. Nothing changed. 8 long years passed. 8 attempts. 8 disappointments. Then, the day before Naruto's 9th birthday, the scene repeated once more. Kushina, agitated, exclaimed that this could not be happening, holding a medical scroll with a newly opened seal in her hand. Another year had passed, another frustrating year with the same outcome, negative. Minato let the scroll fall onto the table, its weight feeling heavier than it appeared. He stood by the window of his office, sunlight streaming in, illuminating only part of his face. His expression was vacant. He did not react immediately. His blue eyes, reminiscent of the sky, felt cold. It was as if the brilliance of the Hokage he once was slowly fading with each negative result. It was neither anger nor sadness. It was the bitter realization that something was wrong and that perhaps it would never change. It was a flaw, he finally murmured, his voice slicing through the silence like the edge of a frozen katana. It was a defect in their lineage, an imperfection that should not exist. He lowered his gaze, as if the words he had just spoken weighed more than any jutsu he had ever cast. A long pause followed. An almost imperceptible sigh escaped his lips before he continued, this time with a restrained coldness, the surgical precision of a man who had grown accustomed to making decisions without room for error. Menma was born with a natural gift. From the very beginning, his chakra responded to the Kyuubi as if he were meant to contain it. He was strong, noble, and his growth was continuous. Mito, for her part, displayed a remarkable mastery of Fuinjutsu at such a young age. She embodied the Uzumaki bloodline in its fullest glory, the heritage of her clan manifesting in all its potential. But Naruto? He paused, lowering his head. Naruto was the complete opposite. He was the darkest stain in their bloodline. There was no strength, no skill. Not even chakra. His words fell like hammers in the room, shattering any attempts at comfort or hope. He no longer spoke as a father, but as the fourth Hokage. Not as Minato Namikaze, Kushina's husband, but as the perfectionist strategist shaped by war and sacrifice. Kushina murmured for him not to say that. Her lips moved with difficulty, her voice broken and barely audible. There was no conviction in her words. They sounded empty, as if she knew she could not entirely contradict what her husband had just said. She wanted to insist that he was still their Naruto, but the words caught in her throat. Minato raised his gaze to meet hers. There was no anger or frustration in his eyes, only determination, a cold and cruel resolution. Kushina, too, knew the truth. She had felt it for years. No matter how much she denied it or tried to soften the blow, Naruto did not fit in. He was not like them. Not like Menma. Not like Mito. Not like her. Nor like him. He was an outcast within their family. He paused, and the atmosphere grew even denser, as if each word held a seal. He did not belong in their home. He was an anomaly, a crack in the perfect structure they had formed. Silence enveloped the room. Not a single retort. Not a single denial. And that silence spoke volumes more than any words could convey. For although Kushina did not voice it, her eyes, glistening but without shedding a tear, revealed that a part of her thought the same. Perhaps not with the same harshness, but with the same certainty. Naruto was an exception, and not the fortunate kind. Yet Kushina still loved him. From the threshold of the kitchen door, the child who should never have heard those words had listened to everything. Naruto Namikaze, the middle child, the invisible boy. He had quietly left his room, barefoot, as he often did to avoid disturbing anyone. His steps were soft, almost ghostly. He had not intended to eavesdrop. He was simply curious upon hearing his parents' voices. He thought they were discussing a trip or an important mission. But no, they were talking about him not as their son, but as a mistake. Naruto stood frozen on the other side of the wall. His hands clenched against his pajamas. His heart beat slowly, each thump feeling more painful than the last. He knew he was different. He had noticed it since he was little. His body did not respond like his siblings. He could not feel the vibrant energy that Menma unleashed while training, nor replicate the complex seals that Mito mastered with disconcerting ease. Minato was kind, always proper, but distant, as if every gesture of affection was measured, almost obligatory. Kushina, on the other hand, was different. Sometimes she seemed to look at him with contained tenderness, speaking softly, and in fleeting moments, he could swear there was warmth in her eyes. They cared for him, fed him, bought him clothes, toys, and books. He had everything. Everything except the certainty of being loved. Yet, Naruto never complained. Because he had his brothers. Menma, his older brother, had always been his hero. No matter how big the problem, he was there. If anyone picked on Naruto, Menma was the first to step in. If Naruto wanted to explore beyond the district, Menma would accompany him without hesitation. And when the world felt too cold or distant, when tears fell uncontrollably, Menma simply offered his shoulder without saying a word, with a warmth that made Naruto feel safe. Even when their parents, preoccupied with matters Naruto never fully understood, seemed not to notice his presence, Menma always did. Boys. For years, Menma had been more than a brother. He was his shield. A silent wall between Naruto and the subtle yet persistent indifference he felt at home. It was not unusual for Naruto to confide his fears to him. He would say that if everything ever went wrong, if he felt too alone or in danger, he would run to the forest south of Konoha. And with a small voice, a mix of hope and vulnerability, he would ask Menma to come find him there if that day ever came. Because he trusted that he would. Because he always had. Mito, his younger sister, was different but equally important. She was a constant ray of sunshine, unpredictable and bright. Sometimes she would hug him for no reason, just because, as if that could chase away any shadows. She would steal cookies with a mischievous laugh, teach him to draw clumsy shapes on crumpled paper, and celebrate each one as if they were masterpieces. With Mito, Naruto was not the one without chakra. He was her brother. He was special simply because he was him. Often, they would argue with Menma just for the right to spend more time with Naruto. They took turns playing with him as if he were a shared treasure. And indeed, he was, at least to them. Because although the world might forget him at times, Menma and Mito never did. Mito was his light, and Menma was his guardian. His siblings were the refuge that held him up when everything else failed. In the heart of Naruto, amidst silence and laughter, there was no doubt, they were what he cherished most. They had never left him alone. They had never failed him. Naruto was happy. Or at least he thought he was. But now, after hearing those words, everything shattered. The image of a family that loved him, even if they didn't understand him, crumbled to pieces. The illusion that one day he would prove his worth, that his parents would embrace him with pride for achieving something on his own, turned to dust. His hopes of hearing, "We are proud of you," evaporated. He could no longer convince himself that he was loved. Because now he knew. They didn't see him as a son. They saw him as a failure. With a pale face and eyes wide open yet lifeless, Naruto slowly turned and climbed the stairs. He made no sound. Not even the floor creaked beneath his steps. No one felt him. No one noticed. As always, he entered his room, a luxurious space tastefully decorated. Toys lined the shelves, books organized by color, a plush bed with clean sheets. But at that moment, everything felt false. Empty. Meaningless. He moved to his bed and lay down on his side, facing away from the door. His body began to tremble. Not from cold, but from something much more painful. Loneliness. And then, unable to hold it back any longer, he cried. Not loudly. Not with screams. Just silent tears soaking the pillow. That night, Naruto did not sleep. He did not dream. He did not even rest. He simply existed, as he always had. Silent. Intangible. Invisible, even within the walls of what should have been his home. Only his breath, caught between sobs, reminded him that he was still alive. From that moment, time continued its course. But for Naruto, every minute felt like a dagger slowly embedding itself. The following week was, for him, an eternity devoid of color. And his birthday the next day was the final blow. Unlike other years, when his parents barely acknowledged him but at least he could count on the warmth of his siblings, this time everything was different. Menma and Mito, as always, put in effort. They improvised a small celebration in his room, with poorly inflated balloons, last-minute sweets, and a crown made of cardboard. Naruto smiled. Not for the detail itself, but for the evident love in their gestures. But when he came downstairs, hoping for a kind word, a warm smile from his parents, he found only coldness. They wished him a happy birthday, but the words felt empty, as if they were merely fulfilling an obligation. Then, on the table, there was a beautiful, tall cake, perfectly decorated, with his name in golden letters. A masterpiece worthy of an elite bakery. But when he looked at it, he felt nothing. That cake was just like his parents' treatment, beautiful on the outside, empty on the inside. He silently wondered why this was happening to him, watching as his parents barely glanced at him before returning to their own matters. The second day was no better. The silence in the house grew denser, more cruel. Naruto did not speak to them. They did not bother to seek him out. It was as if that small invisible bond that once connected them had completely broken. Then came the news. His siblings had to leave the village for a time, to train with the legendary Sannin under Minato's direct supervision. An honor reserved for the chosen. For those who deserved the lineage. Naruto bid them farewell with a weak, trembling smile. He watched them leave from his bedroom window. When he could no longer see them, he closed the curtains. He murmured to himself about the 3 Sannin and the 3 children, realizing that only 2 were chosen. And he knew. He was never one of them. The following days were a silent torment. The home, always quiet for him, now felt like an empty temple. Every corner seemed to reject him, every object reminding him of his position. A ghost inhabiting a house that did not need him. The basic cordiality of his parents turned into automatic gestures, dry responses, and disinterested glances. Without his siblings to fill the void, Naruto simply stopped speaking. Each morning he woke up hoping to hear their voices. Each night he fell asleep pretending he could hear them through the wall. But everything changed on the morning of the 6th day. The persistent knocking on his door jolted him from his daydream. He jumped up, his heart racing. For a moment he thought his siblings had returned. Perhaps they brought new stories, perhaps they would embrace him as always. He rushed to the door, a spark of genuine excitement on his face. But when he opened it, that spark extinguished. On the other side was not Menma. Not Mito. It was Minato. The 4th Hokage looked at him with an impenetrable expression, his eyes cold and hard as ice. Naruto straightened up, swallowing hard, trying not to lose the smile he had forced. Minato murmured his name, his voice grave, his eyes locked onto Naruto's. They were the same blue, but Minato's seemed like a dead sea. Naruto's was a puddle stirred by a storm. He stammered, forcing a broken smile, unsure of what was to come. Minato closed his eyes for a few seconds, as if weighing each word. He declared that he had made a decision regarding Naruto. Confused, Naruto took a step back, feeling something inside him tremble. Minato confirmed that it had been 9 years trying to fix him. His voice hardened with each word, like an unappealable judgment. He stated that it was all in vain. Naruto was a mistake. A burden. A waste of time. Each word was a blade that tore at something inside Naruto. He stumbled backward, staring at his father with wide eyes. The man he had once idealized as a hero now spoke to him as if he were a nuisance to be removed. He stuttered, asking what his father meant. Minato stepped forward without a shadow of doubt on his face, declaring that Naruto was no longer part of the family. He delivered the statement with surgical coldness, saying that Naruto was a stain on his perfect record. The only flaw he could not hide in his career. Naruto stumbled again, tripping over a forgotten toy, falling to the ground, looking up in desperation. He pleaded for his father to wait, but his plea was ignored. Minato continued, initially considering eliminating him. He paused, allowing the weight of the phrase to hang in the air like a guillotine. He crouched down to Naruto's level, looking at him with an expression devoid of hatred, pity, or sorrow. Only detachment. He stated that from now on, he did not want Naruto to use the Namikaze surname, nor the Uzumaki. If one decides to continue living, it must be done in anonymity. There would be no right to enter the academy, nor the chance to see Menma or Mito again. The tone was flat, devoid of emotion. If it were to be discovered that any of these conditions were broken. Minato paused. Naruto was just a child. Discussing lethal punishments was unnecessary. As long as he obeyed, there would be no problems. He concluded, extending his hand to rest on the boy's head. The only reason he spent another night here was out of respect for Kushina. She had endured him for 9 months longer than Minato had and, for some reason, showed a hint of sympathy for him. He stood up and took one last look at his son. He did not want to see Naruto's face in this area again. With that, they vanished in a flash of the Hiraishin, as if they had never been there. Just like that, Naruto was officially expelled from his home. Without belongings, without an identity, without a place in the world. He would never be recognized as the son of the 4th Hokage. In the records he simply did not exist. Why did this have to happen to him? He whispered from somewhere rainy, his eyes filled with tears he no longer knew were from sadness or emptiness. But even if his name was not etched in the present, Minato would never imagine that this decision would spark the creation of a man who would force his name into the history of Konoha. With fire, with shadows, and with a will that no one could break. In a sunless alley, where dust mingled with the rancid stench of rotten garbage and dried urine, 3 bodies lay on the ground, battered and powerless, like broken dolls tossed into a corner. The grime of the alley clung to their bloodied clothes, while their faces, marked with bruises and cuts, reflected pain and humiliation. Before them stood a young man, panting and covered in wounds, his gaze ignited by a dark mix of rage, disdain, and satisfaction. His chest rose and fell with difficulty, each breath drawing a muffled groan, yet he remained standing. His clothes were torn in several places, stained with dirt, blood, and sweat. A split brow trickled blood down part of his face, which he had not bothered to clean. Despite it all, a twisted smile formed on his lips as he spat blood directly onto one of the fallen men. Was it true? Did none of them have any money on them? Pathetic, he murmured with sarcasm, letting out a dry laugh that echoed cruelly in that forgotten corner of the village. At least they served to entertain him. One of the men groaned with difficulty, gritting his teeth. The young man did not give him permission to speak, treating him with contempt, and slowly twisted his ankle, causing a dry crack. The man's nose broke under the pressure, and a muffled cry of pain was lost among the filthy puddles of the alley. The young man was Naruto. No longer the son of a Hokage. No longer the child with pure smiles and noble dreams. Since being expelled by his own father, Naruto had become a pariah in the village where he was born. Pushed into the darkest corner of Konoha, where even the ANBU dared not patrol, he had to survive among vagrants, criminals, and scoundrels who fed off the suffering of others. A full year steeped in misery, where bread was a luxury and disdain was a daily meal. He begged for food, slept under bridges or in alleys like this one, and ate what he found in the trash. Sometimes, when he was lucky, a kind old person would offer him a morsel. But most of the time, he only encountered blows. In that world of shadows, he was not considered a person. He was a messenger, a punching bag, a scapegoat. Everyone in that sector knew there was an abandoned boy. And they treated him as the worst of the worst. They pushed him, stole what little he managed to get, and used him as entertainment for their frustrations. Until one day, everything changed. The first time he defended himself was against a group of bullies. The leader was a teenager, perhaps 3 years older than him, accompanied by 3 boys his age. They had cornered him as always. They pushed him, insulted him, spat on him. But this time, Naruto did not back down. Something within him broke. Something ignited inside. It was like a spark, fueled by the accumulation of all that repressed hatred. He leaped at one of them and threw a punch directly at his face. He had to propel himself, using all his strength and the rage he had bottled up in his chest, because he was shorter than them. But he succeeded. His fist crashed against the boy's nose, and the dry sound of the bone breaking brought him a strange satisfaction. The boy fell back, screaming, which unleashed the fury of the others. He did not know how to fight, but he did not care. He fought with everything he had. He used stones from the ground, threw dirt into their eyes, bit, scratched, and pushed one against a rusty metal wall. He did not think of consequences, techniques, or pain. He fought for his life. When it was over, his body was covered in wounds, but he was the only one still standing. For the first time, he had won. It was then that he understood. He was different. His wounds healed at an unnatural speed. In just a few days, the deepest cuts had stopped bleeding, becoming permanent scars, and the bruises vanished as if they had never existed. He had noticed this over the past year, but now he accepted it without reservation. He was more resilient, stronger, more monstrous. And it did not bother him at all. What Naruto did not know and perhaps would never discover was that he suffered from an unprecedented condition. He was the first, and perhaps the only one, to experience such a phenomenon. In exchange for all the chakra he could have obtained in life, he had been forced to accept an extraordinary body, endowed with superhuman physical abilities that would grow with him. It was an equivalent exchange, imposed without his consent or knowledge. He lost his ability to manipulate chakra. His potential in that area was completely nullified. However, in exchange, he gained something that no ninja had ever possessed, a body. Blessed with extraordinary capabilities, superior to any other, with the potential to reach heights that even the purest chakra could not allow. Days passed in hiding, not out of fear, but necessity. He needed time to recover, but more importantly, to think, to understand what to do with his feelings. In the end, the answer was simply brutal. The thought of hating everyone echoed in his mind like a mantra. Humanity had turned its back on him. His own parents had discarded him. So he too would turn his back on the world. Yet, amid this descent into absolute darkness, there were 2 anchors preventing him from losing himself completely, Menma and Mito. No matter how hard he tried to erase them from his mind, their faces remained, persistent and untouchable. He longed for them, but he also knew he could no longer approach them. He had chosen a path where light had no place. And they were all that still shone. 5 years had passed since Naruto was expelled from his home. During that time, he had grown. But not as a role model. Driven by a bleak and cruel existence, he became one of them. Only worse. He had no defined fighting style, but he always won. He emerged injured from every confrontation, and he didn't care. At just 14 years old, he seemed incapable of understanding pain. Even when bones were broken or he was left bleeding, he continued to fight. He used everything at his disposal to defeat the unfortunate souls who dared to provoke him. Unlike others, he healed quickly. He always did. Yet, Naruto was not entirely cruel. If someone did not bother him, if they never looked at him with disdain or raised a hand against him, he simply ignored them. He did not attack, but he did not help either. He was not a bully, he was a survivor. He had been forced to adapt to this hidden hell beneath the surface of Konoha. No young person dared to confront him anymore. Only hardened adults, the gang members who controlled the area, still sought a fight. But that did not concern him. Even if he had to break every bone in his body, Naruto fought until he won. And so it continued. Until now. 3 bullies lay unconscious at his feet. He had won another fight, but gained nothing in return. Frustrated, he clicked his tongue and calmly headed to his refuge. It was a run-down house, hidden behind a mountain of trash. There, in a small corner, Naruto could lie down for days to rest. The advantage of no one daring to bother him was that sometimes he could find food in acceptable state. At least he didn't have to rummage through the trash as often. He stuffed a piece of stale bread into his mouth and collapsed in his corner. He was 14 years old. Or at least he believed so. He had no idea what was happening in the outside world. The underbelly of Konoha was not a monitored area. It was a sealed perimeter, guarded by ANBU, designed to keep outsiders away. And to keep those inside trapped. An isolated zone, used for horror stories. For another boy, it would have been a nightmare. For Naruto, it was simply his life. He lived there as if nothing mattered, because there was nothing he could do. That was the fate of the worthless son of the fourth Hokage. A title he had imposed upon himself. He smiled with bitter irony. He was about to fall asleep when the door began to shake under heavy knocks. Quick, insistent knocks, filled with rage. Naruto frowned. Who dared to disturb him so insistently? Whoever it was, that person was about to get what they deserved. Despite his recent injuries, he approached the door with determination. When he opened it, 3 men awaited him. But these were not like the previous ones. They bore no rusty knives or makeshift clubs. One of them wielded a kunai, a real ninja weapon. They were adults. And all 3 had a crescent moon tattooed on their wrists, upper-level gang members. They asked if he needed something, and Naruto responded dryly. The leader, holding the kunai, informed him that he understood Naruto had beaten up some of his boys. Naruto, unfazed, questioned if there was a problem with that. The man arrogantly replied that while those boys were useless, he could not allow someone to harm his own and walk away unscathed. Naruto pointed out the contradiction in the man's words and asked what he wanted. The gang member insisted that Naruto come with him to meet their boss. Naruto narrowed his eyes, sensing where this was going. When he asked what would happen if he refused, the gang member threatened him with the kunai. Disinterested, Naruto slammed the door shut, locking it with a decisive click right in front of the intruders. The gang leader shouted in anger, pounding on the door with renewed fury. From the back of the hallway, Naruto prepared himself. He lifted a leg and delivered a powerful kick. He roared as he crashed his leg against the rotting wood. The structure didn't just break, it exploded. Boards and splinters shot out like makeshift shrapnel. The largest of the 3, too close to react, took the full force of the impact. A splinter pierced his shoulder, another embedded itself in his face. He fell to his knees, screaming in pain. Naruto did not stop to look back. He was already running. His bare feet struck the concrete, kicking up dust. His fists came down like a hammer on the abdomen of the thin man with the kunai. The blow was so forceful that the air exploded from the man's chest, causing him to spit saliva as his body was thrown backward. He fell onto a pile of rusted scrap that collapsed on top of him. The other 2 did not wait. Armed with rusty pipes, they shouted and attacked him from the sides. Naruto turned just in time to duck under the first strike, but the second did not miss. The pipe came down on his left arm with a violent crack. Naruto screamed, not from pain, but from fury. His arm hung awkwardly, but he used it nonetheless. He swung it with all his might, and the broken bone served as a heavy weight that impacted the jaw of the closest attacker. The sound of cracking echoed his arm and the enemy's jaw. The man fell to the ground, spitting teeth. Naruto pounced on him like a wild animal. He grabbed the man's head and slammed it against the floor, again and again, until the concrete was stained red. He did not stop. He bit down on the man's ear and tore it off in one swift motion, spitting it aside. He dug his fingers into the man's eyes. He screamed, roared, and drooled. A whistle pierced the air. The second gang member, armed with a kunai, emerged from the rubble like a ghost refusing to fall. His face was bloodied as he raised his weapon and charged. Naruto was focused on finishing off the first thug and didn't see the attack coming. The kunai struck his back with force, digging deep and tearing through muscle. Naruto froze for a moment, then turned his head to meet the attacker's gaze. Without a word, he released the thug beneath him and stood up, blood running down his back and arms, but he felt no pain. He charged at the one with the kunai, who tried to retreat and raise his weapon again, but Naruto tackled him with his shoulder. They fell to the ground, rolling until Naruto ended up on top. He seized the thug's wrist as the kunai flailed, trying to stab him again. One by one, Naruto broke the thug's fingers with his other hand until the weapon fell, and he snatched it up. He roared in fury, determined to end it. He plunged the kunai into the thug's abdomen again and again, then into the neck, the chest, the side, the mouth, and the forehead. The body beneath him convulsed, blood spilling everywhere. Naruto didn't stop. He became faster, stronger, more feral. It was only when the kunai slipped from his grasp, his muscles giving way, that he finally ceased his assault. Something inside him had shattered. He rose, breathing heavily like a wild animal, blood still flowing from his back, his arm hanging limply. He turned his gaze to the 2 remaining bodies, one still barely moving. Staggering, he walked toward them and crushed the skull of the thug from whom he had torn an ear, the sound echoing like a broken watermelon. The last thug, armed with a pipe, attempted to escape. Naruto lunged at him, pinning him down and crushing his throat with his elbow. Only then did everything come to an end. Silence enveloped the scene. Naruto dropped to his knees, then fell to his side. The pool of blood was immense, hot, a mix of his own and that of his enemies. He gasped, trembling, his eyes wide and lost, until he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. He had not only survived, he had killed 3 and felt nothing at all. After that final fight, something within Naruto had broken and would never be repaired. From that day forward, the members of the Moon Fury gang relentlessly pursued him, as if trying to break him one last time. But Naruto was no longer the same. He didn't just knock them unconscious. He killed them without hesitation or remorse, leaving no one alive. With a rusted kunai he had stolen and an extraordinary ability for combat, he became a lethal shadow. Though his enemies were adults, none posed a real challenge anymore. Each encounter was brief. He was faster, stronger, and more relentless. Within months, the gang was eradicated, one by one. He left behind only corpses and fear. When he finally faced the leader, Tsukio Ikari, he encountered a true former shinobi, basic techniques, weapon handling, even a fire jutsu that could have killed any child. But Naruto had transformed into something more than just a child. He was a force of nature, brutal, silent, precise. The fight was short. With his rusted kunai and an empty gaze, he dismantled Tsukio and stripped him of everything: money, weapons, reputation. Tsukio's downfall marked a turning point. The streets began to whisper his name. Some saw him as a vengeful demon, others as a monster with purpose. But they all understood one thing: the world of crime in Konoha had changed. Entire gangs disbanded, some attempted to submit. Naruto accepted no subjects, he demanded silence. Or blood. The few who survived began to carve crescent moons into their skin, trying to erase the past. But Naruto remembered them. He didn't need marks, he hunted by memory and instinct. Thus, unintentionally at first, and with total resolve later, Naruto became the new king of the underworld. Not because he wanted to, but because there was no one who could stop him. He didn't know exactly why, but something in him had fractured after that series of deaths. Though he continued to despise everything, every corner, every face, every memory, he didn't kill without reason. Still, for a week he lived with relative calm. Of course, there were always fools who underestimated him due to his age. At around 15, they challenged him, thinking he would be easy prey. None survived. His path seemed finally clear. But that peace was short-lived. One night, 10 figures appeared. They wore unusual clothing that Naruto had never seen before, and their presence was distinct. This group did not come with noble intentions. It was clear from the start, they were ninjas. Everything about them, from their posture to their aura, screamed shinobi. Naruto wasn't familiar with much of their world, but something within him recognized them instinctively. Perhaps memories from his past life when he lived with his parents. He didn't know, but it didn't matter. They were Anbu. The squad wasted no time attacking him. Perhaps they underestimated him due to his youth, but Naruto not only resisted. He surpassed them. Speed, strength, adaptability, versatility, Naruto had it all and more. He knew every corner of the underworld and used it to his advantage. Even though the Anbu employed jutsus he didn't understand, he managed to evade them, disrupt their rhythms, and take them down one by one. With a rusted sword and the kunai that had served him well, he dispatched them mercilessly. The scene was a massacre. Mutilated bodies lay strewn about, pools of blood covering the ground. The cuts were rough, forced, nothing clean. Naruto stood tall, covered in superficial wounds that he used strategically to provoke mistakes and finish off his opponents. He had won. Alone. It was then that he heard it. Applause. From the shadows, a figure began to emerge. The applause echoed in the silence, slow and rhythmic. Almost mocking. Naruto remained on guard, his body cold and alert. From the depths emerged an elderly man wrapped in bandages. He clapped calmly, looking at Naruto with a mix of admiration and calculation. He stated that he had known Naruto was exceptional but had not imagined he would come this far. The applause ceased, replaced by a cold expression. He introduced himself as Danzo Shimura. A brief pause followed, the tension thick as lead. He had come with a proposal for Naruto Namikaze. The boy's body tensed, his eyes narrowed. The name struck something deep within him, igniting a silent but lethal flame. The calmness of his posture turned icy. He declared that he was not a Namikaze, he was simply Naruto, spitting the words with venom. Danzo acknowledged that he knew perfectly well that Naruto was not a Namikaze and was aware of what had been done to him. He spoke calmly while Naruto narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp. He had come to offer Naruto an escape and an alliance. In exchange, he would provide a special weapon he had stored in his arsenal. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, his tone had changed. He expressed that there were two things the old man did not understand. He was still in this hole because he wanted to be there. If he had wanted to escape, he would have done so already. He narrowed his gaze and added that the second point was what made the old man think he wouldn't kill him right then and there. He gripped his weapon tightly. Danzo acknowledged Naruto's strength but pointed out that arrogance would not help him survive outside. He maintained his calm demeanor. Naruto, in response, extended his arm, gesturing to the ANBU corpses at his feet, suggesting they disagreed with Danzo's assessment. Defeating mere cannon fodder, broken links at the lowest level of root, did not make him invincible, Danzo remarked. Before he could finish, Naruto had already pierced his chest with the sword, showing no hesitation or flinching. He stated that the old man would see why he said that. The body contorted and began to dissolve into a stream of electricity that flowed down the blade, reaching Naruto, who barely managed to drop the weapon. 5 clones of Danzo appeared around him, like multiplied shadows. One of the clones told him he was strong but lacked training and tools, calling him an ignorant who did not understand how the ninja world worked. In an instant, Naruto struck, severing the clone's head, which dissolved into smoke. Naruto decided he would have to destroy them one by one until they stopped appearing. He spat defiantly, addressing them all at once. There was no response. Instead, one of the Danzo clones threw a kunai directly at him. Naruto dodged it easily, but the kunai lodged itself at his feet. Noticing the explosive tag sparking, he stepped back just in time. Another Danzo clone appeared beside him, questioning if he understood now. It pointed out that while he had strength, he lacked training and knowledge. Naruto shot him a challenging look but took a deep breath and composed himself. He calmly sheathed his sword, keeping his gaze fixed on the old man. Danzo acknowledged that Naruto knew when to retreat. He noted that continuing to fight was pointless, as it was clear the old man had many annoying tricks and was not there to kill him. He asked what Danzo stood to gain if he accepted the offer and why it was beneficial for him to join. Danzo revealed he had a clear goal, one that might interest Naruto. He wanted to see Minato Namikaze fall, and Naruto could achieve the revenge he deserved. Naruto repeated the word, revenge, a dark smile beginning to form on his lips. He found the proposal convenient and paused to observe Danzo more calmly, concluding that if the old man had gone to such lengths, he must have something in mind. Danzo confirmed he had a plan and that Naruto was the missing piece to execute it. He extended his hand toward Naruto, who watched for a few seconds in thick silence before finally shaking it. He affirmed his commitment, stating he was with Danzo Shimura. Danzo welcomed him to root and began to move away, disappearing into the shadows. There, Naruto would learn the details of what had happened to the world and how they would destroy it. Naruto followed without a word. An unexpected alliance, forged by shared hatred and a desire for destruction, had just been sealed. The boy who once lived in the shadows of the underworld was finally taking his first step toward war. The era of the perfection of the 4th Hokage was about to end. A month passed since Naruto accepted Danzo's proposal and left the underworld of Konoha behind. The root base was undoubtedly a different place. The air did not reek of despair like the dark tunnels of the underworld he had been accustomed to, but it could not be called clean either. However, that did not matter to him. He was not there for comfort but for what he could gain, and Danzo did not disappoint. During that month, Naruto learned to move with precision. His combat style was brutal and direct but lacked refinement. He struggled to adapt to different environments, and his mobility was limited. In Root, they polished his weaknesses. He learned about strategies, weaponry, shinobi techniques, and war tactics. Everything a veteran ninja should know, Naruto absorbed as if his life depended on it. It was not just theory, he perfected his stealth to the point of becoming nearly undetectable. Even Danzo, with his experience, had trouble perceiving him at times. It was an innate talent sharpened by DSPLN. Finally, after a month of training, Danzo fulfilled his promise. He presented Naruto with the weapon he had been reserving, a sword like no other. Wado Ikimanji was its name. Forged in the land of iron by a blacksmith obsessed with the legends of the 7 swords of the mist, This katana was his personal answer. A unique relic that combined the regeneration of the Kubikura Bocho, the extreme sharpness of the Nuabari, and a terrifying ability to absorb chakra, similar to the Samahata. Danzo had stolen that weapon years ago, using his network of influence to deceive the blacksmith and claim the sword for himself. Since then, he had sought someone capable of mastering it. His shinobi had tried but failed. Wado Ikemanji was a demanding weapon, offering immense offensive power at the cost of draining the user's chakra completely. It was a lethal tool in duels but useless for anyone reliant on chakra. The blacksmith had forged it with a singular idea. Even if stolen, no one could use it except for very specific individuals. But there was one exception the blacksmith could never have dreamed of considering: Naruto. Danzo had been watching him long before, since Kushina's second PRGY when he learned of the existence of a second child. Like with Menma, he kept his distance, enough to avoid suspicion while keeping them in sight. The Namikaze were cautious. Whenever Kushina became PRGNT, she was surrounded by elite guards. She herself used a constant transformation jutsu to hide any symptoms, supported by a seal that used Minato's chakra to stabilize it. Even the most trained sensors could not detect the change. That was how they kept the births of their 3 children a secret. Only those closest to Minato knew the truth. But Danzo was more cunning. He had inserted a double agent long ago, an ANBU who gained the trust of the 4th Hokage to the point of being part of his personal guard. A man who also served in the shadows, under the orders of Root. That man, era Tenzo Yamato. Thanks to the information provided by Yamato, Danzo learned that Minato actually had 3 children, not just the 2 he always boasted about. He was also informed that Naruto, the invisible and unknown child, had no chakra, literally, not a single drop. Naturally, this piqued his interest, especially upon discovering that Naruto had been cast out from his family and sent to the harshest corner of Konoha. Initially, Danzo did not pay him much attention. However, over the years, after hearing from his informant in the area that a mysterious boy is causing chaos in the underworld, his interest was reignited. Witnessing Naruto dismantle the members of the Moon Fury Gang, which the informant led, made it clear that he was no ordinary subject. When the informant died, Danzo sent 10 ANBU as a test. And the outcome was more than satisfactory. A beast born for combat, Naruto moved with instinct, possessed monstrous strength, and had a wild adaptability. Best of all, he had no chakra. He was precisely the tool Danzo needed, the only one capable of wielding the Wado Ikemanji. Moreover, he was an ideal piece in Danzo's plan to overthrow Minato. Thus, he recruited Naruto. With him, Phase 1 could begin. Naruto sat reading a scroll. At Danzo's request, he had been given a new name. The change was temporary, part of the infiltration plan. He had dyed his hair black and wore contact lenses of the same color to conceal his blue eyes. He disliked it but wouldn't complain. He couldn't jeopardize the plan. He observed a photograph of a girl with blue hair and pearl-colored eyes. Her name was Hinata Hyuga. Danzo explained that soon, likely the next day, a team of Genin and a Jounin would travel with her to Sunagakure. Naruto listened calmly, asking which team it would be. Danzo informed him it was Team 7, consisting of Kakashi Hatake, Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha, and Minato Namikaze. Naruto's eyes widened slightly at the last name. Even Danzo noticed a shift in him, but the boy remained silent about it. He dismissed it, stating that everything tying him to the past was dead to him. Danzo acknowledged this understanding and explained the significance of their plan. During a council meeting, Minato had proposed a political marriage with one of the Kazekage's children. After considering various options, he settled on Hinata Hyuga as the best choice. Hayashi was not convinced but ultimately yielded to Minato's pressure. Hayashi had demanded a Jounin squad to escort his daughter to Sunagakure, but Minato dismissed the idea as an unnecessary expense for an allied village. Instead, he proposed Team 7 for the experience. That was where Naruto came in. If Minato's chosen team failed spectacularly and the Hyuga heir died due to the perfect Hokage's decision, doubts about him would arise. Danzo clarified that it wouldn't be the final blow, just a blemish on his record, a minor damage to the foundation of a massive structure that would eventually collapse under its weight. Naruto quickly grasped the implications. The Hyuga clan would resent Minato. Danzo added that news spread like wildfire in Konoha. Naruto needed to leave at least one survivor. That person would likely return to the village bloodied or carrying a body. At that moment, Danzo would have agents ready to stir up trouble, spreading the news of Hinata Hyuga's death due to a poor decision by the Hokage. This was the first phase of the plan. Did Naruto understand everything? He confirmed that he did, preparing to wield the Wado Ikimanji as he began to stretch. Danzo emphasized that the plan worked because it was Team 7 escorting Hinata Hyuga. Kakashi Hatake was a competent sensor, while not at Danzo's level, he could detect threats before they got too close. Therefore, the team and Kakashi would be relaxed, viewing it as a simple escort mission to an allied village. Naruto would need to take advantage of that moment to incapacitate Kakashi with an unexpected attack, as he was undetectable to him. Naruto nodded firmly, asking when he would depart. Danzo replied that it would be immediately. Team 7 was undoubtedly the best team of their generation and the favorite of many. With Kakashi Hatake as their Jounin sensei, their growth was guaranteed. They had Sasuke, the youngest son of the Uchiha clan leader, as one of the most capable genin, alongside the incredibly talented Minato Namikaze, an almost pure-blooded Uzumaki who displayed overwhelming talent in Fuinjutsu and a range of skills worthy of a prodigy. The third member was Sakura Haruno, a civilian from a clan without a shinobi history. This was somewhat disappointing for Minato and Kakashi. A civilian was not what they expected from Konoha's best team. However, it didn't matter much. The first three were more than enough. Minato would have liked to assign Menma to that team, but it was impossible. Menma was a reflection of his father. At 17, he was already an elite jounin of the village. His talent was immense, and his progress had been remarkable in recent years. He even partially mastered the chakra of the Kyuubi. However, due to a lack of mission experience, he was not suitable for a genin team. Sakura filled that gap adequately. Sometime after the meeting between Danzo and Naruto, Team 7 walked calmly along a forest path. Mito and Sakura laughed as they chatted with Hinata about trivial matters. Hinata was not entirely convinced about the marriage, so she approached the idea of a 2-month trial to decide if any of the Kazekage's sons seemed suitable. While she wasn't thrilled, the journey with Mito and Sakura was comforting. Sasuke walked ahead, hands in pockets and a neutral expression. Kakashi trailed behind, calm as ever, reading his Iko without interruption. The group advanced with the peace typical of easy missions. Sasuke in front, the girls in the middle, and Kakashi bringing up the rear. However, as they reached a denser area of vegetation, the tranquility shattered. Mito expressed her regret that Hinata had to leave, saying it was enjoyable to talk with her. Hinata reassured her that she would visit as soon as she could, trying to comfort her friend. Sakura chimed in, confirming that Hinata would only be away for a while. Sakura murmured with a teasing tone, hoping Kakashi wouldn't hear her, but he did. He smiled calmly and reminded her that it was wrong to criticize others behind their backs. Mito, defending her friend, exclaimed that it was true. Sakura continued, crossing her arms, pointing out the oddities of the Sunigakure candidates, suggesting that Kakashi should support them. Suddenly, Kakashi's voice trailed off as his book fell to the ground with a thud, and a gasp escaped him. The 4 genin turned to see a sword protruding from Kakashi's chest. A voice from behind him remarked on the vulnerability of the Konoha jounin, pulling the weapon free with force. Despite his injury, Kakashi quickly retaliated, throwing a punch at his attacker, who dodged swiftly. Kakashi fell to one knee, pressing his hand against his wound and using medical ninjutsu to stem the bleeding. He was shocked, realizing that someone had approached so close without him noticing. He demanded to know who the attacker was and why they were being targeted. The assailant coldly replied that it didn't matter, as he had a mission to complete. His gaze briefly flickered to Hinata, which Kakashi noticed immediately. He shouted for the others to flee, warning them that the attacker seemed to be a bounty hunter after Hinata. He instructed them to continue towards Sunigakure and ensure her safety, promising to hold off the attacker until reinforcements arrived. Mito hesitated, concerned for Kakashi, but he insisted that they run. The attacker, now revealed to be Naruto, remarked that it was convenient for Kakashi to be alone. Kakashi realized that Naruto's target was him, not Hinata. As he focused his Sharingan on Naruto, he was surprised to find that he couldn't detect any chakra flow, which was unusual. Naruto taunted Kakashi, who decided it was pointless to continue talking and prepared to capture him. He quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a massive fireball, but Naruto vanished in an instant. Kakashi noted how fast Naruto was as he darted between the trees, launching projectiles that Kakashi deflected with his kunai. However, Naruto was already upon him, discarding his long sword and confronting him with a kunai. Kakashi clashed blades with Naruto, attempting to land a punch, but Naruto dodged and countered with a kick to his knee, throwing him off balance. As Naruto crouched down, he grabbed a handful of dirt and threw it at Kakashi's face. Kakashi instinctively tried to block, but only ended up with dirt in his eyes. Frustrated, he wiped his eyes just in time to raise his kunai and block a powerful strike aimed at him. He realized that Naruto was more skilled than he appeared, and his Sharingan was struggling to predict his movements. Kakashi leaped high, seeking space, and launched another fireball, larger than the last, igniting the ground and creating a cloud of smoke. As he landed, he spun around, trying to spot Naruto through the thickening smoke. A small object rolled to his feet, a bomb. Kakashi jumped instinctively, bracing for an explosion, but it only released more smoke. He couldn't sense Naruto's chakra, which was unsettling. The smoke grew denser, and he searched for any sign of movement, but found nothing. Panic began to set in as he considered the possibility that Naruto's true target had always been Hinata, and this was a distraction to separate them. He recalled the attacker's earlier words about it being less problematic if he was alone. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he stepped forward to rejoin the genin. Just then, as he lowered his guard for a moment, Naruto emerged from the smoke, declaring that his target had always been Kakashi. Kakashi reacted immediately, forming a Raikiri without hand seals, aiming to intercept Naruto's move. However, when the blade met his chakra, it simply dissipated. Kakashi barely had time to process this before Naruto's sword pierced through him. He attempted to use a substitution technique, but his chakra felt unstable and unresponsive. It was too late. Naruto left the sword embedded in Kakashi's body and, with his other hand, pulled out an old, rusted kunai, stabbing Kakashi repeatedly with brutal precision. When he finished, Kakashi collapsed to the ground, his body lifeless in a pool of blood. Naruto looked down at the fallen jounin, the Wado Ikimonji dripping fresh blood in his hand. He reflected on his decision to toy with Kakashi instead of finishing him off quickly, wanting to test his own strength. A dark smile crossed his face as he acknowledged his newfound power before sprinting toward the genin. Meanwhile, the genin pressed on, navigating through the last trees of the forest. The foliage became less dense, the ground more arid, and the air began to feel dry and warm, signaling that they were nearing the land of wind. As soon as they crossed the boundary where the trees ended, the group instinctively stopped. The desert breeze blew gently, and for the first time since the attack began, they could breathe. Sakura murmured about a certain individual who made her uneasy, her fists clenched and her pulse racing. Sasuke reassured them that Kakashi would handle the situation, though his tone lacked its usual firmness. He turned to Hinata, who was focused with her Byakugan activated. Hinata reported that there were no signs of chakra or movement, her gaze remaining vigilant despite her calm demeanor. Mito expressed her discomfort, feeling a knot in her stomach, while Sakura tried to lighten the mood, suggesting that the experience would make Hinata's farewell more memorable. Hinata smiled softly, acknowledging that while it had been a bit scary, it was also fun to be with her friends. Mito insisted they should return to Kakashi, but Sasuke was determined to secure their position first, emphasizing that Hinata needed to reach the border safely. Sakura and Hinata exchanged a knowing smile, teasing Sasuke about his support for Mito, which he found embarrassing. Hinata thanked them for accompanying her and making the journey less lonely, her sincerity shining through. Suddenly, without warning, a kunai struck Hinata. She fell to her knees, eyes wide in shock, before collapsing to the ground. The silence that followed was deafening. Sakura struggled to process what had just happened, while Mito trembled in disbelief. Sasuke stepped toward Hinata's lifeless form, unable to comprehend the reality before him. The breeze shifted, now cold and foreboding. Sasuke stammered, caught in a whirlwind of fear and rage, as he realized Hinata was gone. Then he saw him in the distance, walking casually among the shadows of the rocks. Naruto. He approached with an empty expression, raising his hand as if to mock them. Sakura gasped, her stomach churning as she realized the implications of Naruto's presence. He coldly declared that he had killed Kakashi, leaving them in stunned silence. Sakura's heart sank, tears streaming down her face as she refused to believe it. Mito was paralyzed with shock, while Sasuke's anger ignited, his chakra flaring in a visceral response. In a fit of rage, Sasuke unleashed a powerful fireball, but Naruto had already vanished. His voice echoed from a different angle, taunting Sasuke with a sinister calmness. Sasuke, fueled by fury, fired off multiple fireballs in a desperate attempt to reach him, but Naruto evaded them effortlessly. Sakura, trembling, launched kunai and shuriken from an open scroll, while Mito summoned chains of chakra to ensnare him. Naruto leaped back, locking eyes with Mito, who felt an unsettling familiarity in his gaze. He casually explained how he had approached undetected, claiming to be invisible to the Byakugan. This revelation was chilling, but it only fueled their anger further. Sasuke continued to unleash fire, each attack more destructive than the last, while Sakura fought through her tears to launch projectiles. Mito attempted to seal him away, but nothing seemed to work. Naruto moved like a shadow, slipping through their defenses. He declared it was time to stop playing with them, and in an instant, Sasuke fell, cuts appearing on his torso and back before he even realized what was happening. Sakura screamed as her legs buckled beneath her, the superficial wounds designed to incapacitate her. Naruto advanced, and Mito stood her ground, refusing to back down. As he raised his sword, it hovered just inches from her skin. She did not close her eyes. Their gazes locked, his cold and abyssal, hers trembling yet resolute. Then, unexpectedly, he lowered his weapon and turned away, murmuring that he no longer had time to play. Mito was left bewildered, unable to comprehend his actions. Why did he stop? She wanted to ask, to scream, but she couldn't. Fear of making a mistake paralyzed her. Naruto moved forward, passing by Hinata's still form without a glance. He halted just before re-entering the forest. He reminded them that everything happening was a result of the fourth Hokage's decisions, which had led them to this moment. He glanced over his shoulder, first at Sakura, who was shattered by pain. Then at Sasuke, overwhelmed by rage. Finally, he looked at Mito, who was confused, trembling, and broken. And then he disappeared. Continuing. Mito Namikaze pondered how they had arrived at this moment, her gaze lost in the chaos before her. Hinata lay lifeless, a wound in her chest, surrounded by a pool of her own blood. Sakura struggled to stand, covered in cuts, trembling, tears streaming down her face. Sasuke knelt nearby, clutching his chest with a bloodied hand, overwhelmed more by helplessness than physical pain. Hinata had died before their eyes. Kakashi had fallen earlier, left behind in the turmoil. Everything had spiraled out of control. Continuing towards Sunagakure seemed pointless now. The only option was to return to Konoha, report what had happened, and perhaps, just perhaps, Mito's father could mobilize a squad to find the culprit. But even that felt futile. Everything was in ruins. They needed to go back to Konoha, Mito murmured in a hollow tone. She was the only one physically unscathed. She would take care of Hinata and Kakashi's bodies, her voice barely above a whisper. No one responded, only a silent nod from Sakura, who was still sobbing. Mito retrieved a sealing scroll, the only one she had brought. She hadn't anticipated needing more, especially not for this. With great care, she sealed Hinata's lifeless body. Then she walked toward where they had left Kakashi, leading her companions without uttering another word. Something inside her simmered, but it wasn't anger, it was uncertainty. Why had the attacker ignored her? It made no sense. There was something strange about him. She couldn't recognize his face, his eyes, or his hair. No feature was familiar, yet he felt oddly known to her. That familiarity repulsed her. Why did she feel connected to this killer? There was more. The attacker had been undetectable, both to her sensory abilities and Hinata's Byakugan. That was not normal, not even logical. Mito reflected, her heart racing. What kind of being could evade even the Byakugan? There was only one answer. The Byakugan detects internal flow, so only someone without internal flow could escape its vision. Mito knew only one person without internal flow. Her brother, Naruto Namikaze, who had died years ago. Her mind drifted back to the past, to the heaviest memory of all. The day that remained etched in her mind like a wound that never fully healed. They were returning home after weeks of training with the Sannin, she and her older brother Menma, excited to share everything they had learned. But as soon as they crossed the threshold of the Namikaze residence, something felt different. The air was thick. The sky appeared darker than usual, and the silence was unnaturally heavy. Upon reaching their home, the first thing they noticed was the door ajar. Nothing seemed out of place, yet everything felt wrong. They walked in silence, their steps leading them to the backyard. There they saw it. Before their eyes stood what appeared to be a coffin. Kushina knelt beside it, her face hidden in her hands, sobs escaping in irregular gasps. Minato stood next to her, unmoving. He appeared strong on the outside, but his head was bowed, never lifting his gaze. Mito could barely comprehend what she was witnessing. She ran toward them, asking what had happened. She had so many questions that time erased most of them. The few that remained were fragments, pieces without context. The only thing that stayed clear in her memory was her father's broken words. Naruto is gone. Mito's world came to a halt. Naruto, her brother who always shone brightly, who was always cheerful and smiling despite their hardships. Gone? She couldn't believe it. She didn't want to believe it. Menma was just as frozen as she was. They stood there, paralyzed as if reality couldn't penetrate their minds. Denial seemed enough to make the truth vanish. Menma was the first to break the silence. He did what any older brother would try to do, seek answers. He asked over and over again. He wanted to know what had happened, how, why. But Minato offered little detail. He only said that one morning they found Naruto lifeless, with no signs of violence, as if he were merely sleeping. The only logical explanation was that the absence of chakra had consumed him from within. Mito didn't understand. She was too young to question, too weak to demand answers. All she could do was cry. She cried until she could cry no more. She wept that night, and the next, and the one after that. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. Until there were no tears left, only emptiness. She never knew exactly what had happened. She only knew that her brother was gone, and that hurt deeply. For years, she silently blamed herself. If she hadn't gone to train, if she had stayed with him, would it have changed anything? That thought haunted her for a long time. She repeated it even when she didn't want to. Sometimes aloud, sometimes just in her mind. But it was always there. She had to learn to live with it, to carry that weight while moving forward. Menma faced it differently. He didn't cry in front of anyone. He didn't shout or break anything. He withdrew into himself. Instead of allowing the pain to shatter him, he became the perfect image of the exemplary son. It was as if he sought to compensate for Naruto's absence with his own excellence. But Mito knew he wasn't doing it for pride, for enjoyment, or because he liked it. He did it for Naruto. Because time and again, Menma promised his younger brother that he would one day become Hokage. He would create a Konoha where Naruto could live peacefully, where he wouldn't have to rely on chakra, where he could laugh without fear. And even though Naruto was no longer there, Menma never broke that promise. He didn't let his brother's absence hold him back. On the contrary, he pushed himself harder, much harder. He strove to become what Naruto could no longer be. Not out of ambition or for recognition, but out of loyalty to a bond that death had not severed. It was his way of keeping his brother alive, fulfilling the promise he had once made. Mito, on the other hand, never fully managed to heal that wound. Over the years, the pain transformed from a scream into a persistent whisper, one that never truly faded. Although everyone accepted the official version, although days passed and life continued, deep in her mind, there was always an uncomfortable voice repeating the same thing. Something didn't fit. Her mother, Kushina, always seemed strange whenever Naruto was mentioned. At first, Mito thought it was simply the pain of a mother who had lost her child. But over time, that excuse began to crumble. Every time Kushina passed by Naruto's untouched room, a room that no one had entered since that day, her expression changed. She would stand still, staring at the closed door with an unreadable look. It was not just sadness. It was not merely nostalgia. It was something more. Mito took years to understand it. But when her sensory perception began to develop, when her sensitivity to chakra and the emotions of others sharpened, she noticed something unsettling. Each time her mother approached Naruto's room, she emanated a faint, barely perceptible feeling. But clear, regret. It was not constant. It was not easy to catch. But it was there, present like a weak but persistent echo. And it was strange. Very strange. Now, so many years later, with the memory burning in her mind and the recent image of that killer before her eyes, everything fit together differently. It was as if the pieces of a puzzle that had never made sense finally aligned. To reveal a truth she never wanted to see. If that man was truly who she suspected, if that being, as impossible as it was familiar, was indeed her brother, then everything she had been told that day was a lie. An elaborate lie that her parents chose to uphold for years. A lie that not only buried the truth, but also the real memory of who Naruto was. And that possibility hurt more than any wound. Because if Minato and Kushina chose to lie to her, if they covered up a disappearance instead of a death, then, as hard as it was to think about, Mito did not know if she could continue to see them as her parents. Because in that case, as cruel as it sounded, she would consider them worse monsters than the killer Naruto might have become. Time continued its course, slow, cruel, indifferent. No one spoke a word. The silence, already oppressive, became unbearable when they reached Kakashi's lifeless body. It was not just another corpse. It was Kakashi Hatake, the mentor. The shield of team, the man who taught them that teamwork was everything. He lay on the ground, his body covered in deep, poorly healed wounds. The blood had stopped flowing. He had taken his last breath some time ago, leaving behind only dark, dry stains like scars on his uniform. Mito looked at him for a few seconds, swallowing hard as she fought to keep her lips from trembling. She could not break down. Not there. Not in front of them. Sasuke, with his injured arm wrapped in an improvised bandage, stood a few steps from the body. His face was somber, his jaw clenched, but he said nothing. Not out of coldness, but out of helplessness. He clenched his fists tightly. Each breath felt like a struggle not to break the silence with a scream that he did not know if it was born of rage, guilt, or both. Sakura fell to her knees beside the body. She could not hold back her tears, but they were not empty cries. They were sobs filled with questions, with contained anger. She murmured with a broken voice, looking at the wounds with a mix of horror and fury, questioning why it had to be him and how someone could do this to him. She did not mention the attacker, but in her mind, the face of the one who did this burned brightly. It was not just pain from the loss. It was pure hatred for the one who had taken him away. Under the devastated gazes of her companions, Mito pulled out a scroll. Her hands, steady yet heavy, moved slowly. She carefully unrolled it, knowing it was not for sealing. She could not store the body within it. Her first thought was to wrap Kakashi and carry him with her chains, but as soon as she tried to surround him, she realized he was too large to transport without risk. She hesitated. For just a moment. Then, she sighed with resignation. She released Hinata from the seal where she had kept her, a decision that broke her heart, and placed Kakashi in her place. Sealing him was a slow process. Not because of the technique, but because of the emotion. Each slide she drew on the motionless body of the Jounin reminded her of a cruel truth. He would not be walking back. That burden would literally weigh on her until they reached Konoha. She rolled up Hinata's smaller body in the original scroll with a coldness she did not feel. She used her chains to secure it tightly and placed it on her back. Each step, each knot, was a battle to contain the sigh that threatened to break her. She was a Namikaze. She had been trained to master her emotions. Sometimes, to protect others, one had to appear strong even when everything inside was crumbling. And so, without saying another word, they continued moving forward. Time became blurry. Were they walking for hours? A day? No one knew for sure. They just pressed on, the pain weighing on them like a second skin. Words were scarce, measured, necessary. As if each one required more oxygen than they could afford. When the walls of Konoha finally rose on the horizon, they felt a slight relief. Not for having reached the end, but for having approached the next hell. The one of explaining what had happened. The one of carrying the silence that would follow afterward. The Chunin stationed at the entrance looked up. Upon seeing Team 7 approach, their expressions tensed instantly. Mito walked forward with Hinata's sealed body on her back, while Sasuke and Sakura bore evident wounds. 2 people were missing. And the heavy silence they brought with them was not that of a mission accomplished. Mito declared she would enter without stopping. Her voice sounded dry, devoid of energy. She had no strength for formalities or explanations there. She just wanted to reach her father. Izumo, with a firm yet respectful tone, stated that before allowing her to pass, he needed to know why the Jounin in charge of the mission was not present. Mito looked directly at him. Her eyes, usually lively and determined, were dimmed, shadowed by exhaustion and sorrow. She repeated that she was going to enter, her tone sharp. There was no aggression, only deep fatigue and a broken will. Izumo hesitated for a moment before swallowing hard and stepping back, opening the door. Mito passed without thanking or looking back, followed by Sasuke and Sakura, who also remained silent. She did not like using her position within the Namikaze clan to impose decisions, but at that moment, she could not do it anymore. She just wanted to reach the Hokage Tower. She just wanted to see her father and tell him the truth. In all its clarity. She searched for the least crowded route, quickly observing which streets had fewer civilians. But just when she thought she could advance without interruptions, a shrill voice cut through the air. A voice echoed through the market like a cursed bell, questioning whether they were the group that was supposed to escort Hinata to Sunagakure and expressing confusion about their early return. Mito came to a sudden halt. Where are Kakashi-sensei and Hinata-sama? The second female voice rose even louder than the first, echoing through the market like a sudden alarm. The ensuing murmur was immediate, as if the words had ignited a fuse. It was true, a Chunin standing near a crowded food stall murmured, frowning as he scrutinized the figures moving slowly. They returned too soon for the type of mission they had been assigned. What if something went wrong? His unease quickly spread. Don't exaggerate, a civilian interjected, shrugging his shoulders in an attempt to dissolve the tension. It's teamed there with Kakashi, the most competent jounin in the village. He probably stayed behind or took another route. Then why isn't he with them? The Chunin replied, his voice rising higher than usual, as if he couldn't, or didn't want to, contain himself. Look closely. They're injured, downcast. Midasama is carrying a huge scroll on his back, just the right size to seal a body. And that size? He paused briefly. It's very similar to Hinata-sama's. He spoke with a strange certainty, as if he knew exactly what he was saying, and for a civilian, the assured words of an experienced shinobi carried significant weight. The atmosphere tensed instantly. What are you saying? The same civilian exclaimed, his face pale with shock. The usual bustle of the market began to dissipate, replaced by a constant murmur of increasingly dark assumptions. Hinata-sama? Are you saying that she died? A shinobi shouted from atop a rooftop, his powerful voice, accustomed to leading squads in the field, spread like wildfire. The word died needed no repetition. Just once was enough for chaos to take shape. Eyes. Dozens. Hundreds. All converged on Mito. Inquisitive. Distrustful. Some with pity. Others with contained anger. As if searching for answers, culprits, or hidden signs. Mito felt it all. She felt the gazes like needles against her back. She felt the weight of the scroll grow, not from its mass, but from what it suggested. But she couldn't stop. Not there. Not in front of them. She turned her head just enough to look at her companions. They should leave. She would speak with her father. Her voice was low but firm. Without waiting for a response, she bent her legs and leaped away from the entrance towards the Hokage Tower. As her figure disappeared among the rooftops, below, voices began to rise among the confused crowd. And with them, the first spark of a carefully prepared fire. Because all this commotion, from the first shout to the last insinuation, had not been a coincidence. It was the beginning. The first phase of Danzo's plan. Executed to perfection. While in Konoha the seed of chaos began to take root, Danzo remained in his underground office, deep within the root base. His fingers were interlaced in front of him, and a subtle curve on his lips betrayed his satisfaction. Rumors began to spread. Danzo thought as he read a report. My agents in the area played their roles perfectly. The door creaked open. Naruto crossed the threshold silently, walking with a steady stride, his Wado Ikemanji resting on his shoulder. His face was serene, but his cold eyes spoke for him. Upon reaching Danzo, he sat down without asking for permission, as if the chair belonged to him. Mission accomplished, Naruto informed Danzo with neutrality, locking his gaze on him with a strange mix of icy courtesy. Danzo set the report he was reading on his desk. You truly surprised me, he replied, maintaining his composure. Do you want to rest, or would you prefer to join the second phase of the plan? Naruto let out a brief, humorless laugh. You're considerate, Danzo. Rest? He repeated, narrowing his eyes. Don't waste my time. Tell me what's next. Danzo closed his eyes for a moment, as if contemplating the next move on his invisible. But when he opened them, the decision was made. We must weaken the bond between the Uchiha and Konoha. Naruto kept his attention fixed, unblinking. They are undoubtedly Minato's greatest political support. If we manage to fracture that alliance, his government will falter. And what's the approach this time? Naruto asked, resting an elbow on his knee while his other hand toyed with the hilt of his sword. Itachi Uchiha, Danzo replied with total clarity. Naruto raised an eyebrow. They currently live in a central area of the village, under Minato's protection. Politically they are secure. But that's just a facade, Danzo continued, pulling out a folded photograph from his robe. He dropped it on the table in front of Naruto. Minato used his influence over ANBU to place Itachi as a mediator. He is the link between the Uchiha clan and the council. When disputes arise, Itachi is the one who contains them. Naruto observed the image of the dark-haired Uchiha in silence. If you eliminate him, right in the center of his clan's territory, that balance will collapse. Without their peacemaker, the clan will act on impulse. Naturally, they will seek ways to initiate a rebellion. What guarantees do you have that they will react as you expect? Naruto asked, keeping his eyes on the photo, now with his blue pupils exposed, without the lenses he usually wore to conceal his identity. What if they simply take it as a loss and continue obeying Minato? Danzo tilted his head slightly. The Uchiha clan is not easy to control. They are proud, distrustful, impulsive. Minato has always treated them as pieces on his board, and those pieces have remained still only thanks to Itachi. He paused, allowing his words to sink in. Without that bond, and with the distrust generated by the first phase of the plan, the Uchiha will begin to question, to doubt. And if the Hyuga also move as I hope. Danzo allowed a barely perceptible smile to form. Minato will lose more than allies. He will lose the image of unity. And without that, everything else crumbles. Naruto crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on Danzo with a chilling firmness. If they truly rebel, nothing guarantees that Minato won't defend himself, he pointed out dryly, without raising his voice, but making his doubt clear. Danzo nodded, unbothered. It was evident that, despite his overwhelming talent, Naruto still lacked the political experience to see the entire board. Minato is strong. He has many loyal shinobi. But he is not invincible, Danzo replied calmly. If he imposes an authoritarian regime over Konoha, more than one clan will draw their blades. And he knows it. He knows that a civil war of that magnitude would lead to a fourth great ninja war. Danzo narrowed his eyes. One that Konoha could not win. Naruto frowned. That sounds exactly like what would happen if you orchestrated a coup, he said, running a finger through his dark hair. Minato would respond with everything he has, and some clans would fight to protect the village. The difference is that you would be the direct target. There would be no ambiguity. It was you against everyone. Danzo barely smiled, as if he had anticipated that response. He acknowledged Naruto's insight, stating that such a scenario was precisely what the plan aimed to avoid. Naruto tilted his head slightly, demanding further explanation. Danzo elaborated that the goal was not to confront Minato directly, but to destabilize his authority from within. The plan involved sabotaging his political influence, sowing doubt among his allies, and creating distrust in his decisions. The weight of his perfect image was meant to collapse on its own. They wanted Minato to feel forced to resign or face a united village against him. For the first time, Naruto nodded, as if the logic behind it all made sense. He remarked that Danzo had thought of everything, leaning back in his chair with an air of casual confidence. Danzo observed him, noting the lack of formality, but he understood that insisting on protocol with someone like Naruto was a waste of time. He explained that the plan had been years in the making, with every scenario anticipated and every potential error accounted for. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the mention of errors. Danzo continued, suggesting that if Naruto were to lose against Itachi, he had already considered the paths for survival or demise. Naruto offered a crooked smile, barely contained, and expressed his displeasure at even the thought of losing. Danzo remained unfazed, asserting that being cautious was what set them apart from those who merely reacted. Naruto watched him in silence. Although the plan sounded coherent and Danzo seemed to know what he was doing, there was a question he couldn't avoid asking. He inquired why Danzo was so intent on overthrowing Minato, noting that it would be more beneficial for Konoha to remain under his perfection. Danzo's expression hardened as he responded coldly that such perfection was a facade. Minato ruled with the illusion of peace, a peace built on hidden failures and imposed sacrifices, including Naruto's own. Danzo let his words sink in, stating that Minato had buried his own son to maintain his clean image and questioned whether someone like that deserved to lead. Naruto remained silent, prompting Danzo to take another step forward. He declared that Minato had destroyed Naruto's existence to preserve his own. Danzo sought a different Konoha, one that was not perfect or hypocritical, but real, one that would give Naruto the chance to rewrite his story. He emphasized that the question was not why he wanted to overthrow Minato, but why Naruto still hesitated. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment, not out of anger but in contemplation. He clarified that he did not doubt Danzo, he was merely curious. He reiterated his commitment to help because he wanted to see Minato fall. Danzo nodded slowly, a faint smile crossing his weathered face. He stood up and turned his back, instructing Naruto to find a report on Itachi Uchiha's movements on his desk. Itachi had not been active lately, focusing on his preparation as the next leader of his clan. Danzo urged Naruto not to fail him and to defeat Itachi the following day, stating it with certainty rather than hope. Naruto remained silent, watching Danzo walk away, his thoughts tangled like blades in his mind, with the photo of Itachi still in his pocket. Meanwhile, the Hokage tower was enveloped in a dense and respectful silence. Mito arrived alone at her father's office, where Minato awaited her without guards or advisors. The report began without delay, and Mito held nothing back. With each word, Minato's expression grew more rigid. He listened intently, but the tension on his face revealed the gravity of the situation. The death of Kakashi was already a significant loss, an elite ninja of rank S, one of the few willing to train new genin. But the fall of Hinata Hyuga was even worse. Not only was she a promising kunoichi, but she was also the direct heir of the Hyuga clan. The political implications of her death would be explosive. Mito detailed how civilians reacted with outrage, noting that rumors were already spreading. It would not be surprising if Hayashi Hyuga demanded an immediate audience or confronted the Hokage directly. Minato understood the implications. The most dangerous scenario was unfolding. However, his concern extended beyond politics. He was troubled by the enemy. Who could have killed Kakashi so easily? A secret weapon from Tsunagakure? He doubted it. Suna lacked the resources and talent to produce shinobi of that caliber. Kimo? IWA? Equally improbable. This was a mystery and a very dangerous one. With a discreet exhale, Minato decided to conclude the conversation. He dismissed Mito gently, assuring her that he would handle the matter from that point on. Yet, he couldn't shake a sense of relief. His daughter had returned alive, and for now, that was enough. Mito left quietly, but she was not at peace. She walked alone down the hallway until she reached the end of the office, where one of the Hiratian seals remained fixed on the wall, a marker exclusive to family members and Minato's trusted ANBU. She placed her hand on it and was instantly transported home. The change of environment was abrupt but comforting. Her body felt heavy, and mental fatigue threatened to overwhelm her. All she wanted was to reach her room and rest. She deserved a break. She walked down the hallway at a leisurely pace, but just as she turned to head toward the stairs, she stopped in her tracks. There, standing silently, was someone she hadn't seen in a long time, her brother, Menma Namikaze. Upon seeing him, Mito murmured his name. Menma resembled a younger version of Minato, though certain features reminded her of Kushina. He was such a perfect blend of both that it seemed as if destiny had crafted him. Even a skeptic would think Menma was destined for greatness, to inherit the mantle of Hokage, to become the perfect symbol of Konoha. But that flawless image existed only in public. In private, Menma was another story. He exclaimed Mito's name with enthusiasm, wrapping her in a warm embrace, his arm around her back. He noticed her exhausted appearance and asked what had happened. Mito replied that she was just tired and sank into one of the sofas in the house without resistance. She inquired about their mother, not sensing Kushina's presence. Menma explained that she had gone out with her friends, likely for some mom business. He expressed mild annoyance as he settled into the sofa beside her. Despite what people believed, Menma was relaxed and carefree at home, especially around Mito. The image of the perfect shinobi was merely a well-trained facade. Behind closed doors, he was the overprotective and hyperactive older brother that she had always needed. Mito was grateful that, at least with her, he was like this. She sighed, allowing the weight of her burden to soften her expression. Menma's presence provided her with a small reprieve. If there was anyone she could trust, it was him. With that in mind, it was time to express her concerns to her older brother. She called to him with a more serious tone, sensing that this was not going to be a simple sibling chat. She hesitated, the words heavy on her tongue, but she needed to say them. If she didn't confide in Menma, she wouldn't be able to share it with anyone else. She asked him firmly if he had ever considered that Naruto hadn't truly died. Menma blinked, his expression hardening slightly as he furrowed his brow. He repeated her question quietly, his usual warmth fading. He had avoided that thought because it would imply distrust toward their parents. Yet, every time Naruto's birthday came around, he couldn't help but wonder. He noted that Mito was very young when it happened and questioned why she was asking such a thing. Mito sighed again, acknowledging Menma's sharp mind. He had always been quick and precise. Before answering, she calmly asked him why he had come to that conclusion. Menma took a moment before responding, explaining that they had never been allowed to attend Naruto's funeral. They had only seen his presumed coffin and did not even know where he was buried. Whenever he had asked about it, he received the same response. It was best not to revisit such tragic memories. Initially, he had accepted that as a child, but as the years passed, it became increasingly suspicious. He noted that their father had never done anything to honor Naruto's memory, while their mother occasionally entered his room. It was as if Naruto had never existed. He paused, raising a finger as he reached two possible conclusions. One was that Naruto had been removed from the family because he did not align with what their father wanted. He had thought this while observing how strict their father's training routine had been with him and how he behaved with them. Although he was affectionate, something felt off. He couldn't recall Naruto receiving that same affection. Mito whispered for him to share the second conclusion. Menma stated bluntly that Naruto had been killed, but immediately shook his head, reasoning that if that were true, they would at least have a body to see. He then looked back at her, asking if what he had said was helpful. Mito took a heavy breath before nodding. She began to recount everything that had happened during the mission in Sunagakure, the sudden attack, Kakashi staying behind to buy them time, and how Kakashi had died confronting the assailant. This revelation left Menma stunned. Kakashi Hatake. That? It was hard for him to believe, but he knew Mito well enough to trust her honesty. She continued, detailing Hinata's subsequent death, the direct attack on their team, and the strange moment when the attacker completely ignored her, as if she were invisible. She added that the assailant had claimed to be invisible to the Byakugan. Menma nodded, still incredulous but beginning to understand. Mito noted that it felt disturbingly familiar, as being invisible to the Byakugan could only mean lacking internal chakra flow, just like Naruto. Menma started to ask if she was suggesting something, but he stopped himself, allowing her to continue. Considering what they both knew, along with the fact that their mother always seemed regretful when passing by Naruto's room, Mito concluded that Naruto had not died but had been cast out of the house. Menma intertwined his fingers, visibly tense. This tension stemmed from an undeniable truth. Mito's words were fitting pieces into his own puzzle, and they were starting to align too well, painfully so. Before leaving, the assailant had claimed that everything was the fourth Hokage's fault, that his decisions had led them to this situation. Mito expressed her reluctance to distrust their father, but Menma murmured that the reality was against him. This meant their father had likely truly expelled Naruto. He thought aloud, his tone tinged with both surprise and deep disappointment. Mito added that it seemed Naruto had somehow become incredibly strong and was seeking revenge against their father. They both realized at that moment that Naruto was alive. In that instant, they knew with certainty. A long-buried truth had just come to light, and while they did not yet comprehend its full implications, they understood it would change the course of their lives unbeknownst to them. It was also destined to shake the very foundations of Konoha. The Hokage's office had once been a place of respect and silence, where the authority and judgment of the village leader were never questioned. No one dared to raise their voice in the command room, especially not against someone like Minato Namikaze, who had long been seen as the epitome of perfection. But today, that symbol was being trampled by the fury of a devastated father. Hayashi Hyuga slammed his open palm against the desk, causing a stack of documents to tremble. His eyes, which usually maintained a cold and noble composure, now burned with a suppressed rage fueled by grief. The leader of the Hyuga clan stood, trembling, his jaw clenched, and his knuckles white from the force with which he held back his impulse to destroy everything in his path. Minato slowly rose to his feet, trying to maintain his calm despite the weight of guilt on his face. He explained that the decision had been made based on the team's capabilities. Kakashi was one of their best jounin, and Hinata had shown remarkable progress, even surpassing Niji. They considered her prepared. Hayashi's voice rose, filled with disbelief as he questioned how Minato could think she was prepared for such a delicate diplomatic mission. He stepped forward, pointing a finger at Minato, emphasizing that he had warned him about the mission's risks and that Minato had deemed sending extra jounin unnecessary. Minato frowned, holding his breath for a moment. He had heard many times that leadership involved difficult decisions, but he never imagined one of them would cost the life of a girl he had watched grow up. He acknowledged Hayashi's pain but insisted that the decision had not been made lightly. They had sent Team 7 precisely because they trusted their experience and Kakashi's guidance. No one could have foreseen the surprise attack from the assassin that even Kakashi could not combat. Hayashi's anger erupted, his voice echoing sharply in the room. He clenched his teeth, breathing heavily, his eyes filled with fury. He expressed his frustration, emphasizing that it was not about foreseeing danger but about preventing it. He had asked for a jounin escort as a father, but Minato had spoken of resources and economics. Now, while Konoha's economy remained intact, his daughter was dead. Hayashi demanded to know if that was what her life was worth to Minato, a mere line in the village's budget. Minato, visibly affected, whispered for Hayashi not to say that. But Hayashi was relentless, stepping back yet keeping his gaze fixed on the Hokage like daggers. He lamented the loss of Hinata, Kakashi, and his respect for Minato. Once a symbol and beacon for the village, Minato now appeared as a man who valued his image of efficient leadership over the lives of two shinobi who had trusted him. Minato clenched his fists, determined to amend his mistake. He had begun tracking down the responsible party, with intelligence already working to identify the assassin. But Hayashi interrupted, insisting that nothing could bring his daughter back or erase the hours he had spent waiting for her to return home. His voice lowered, not from a loss of anger but from the emotion that began to choke him. He recalled the sight of her cold body after saying a warm goodbye, expecting to see her again as a happy woman. A heavy silence fell, as if a sentence had been pronounced. Minato remained silent, his expression calm yet his fist clenched within the folds of his cloak, a slight tremor betraying his inner turmoil. He closed his eyes for a moment longer than necessary, as if trying to contain something within himself that threatened to break. Behind him, two ANBU exchanged tense glances. One of the closest advisors, Hamura, gestured to intervene, but Koharu stopped him with a brief shake of her head. No one should speak for the Hokage, no one should save him from his own decisions. When Minato opened his eyes, his voice was still quiet, but now there was a slight tremor beneath the surface, noticeable only to those who knew he never trembled. He expressed his sorrow to Hayashi, speaking as if delivering a verdict against himself. He admitted he should never have allowed such a situation to fall outside his calculations. Hayashi retorted sharply, emphasizing that Minato's calculations and plans were always too late. He was brilliant at foreseeing the impossible but blind to the obvious. While he saved the world from above, he failed to see those at his feet. Now Hinata was gone. Hayashi took a step back, tears glistening in his eyes, yet his voice remained steady. He warned Minato that he would never forget this and questioned whether he could ever forgive him. As he turned to leave, he paused at the threshold, delivering one last blow that required no shouting or anger, only truth. He hoped Menma or Mito would never be just another calculation, to Minato. With that he left, not waiting for a response or offering a chance for rebuttal. The door closed with a definitive sound, like the gavel of a judge. Minato did not react immediately. His shoulders remained straight, as if he still held onto control. But slowly, he lowered his gaze, and his previously trembling hand opened, not to relax but to avoid breaking anything. He walked to the large window, where daylight cast a cold reflection on his face. For a moment he was no longer the fourth Hokage. He was just a man, a father, a shinobi who had done everything right and yet had still failed. He leaned against the edge of the window, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, seeking order. But all he found was the image of a girl with soft eyes and a firm will, a girl who died because of a decision he thought was perfect. A girl who did not return home because of him. He whispered an apology to Hinata, expressing sorrow for the tragic outcome she had to endure. The silence returned, this time not as punishment but as a result, an imperfect, intolerable outcome in the equation of a man who had always sought perfection and had, for the first time, betrayed it. With the Hyuga clan wounded, a grieving Hokage, and a public stain impossible to ignore, the first phase of the plan had gone exactly as intended. Meanwhile, Naruto was already observing his next target. He thought of Itachi Uchiha, hidden in the shadows, watching the Uchiha's every move, analyzing him. Itachi's posture was impeccable, even in what he considered a safe environment. Naruto noted that Itachi seemed experienced, never lowering his guard. As Itachi walked calmly along the dirt path connecting the training area to his home, Naruto recognized the routine, always the same path from the training field to his house, almost always deserted. That was the perfect moment to strike. Naruto gripped the handle of Wado Ikemanji tightly. He knew exactly who he was dealing with. Itachi Uchiha was no ordinary opponent. He might even be more dangerous than Kakashi Hatake, but that only made the fight more exhilarating. As Itachi took another step, Naruto launched himself forward. It was a brutal, silent, and swift leap. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them vanished. Wado Ikemanji aimed directly at Itachi's neck, but the Uchiha reacted in a fraction of a second, drawing a kunai with surgical precision to partially block the strike. However, the blade of the sword overpowered the kunai, leaving a deep wound on Itachi's arm as he staggered back several steps, dragging his feet through the dirt. Naruto whistled, impressed. He acknowledged Itachi's skill with a half-smile, watching the blood trickle down the white blade of his sword before elegantly wiping it clean. Itachi remained a few meters away, silent, studying Naruto intently, trying to identify him. He noted Naruto's height and well-built physique. With intense black hair and eyes, Itachi could not recognize his opponent. He clicked his tongue, irritated by the wound. If he hadn't had his Sharingan activated constantly, he would have been dead. Still, accepting that fact was difficult. The attacker had barely made a sound. If not for the faint whistle of the wind and the power of his Jujutsu, he would not have survived. Itachi maintained a solemn tone as he asked who the stranger was and from which nation he hailed. The response came, revealing the identity of the attacker. Naruto, resting the Wado Ikemanji on his shoulder, advanced slowly, stating that who he was did not matter. He claimed to be a ghost, the echo of what he could have been but never was, and that he was from Konoha, just like Itachi. Itachi, not one to be easily fooled, retorted that it was foolish to believe a Konoha shinobi would betray a clan heir. He was aware of his disadvantage but knew the terrain well enough to turn it into an advantage if played correctly. Naruto, tightening his grip on the sword, launched himself at Itachi with fierce intent, declaring that he would die regardless. The attack was direct and brutal, but Itachi frowned as he advanced. Something felt off. His Sharingan, which had often revealed trajectories and invisible movements, was failing him. He could not clearly read his opponent's movements, Naruto's silhouette distorted as if out of phase, a phenomenon he had not encountered even with the fastest enemies or those using camouflage techniques. Suppressing his doubts, Itachi began weaving hand seals with incredible speed. However, before he could finish, Naruto curved perfectly and vanished among the trees, swallowed by the forest. Itachi murmured in confusion, scanning the area with his trained senses. When someone moved at that speed, they always left a trail of chakra, which could reveal their direction and intention. Yet, this opponent emitted nothing. The wind stirred leaves, dust, and branches in all directions. The noise was present, but its source was an illusion. Suddenly, a flash appeared from his flank. Itachi reacted instantly, turning and unleashing the jutsu he had prepared, fire style. Fire Dragon Flame Jutsu, a blazing inferno that engulfed the target mercilessly. But as his eyes registered what had been incinerated, he realized it was just a tree. Cursing under his breath, Itachi knew he had been tricked. The real Naruto emerged from the opposite side, moving like lightning with the Wado Ikemanji descending. Itachi barely had time to interrupt his technique, summon another kunai, and raise it, covered in chakra, but the blade pierced through, cutting his weapon and tearing into his shoulder. Frustration surged in Itachi's mind as he retreated, leaving a trail of fresh blood. He was an S-class ninja, one of the best, but nothing in his training had prepared him for this. He was not fighting a fast or strong enemy. He was battling something his senses could not capture. His Sharingan, his hearing, his instincts all were failing him. Everything he had honed through years of war and missions was now working against him. It felt like fighting against emptiness, a shadow without presence, detectable intention or logic. Despite having aimed to kill twice, Naruto had survived, and he acknowledged Itachi's strength sincerely, cleaning the blade as casually as one would shake off dust. Itachi, feeling the warmth of his blood flowing from two open wounds, demanded to know what Naruto truly wanted. The response was a light laugh, tinged with dark amusement, suggesting that talking would change nothing. Itachi countered that perhaps all Naruto needed was a good conversation, narrowing his eyes to buy precious seconds. But Naruto dismissed this notion, roaring as he charged forward, unleashing a speed that shattered the air around him. That was exactly what Itachi wanted. The Uchiha joined his hands with surgical precision and unleashed a well-known jutsu, fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive sphere of flames erupted violently, hurtling through the air toward the attacker. Itachi watched confidently, believing that at this speed, Naruto would have to stop or block it, both of which would leave him severely injured. Then, Itachi's eyes widened in disbelief. The fireball split apart, sliced cleanly as if it were hot butter, leaving a tunnel of flames on either side. Naruto continued running through the gap, not losing momentum. In fact, his speed increased. Itachi finally understood Wado Ikemanji was no ordinary sword. That cursed silver blade absorbed chakra, and his jutsu had been devoured. As Naruto closed in, Itachi decided to use his most potent weapon. He channeled chakra through his Sharingan, attempting to trap Naruto in a genjutsu, but it failed. Naruto did not react. There was no break in his gaze, no muscle tension, nothing. Itachi was incredulous at the failed genjutsu. That moment of surprise was a fatal mistake. Wado Ikemanji descended with brutal precision in a diagonal slash aimed at Itachi's throat, but he managed to retreat just in time. The cut only grazed his skin. However, before he could regain his balance, Naruto chained his attack with a second strike, pulling out an old, rusty kunai to make another cut from the opposite angle. A perfect X marked Itachi's chest before he could escape, and both wounds bled fiercely. The rust on that weapon was not decorative, a wound from it was dangerous. Gasping, Itachi knelt, blood flowing uncontrollably. He struggled to speak, asking what Naruto truly was. Naruto replied coldly, stating he was a ghost, the echo of what he could have been but never was, all because of the fourth Hokage. Itachi, panting, inquired if Naruto hated the fourth Hokage. Naruto's response was devoid of emotion, stating that it made no sense to answer as he slowly approached. Itachi clicked his tongue, realizing he had no time to waste against someone like Naruto. He thought of his last option, feeling sweat trickle down his temple. Struggling to his feet, he noted Naruto's approving whistle. Naruto acknowledged Itachi's courage, declaring that accepting death while standing was worthy of a warrior. With that, he charged forward at great speed. Itachi remained still, and as Naruto prepared for the final strike with Wado Ikemanji, he felt the Uchiha Sai begin to spin, altering its pattern. Then, everything froze for a moment. A thread of blood trickled from Itachi's left eye, and in an instant, black flames erupted directly on Naruto's torso. The flames engulfed him mercilessly, causing his run to come to a sudden halt. He cried out in pain, falling to the side as the fire intensified with the wind. Itachi fell to his knees, gasping violently. Itachi thought that it was over. He kept watching the black flames. Once he finished with Naruto, he would ensure that he delivered him to the Hokage and collect his reward. Naruto, in agony, rolled on the ground, trying unsuccessfully to extinguish the flames. He thought that the fire burned like hell. Itachi observed coldly as Naruto struggled, pressing his chest, gasping, and biting back the pain. Finally, he saw Naruto kneel, resisting like a cornered beast. Until he noticed something. Naruto gripped the Wado Ikemanji tightly. Itachi wondered what he was doing. Did he still want to fight? Then he saw it. Naruto pierced his own torso with his sword. He fell backward, bleeding profusely, still wrapped in the black flames. Itachi thought that Naruto had committed suicide. Many preferred to die rather than be captured. But something didn't add up. Seconds passed. It was then that he noticed. The Wado Ikemanji was absorbing the flames of Amaterasu. The divine black flames began to fade into the blade. Itachi was incredulous. He thought it was impossible. Amaterasu did not disappear. He tried to increase the power of the fire, but the sword continued to absorb the flames effortlessly. He attempted to reapply the technique, but the pain in his eye stopped him. It was sharp, cutting, blinding. When his vision returned, he saw Naruto standing. There was a hole in his torso, blood flowing. But in a controlled manner. His body was covered in severe burns, from his chest to his neck. Charred skin, exposed muscles. But still he smiled. It was a dark, empty, unsettling smile. In that moment, for the first time, Itachi felt fear. Naruto tightened his grip on the Wado Ikemanji and took a determined, dangerous step toward Itachi, asking if he thought he would be well compensated for this. Itachi, filled with disbelief, instinctively took a step back, troubled. How was it possible? How could someone still stand in such a pitiful state, with a pierced torso, covered in burns, and blood still dripping? It made no sense. He was not human. Naruto, with a manic grin, urged Itachi to cheer up. His gaze was completely unusual, overflowing with a strange mix of clarity and rage. He questioned if Itachi really thought that would kill him, calling him foolish. The transition in Naruto's expression was sudden. Madness gave way to a cold, determined look. He murmured that it was time to end this as he gripped his weapon with both hands. Without warning, Naruto launched himself into the attack. His speed was overwhelming. Itachi reacted immediately, striking the ground with an open hand to raise a wall of rock. But it was not enough. Naruto destroyed it with a brutal kick, sending debris flying. However, Itachi was already gone, having escaped into the trees of the forest. Naruto thought it was a bad choice. He wasted no time, propelling himself between the trunks, bouncing off them with predatory agility until he landed in front of Itachi, intercepting him. The sword traced a descending arc aimed at Itachi's neck, but the Uchiha narrowly dodged, arching his back with inhuman precision. In that same moment, he chained his evasion with a powerful kick to Naruto's face. The hit was clean. Naruto staggered back a few steps before spitting blood. And smiling, he commented that Itachi could hit too. Itachi cursed, realizing that this monster did not tire. Nor did he even suffer. He urgently retreated, but Naruto was faster. His fist flew, breaking through Itachi's guard and crashing into his ribs, producing a dry sound. The impact sent Itachi rolling several meters across the ground. Itachi rose to one knee, gasping, and began to form hand seals in desperation. He thought he could not let Naruto finish any jutsu. Naruto felt the lingering burn of Amaterasu on his flesh and was determined not to repeat it. Without hesitation, he threw the Wado Ikemanji. Like a projectile, the blade sliced through the air and embedded itself forcefully in Itachi's shoulder, interrupting his seals and eliciting a cry of pain. The sword continued on, embedding itself in a rock. But Naruto did not stop. He stomped down on Itachi's foot, then landed 3 consecutive blows to his torso, targeting the broken ribs with surgical precision. The final strike was a devastating headbutt that connected with Itachi's face, causing his nose to crack with a loud pop. Itachi staggered back, blood streaming down his face. He knew that if the fight continued this way, he would die. He had to risk everything. He thought that without his sword, Naruto would not be able to break through his defenses. Panting, his eyes burned and bled uncontrollably, but he could still fight. Without hand seals, he conjured a massive fireball, launching it at point-blank range toward Naruto. The explosion was violent, but he knew Naruto was no longer there. Itachi deduced that Naruto was going for the sword. He could not allow it. Forcing his body beyond its limits, he unleashed all his chakra. Both eyes bled like broken faucets. The air vibrated. A spectral figure, red, emerged around him, a titanic skeleton, devoid of flesh, devoid of soul. The Susanoo had been summoned. The giant bony hand surged with fury toward the location of the Wado Ikemanji. And in its path he saw Naruto. Right in the trajectory, moving directly toward his weapon. Naruto's eyes widened in shock as the skeletal claw was inches away from him. And the Wado Ikemanji, embedded in the rock, was just beyond. What happened next was almost invisible to the human eye. A flash, a dry crack. And then silence. A long, deep, sepulchral silence. Itachi murmured that Naruto was a demon, his eyes wide open, as the Wado Ikemanji, now pulsing with a glowing red light, pierced his chest. Naruto, breathing heavily, expressed his fascination with shinobi, wondering if they all had such incredible tactics. For the first time in years, someone had pushed him this hard, and he had enjoyed it. Itachi coughed up blood, unable to respond. The blade pierced a lung, and he struggled to maintain his focus. Naruto admitted that if he had not been so close to the Wado Ikemanji during that last attack, he would have been seriously hurt. His voice was slightly hoarse from the effort. He was breathing heavily, his muscles trembling, and dried blood covered his face and torso. He recalled the exact moment when the hand of the Susanoo descended with brutal force. He had not had time to fully evade it. The impact partially caught him, shattering rocks around him and crushing his side with monstrous force. For a moment he felt the world fade away. But he refused to let it happen. With a roar of sheer will, he grasped Wado Ikemanji, still embedded nearby, and drew an upward arc from below, barely slicing through the skeletal hand of the Susanoo, pushing his body beyond its limits. He advanced through the crimson ribs as the enemy chakra burned his skin, and finally, in one swift motion, pierced Itachi's chest. He hadn't expected it. He didn't anticipate his sword pulsing as if it were breathing, absorbing the chakra of the Susanoo, turning red and vibrating as if alive. Itachi murmured, with a broken smile, that not even the Susanoo was enough against a monster like him, as blood spilled from his lips. His voice was weak, almost absent. The last thing he would see was the bloodied figure of Naruto, still standing. Naruto slowly withdrew the blade from the Uchiha's body. Itachi fell awkwardly, like a puppet with its strings cut. His once all-seeing eyes faded into silence. Naruto stood firm, though his body screamed for rest. His ribs ached with every breath, his right arm trembled uncontrollably, and his legs barely held him up. He sheathed Wado Ikemanji with difficulty, still vibrating with that strange crimson glow, and turned, staggering to leave. It had been difficult. Very difficult. Too difficult. As he walked away, a dry gasp stopped him. A choked breath. A lament. Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto saw him, trembling, standing at the edge of the clearing, breathing heavily, his eyes wide open. The same boy from his sister's generation. The same kid now staring at his dead brother on the ground. Naruto sighed in annoyance, acknowledging Sasuke with disdain, downplaying the situation. But Sasuke did not react. His eyes were fixed on the lifeless body of his brother, his strongest bond. Sasuke's voice broke as he took a hesitant step forward, dragging his foot as if it weighed a ton. He murmured his brother's name, his heart pounding in his chest. He couldn't understand. He didn't want to understand. Just an hour ago, Itachi had promised to return soon. Naruto coldly remarked that it was a shame Sasuke had to witness this firsthand, stating that it was the same as before and if he was looking for someone to blame, he should blame the fourth Hokage. His voice lacked compassion, merely delivering another sentence. But Sasuke barely heard him. He whispered his brother's name, falling to his knees. Tears streamed down his face, draining his soul. A torrent of emotions overwhelmed him: helplessness, rage, despair, hatred. He shouted at Naruto, accusing him of killing Kakashi, Hinata, and now his brother, questioning what kind of monster he was. Naruto paused for a moment at the edge of the forest, not turning around. He said nothing. Sasuke screamed in anguish, questioning why Naruto was still alive while others were not, his voice breaking the air like thunder. He pressed his hands to his face, squeezing his eyes shut in fury. His chakra surged, a tremor coursed through his body, his veins felt like they were on fire, and his eyes began to change. Naruto turned. Sasuke's Sharingan was mutating. Amidst tears, absolute pain, and irreparable loss, the Tomo spun, transforming into a new form. But Sasuke's body could not withstand it. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious, gasping in a final breath of pain, beside the lifeless body of his brother. Naruto watched in silence, his eyes empty and unfathomable, lingering for a few more moments on the collapsed figure of Sasuke and the corpse of Itachi. He murmured that when humans lose what they love most, their world shatters. Slowly, he turned his back on the young Uchiha, lying next to his brother's corpse. Each movement betrayed him. His right leg barely responded, and a steady stream of blood fell from his wounded arm, dripping onto the ground with each step. Yet, he continued walking. Without looking back, Naruto entered the thicket, leaving behind a painful silence and the two Uchiha, one motionless in death, the other trapped in an abyss of sorrow. The forest enveloped him once more, swallowing his silhouette as the echo of his voice faded among the trees. Hours later, as the darkness of night was slowly replaced by the soft and serene light of the moon, in a secluded corner of the chaos still consuming the Uchiha compound, Minato Namikaze held a private emergency meeting with two figures very close to him. Before the Hokage stood a man dressed in the traditional Jounin uniform of Konoha. His expression was serene, though the depth of his dark eyes betrayed a difficult-to-contain inner turmoil. Beside him, a woman with long brown hair and matching eyes rested a hand unconsciously on her abdomen, the noticeable bulge beneath her clothing speaking for itself. Minato spoke solemnly, apologizing for calling them despite their medical leave, expressing his need for them, even if just for a month. Obito and Rin nodded in understanding. Obito murmured, questioning if Kakashi had really died, grappling with the weight of that truth. Minato confirmed that Kakashi had been murdered and was investigating with all his resources, even asking Jiraiya to return to assist. He declared firmly that he would not allow the one responsible for Kakashi's and the Hyuga heirs' deaths to go unpunished. Rin expressed her sorrow, noting how everything had turned upside down during their absence. Her voice broke as Obito silently wrapped an arm around her in a comforting embrace. Minato gently interrupted, asking Obito to take on the role of Jounin sensei for Team 7 until the Chunin exams, starting the following week. It would be for about a month, he explained. Obito raised his gaze as if weighing each word. He wanted to stay away until their child was born, but he owed his life to both Minato and Kakashi, and probably to Rin as well. Obito declared this firmly, maintaining eye contact. His mind inevitably drifted back to the day of the Canopy Bridge mission. Minato had to step away momentarily, and in his absence, Rin was captured. During the rescue operation, when everything seemed under control, the ground collapsed. A rock fell, and he felt it crush him without time to react. Believing it was his end, he gifted his Sharingan to Kakashi as a final act. But he did not die. Minato arrived just in time. Kakashi, desperate to see him so gravely injured, channeled chakra into the special kunai their sensei had given them. That signal was enough. The Yellow Flash arrived swiftly. Upon seeing the severity of Obito's condition, he immediately used his Hiraishin to transport him to the hospital where Tsunade was still working. The situation was critical. His right side was severely damaged. If it hadn't been for Minato's quick response, the rock would have crushed him completely. What followed was a long and exhausting process. Costly surgeries, sealing techniques to stabilize his organs, and rehabilitation that stretched over 2 years. During that time, Rin visited him without fail. Day after day, month after month, it was amidst bandages and words of encouragement that something deeper began to blossom. Being a temporary sensei was the least he could do for them, Obito concluded, his eyes heavy with memories. Minato nodded respectfully, understanding the weight of those words. They could stay at his house if they wished. It was the safest place in Konoha, equipped with multiple barrier seals and defensive systems that detected unauthorized chakra. If anything unusual approached, alarms would sound, and defensive measures would activate. Minato spoke with a protective tone. Obito expressed his gratitude, stating that the more protected Rin was, the more at ease he would feel. His seriousness was tempered by a warmth in his voice. Rin frowned slightly but couldn't help but smile faintly. Her expression was a mix of reproach, tenderness, and love. She questioned how he could say something so serious and remain so calm, her eyes glistening with emotion as she looked at him. Obito responded that he loved her more than he could explain, and his serene, sincere smile seemed to soften even the light in the room. Minato observed them in silence. The scene was warm and genuine, but a slight smile tinged with sadness appeared on his face. He wished he could have all 3 of his students present in that room. But Kakashi was no longer there, and the emptiness left behind hurt more than he could admit. It was a pleasure to see them, he said. He would leave a clone working and integrate them into the guest system so they wouldn't be detected as intruders. They could go out and enjoy the village or stay and do couple things. When he was ready, he would call them. He formed a seal, and his body duplicated. The original vanished in a flash before they could respond, indignant at the last comment. The Yellow Flash remained true to his name. Meanwhile, Naruto finally reached the root base. His body, battered and burned, barely held itself upright, yet he stealthily moved through the shadows of Konoha until he reached one of the hidden entrances. He advanced through the corridors without stopping, dragging his feet until he reached the main chamber. Once there, his strength completely abandoned him. Naruto collapsed violently to the ground. The adrenaline that had kept him active until that moment faded, taking with it any resistance. Some Anbu approached, surrounding him silently, observing him closely. But none dared to intervene. Only one moved. The leader of Root walked slowly toward Naruto's lifeless body, stopping in front of him. He murmured that Minato didn't know what he had lost, a massive destruction machine that even Itachi Uchiha hadn't managed to defeat. Danzo's voice was low, filled with a sinister admiration. He then smiled disturbingly, as if contemplating an invaluable relic. Naruto was the ultimate weapon of Root, his perfect tool, shaped to ensure Danzo's rise before the system crumbled under its own weight. Danzo turned on his heels and began to walk away calmly. He ordered the Anbu to take Naruto to the infirmary so he could rest. As he moved through one of the dark corridors, his eye gleamed with an indescribable light. The second phase of the plan was unfolding perfectly. Continue. Minato was visibly shaken, his jaw slightly agape as he processed the shocking news. Itachi Uchiha had been found dead. His voice was tense as he asked for details, feeling his fist begin to tremble. Tenzo confirmed the grim news with a solemn expression, mirroring Minato's shock. As Minato took a step back, he struggled to process the information, his usually sharp mind clouded by disbelief. This cannot be true, he murmured, regaining a bit of composure. He pressed for more details, and Tenzo, with a heavy heart, informed him that Itachi had been murdered. Someone had infiltrated the Uchiha compound, fought Itachi, and taken his life. Minato tensed at the revelation, his body reacting as if struck by a blow. The thought of someone being capable of killing Itachi echoed in his mind as he gazed out the window of his office, where the sunset painted Konoha in shades of red. The Uchiha clan would not tolerate this. He slammed his fist on the table, momentarily breaking his usual calm strategist demeanor. He scanned his office, connecting threads, scenarios, causes, and consequences. This could not be a mere coincidence. The Hyuga incident, now the Uchiha. Everything was unfolding in a too convenient order. He stood abruptly, his voice firm and cold. "What will you do, Hokage-sama?" Tenzo inquired respectfully, yet attentively. "I will interrogate certain individuals. There is more to this, and I will uncover the truth," Minato replied, his tone icy. Tenzo nodded in understanding. "Perhaps you should start with Sasuke Uchiha," he suggested carefully. Minato turned to him, a mix of doubt and urgency in his gaze. Sasuke? What does he have to do with this? Tenzo lowered his gaze slightly. He was found alive next to Itachi's body, he revealed calmly. Minato narrowed his eyes, surprise evident on his face. Understood. Thank you for the information, Tenzo, he said, regaining his composure. At your service, Tokutsu-sama, Tenzo replied with respect. Minato quickly created a shadow clone to handle administrative tasks while he personally set out to investigate. Unbeknownst to him, with each step he took, he was becoming more entangled in an invisible web, dancing to the rhythm Tenzo had orchestrated from the beginning. Naruto jolted awake, breathing heavily in the quiet hospital room. He lay on a comfortable bed, bandages covering much of his body, with his gear neatly placed on a nearby table. What happened? Was it a dream? He murmured, trying to piece together the recent events. He touched his head, still disoriented. How did I faint? As he looked at his bandaged body, memories began to fit together like scattered puzzle pieces. The battle, the intensity, the darkness. And the victory. A vivid image crossed his mind. It's true. I fought Itachi Uchiha. And I won. I returned to base. And then I lost consciousness, he said softly, carefully removing the bandages from his torso. What he found left him deep in thought. The burns that had once marked his skin as scars from a fierce battle were now mere shadows of what they had been. Third-degree burns had reduced to simple surface marks. He flexed his arms, clenched his fists, and analyzed each movement with unusual attention. What is happening to my body? He wondered, frowning. Something had changed. Something didn't quite fit. These wounds seemed to have healed too quickly. Without wasting any more time, he dressed quickly and left the room in search of answers. He soon found Danzo leaning against a wall, slowly flipping through classified documents. So you recover incredibly fast too, Danzo commented without bothering to look up. His tone was neutral, almost indifferent, as if discussing the weather, but each word carried an undeniable weight. Naruto said, fixing his gaze on the leader of Root with a seriousness that thickened the atmosphere. Your victory was impressive, Danzo continued with meticulous calm. The Uchiha clan is in predictable disarray, unable to react with unity to the loss of their most talented heir. Meanwhile, Minato, cornered by the decisions surrounding him, is beginning to lose control of the board. Everything is unfolding according to plan. Although an unforeseen complication has arisen. This time he looked up, locking eyes with Naruto. Oh really? Weren't you the one with everything perfectly planned? Naruto replied with a half-smile that held both mockery and skepticism. Danzo, however, did not flinch at the comment. Minato has contacted a particularly inconvenient ninja. Not only is he powerful, he is one of the most formidable S-rank ninjas in Konoha, and completely loyal to the Hokage. Furthermore, according to Tenzo's latest report, Minato has begun to connect events with unusual clarity. He is starting to suspect that nothing that has happened is merely coincidence. Danzo briefly closed his eyes. He is beginning to see that everything fits too well, as if someone has been guiding the pieces from the shadows. And if he continues down that path, it is logical that his attention will eventually turn to me. So you're nervous, Naruto commented dryly. The great Danzo, worried about being discovered. I'm not nervous. I am making adjustments, the elder corrected, maintaining his expression. If he suspects me, he will seek confirmation, and for that, he will likely attempt to make direct contact. Before that happens, I need us to make some preliminary moves. Strategic adjustments that reinforce the narrative I wish to impose. It will not be the third phase of the plan yet, but it is time to condition the perception of those who still believe they have free will in this war. Naruto observed him closely. It was not the first time he had heard such cold plans, but the way Danzo articulated them constantly reminded him that the man had no remorse, only objectives. And what kind of adjustments are you imagining? Naruto asked, more out of curiosity than obedience. Danzo did not respond immediately. Instead, he shifted his gaze toward the back door. Before we get into that, there is something you need to know. The door creaked open, and a slender man with part of his face covered by a mask entered with a firm step. It was Fu Yamanaka, one of Danzo's most trusted agents, holding something very familiar in his hands. Naruto frowned slightly, not fully understanding what he was hearing. Danzo nodded with an almost chilling calm. Minato is going to start suspecting me, he said in a low, controlled voice. And when that happens, he will not allow me to move freely anymore. From the moment I leave here, I will no longer be able to return to Root. If he did this, the existence of the organization would be exposed. Therefore, he needed Naruto to end his life. Naruto kept his eyes fixed on him, remaining still and silent for a few moments as he processed the words. He finally remarked that Danzo did not sound like someone who intended to die. Danzo nodded, his expression devoid of emotion. He stated that he would sacrifice something very valuable for everything to work. As he spoke, he reached for the bandage covering part of his face and began to slowly unwrap it with almost ritualistic precision. When he finished, his right eye was revealed, a Sharingan. Naruto frowned, still not grasping the significance of this revelation. He repeated the term Almighty Eye, skeptically, and Danzo affirmed it with a nod. He explained that this Sharingan possessed a unique ability, Konoha. This technique could manipulate a person's will without their knowledge, making it the most powerful genjutsu that existed. Naruto raised an eyebrow and questioned why it wouldn't be easier to control Minato with that eye, suggesting it would save them a lot of trouble. Danzo slowly shook his head, clarifying that Konoha had a limit. It could only be used once every 10 years, and he had been forced to use it on Orochimaru about 7 or 8 years ago, ordering him to fulfill the will of whoever held the position of Hokage. At that time, Orochimaru's behavior had begun to cross a line, and if he had defected, Danzo would have been linked to his activities, losing all freedom of action within the village. Naruto nodded slowly, processing the information. The reasoning was cold but logical. Danzo had used his most valuable card to save himself, and now he had no room for maneuver. Danzo added that if he had to sacrifice the eye to achieve his goal, he would do so, stating he had no other option. Naruto lowered his gaze for a moment before raising it again, asking what this had to do with wanting him to kill him. Danzo looked at him intently before explaining that the Sharingan had a special technique that allowed the user to rewrite their own death. It was a last resort. When the user received a fatal blow, they could activate this technique to completely nullify their death and relocate to another place, at the cost of losing the eye. That was his plan. He paused briefly before continuing, stating that he needed Naruto to stab him in public during the ceremony, in front of everyone. When the blow struck him, he would activate the technique, making it appear as though he had died. Then his body would explode as an additional measure, ensuring no one could confirm he was still alive. His goal would be to draw the attention of the entire village. Meanwhile, he would appear far from the Hokage Tower, out of reach of any sensors, and conceal himself using a transformation jutsu. From there, he would remain off the radar until they completed Phase 3 of the plan. Naruto let out a long sigh, murmuring to himself about how shinobi always had such ridiculously specific techniques to fake their deaths, clearly frustrated with the unnecessary complexity of it all. He then looked up and nodded, stating he would need an extra long and sturdy chain. Danzo quickly responded that he would take care of providing it, as if everything had been prepared long ago. Naruto, still suspicious, asked what Danzo hoped to achieve with this plan, aside from escaping unscathed. Danzo clarified that it was not just about cleaning his image, it was about provoking a collective reaction. If Naruto took on the role of public enemy, his actions would carry a different weight, feeding hysteria, doubts, and fear. All he needed to do was point to Minato as the root of the conflict, and he would leave the rest to Tenzo, who would know how to pull the strings from within. Naruto observed him for a few more seconds before silently nodding. The conversation ended there, nothing more needed to be said. Back in the present, Naruto found himself at the center of public attention. Surrounded by hundreds of gazes, watched from every angle by trained senses and sharp minds, he showed no sign of tension. Instead, a mocking smile adorned his face, completely unbothered. Veteran ninjas, Enbyu, Jonin from clans, and even S-rank threats filled the plaza, yet he remained there as if the weight of all of Konoha meant nothing to him. He remarked on the silence, breaking the tension that had built up like a taut string ready to snap. And then, chaos erupted. Voices surged from all directions, the noise rising like a collective roar, and at the top of the tower, Minato's gaze sharpened like a blade ready to strike. He confronted Naruto, furious, demanding how he dared to appear before him and attack one of his advisors after the recent losses in the village. Minato's shout pierced through the plaza like lightning, revealing the truth. Many knew what had happened but not how or who was behind it. Now they understood. That young man, who might have seemed like an arrogant kid to some, had eliminated 4 key figures in the village. Horror filled the gazes around him, mouths opened in silent shock, and the collective surprise turned into a wave of hysteria. Naruto responded, his mocking smile fading into a cold expression, declaring that he existed because of Minato's injustice. He pointed Wado Ikemanji directly at Minato, his voice resonating with an eerie echo, as if each word struck those who listened. The decisions that had led Minato to greatness had concealed his dark double standards, and Naruto claimed he existed because of that. The revelation struck Minato like a dagger twisting in his mind. Had his choices created this enemy? The fourth Hokage had shaped his own adversary? It made no sense, yet it did. His rise had been flawless, but not without bloodshed, not without trampling many in the name of peace. He had eliminated both Jinchuriki and Kage, destroying threats with an unyielding hand. But had anyone survived that path? It was inconceivable to him. Lost in thought, he failed to notice the moment 3 Enbu lunged at Naruto. They needed no orders. The threat was clear. They were going to eliminate him. But Naruto saw them, not needing to move from his spot. As they reached him, Wado Ikemanji moved. With a single swing, a single cut, the white blade traced clean lines through the air, and the 3 bodies fell with surgical precision. Chunks of flesh and fabric fell like overripe fruit onto the stage of the tower. And the blood. The blood was swept away by the wind, rising like crimson rain that drenched the top of Konoha. For those present, it was a nightmarish spectacle. Viscera and horror. For Naruto, it was merely a sign. His strength was still growing. He called out to the fourth Hokage, his voice clear as he drove his sword into the ground, questioning whether Minato was only capable of sacrificing shinobi he deemed insignificant. Chaos erupted around them. Civilians screamed in desperation while ninjas took defensive positions. Some tried to evacuate, while others stood frozen in fear, all because of the presence of one man. For Minato, this was a tragedy he could not accept. His face twisted in rage, every line of his expression etched with fury. In a single motion, he launched a barrage of marked kunai toward Naruto, acting on pure instinct without hesitation. He growled, filled with a primal urge to eliminate his opponent. Minato had always been a cold, meticulous strategist, not one to act without careful calculation. Yet, in this moment, his fury took over, and those present, especially the veteran Jounin, felt that something was amiss. The Hokage had moved without thought. Whispers spread among the crowd, disbelief evident in their voices. But Minato was consumed by anger. He unleashed a flurry of kunai, and Naruto focused intently on each one. He knew this technique well. Danzo had forced him to study all of Minato's movements and patterns during his training. What was impossible for others was a memorized lesson for Naruto. Minato vanished from sight, reappearing beside one of the kunai to deliver a downward slash. Naruto blocked just in time, the force of the impact shaking the air around them. As soon as he did, Minato disappeared again, attacking from another angle, which Naruto narrowly blocked, relying more on instinct than calculation. The speed was astonishing. The spectators struggled to follow the yellow flashes of Minato and the silver glint of the Wado Ikemanji cutting through the air in response. One Chunin exclaimed in disbelief that Naruto was stopping the Hokage's attacks. Minato clicked his tongue in frustration. They were on an uneven platform, littered with debris and collapsed structures. For a technique like his, which relied on clean lines of movement and strategic anchor points, this was a clear disadvantage. He needed to clear the area. He leaped toward a kunai embedded in a wall, quickly yanking it free and hurling it at Naruto. As he did, he formed a Rasengan with the same hand. In midair, he teleported to the kunai, maintaining his momentum as he retrieved the weapon and directed the Rasengan straight at Naruto. Naruto raised the Wado Ikemanji to defend himself, but instead of a direct attack, Minato slightly turned his wrist, crashing the Rasengan against the ground beneath Naruto, causing a sudden explosion. The impact sent both of them tumbling off the platform and crashing to the lower level. Dust rose, and the entire plaza held its breath. Civilians began to retreat even further, and security squads regrouped. A Jounin ordered the evacuation of open areas, urging everyone to take cover. When the smoke cleared, both combatants were already on their feet. The battle was about to change. The ground was wide, flat, and unobstructed, a perfect arena for a decisive confrontation. Without wasting time, Minato drove 5 marked kunai into various points around Naruto, who observed each one with keen attention. He realized Minato was trying to trap him. In the blink of an eye, Minato appeared next to the first kunai and launched a spinning kick. Naruto dodged, lowering his center of gravity, but he anticipated what was coming next. The fourth appeared behind him, aiming for a clean stab with the kunai. Naruto pivoted violently, intercepting the attack at the last moment. The blade clashed with the kunai, and for a brief moment, they faced each other, locked in a tense standoff. Naruto thought to himself that Minato was indeed as fast as they said. He recalled Danzo's words about two shinobi in Konoha. He should avoid fighting, one being Madogai and the other, the ultimate enemy, Minato Namikaze. Danzo had spoken with a tone that felt absolute. He felt a surge of determination. If he could defeat Minato now, he would do so without hesitation. With a contained roar, Naruto charged at Minato, abandoning any careful strategy. The Hokage stepped back, caught off guard by Naruto's sudden ferocity. The Wado Ikimanji sliced through the air, barely grazing Minato's chest. He leaned to the side and spun, evading a kick that could have broken ribs. Minato countered with a move aimed at Naruto's abdomen, but Naruto twisted his torso, catching Minato's arm in an improvised hold. Minato's eyes widened in surprise at Naruto's strength. Seizing the moment, Naruto hurled him toward a wall with a twist, but Minato vanished mid-flight, reappearing right behind Naruto. He attempted to strike Naruto's neck with the handle of the kunai, but Naruto tilted his head and spun, aiming a cut at Minato's hip. Minato realized that Naruto was reading his movements. He jumped back and threw two more kunai. The crowd erupted in shouts, unsure of what was happening. The flashes of movement and the sound of strikes echoed throughout the tower. Some jounin worked to contain the civilians, while others watched with bated breath. Minato thought that as long as he fought unpredictably, he could keep Naruto at bay. He needed to maintain psychological pressure until he could land a lethal blow. Reappearing above, Minato dove down with a Rasengan in each hand. Naruto charged forward without retreating. The Wado Ikimanji clashed with the first Rasengan, dissipating it completely, shocking the fourth. With a roll, Naruto evaded the second Rasengan, twisting in the air to aim for Minato's leg. Minato vanished before Naruto's strike could connect, but Naruto was already prepared for his next move. He swung the sword with both hands, nearly slicing Minato's chest. The Hokage leaped back, but a red line appeared on his right shoulder. He had been hit. Breathing heavily, Minato murmured about the blood he had not shed in over a decade on the battlefield. His expression hardened. Naruto smiled wider than ever, declaring that he still had more to unleash. Minato clicked his tongue, gripping the marked kunai tightly in his hand. He propelled himself slightly forward, ready to restart his offensive with absolute speed, when a voice resonated with overwhelming clarity, completely drowning out the growing noise of the plaza. The tone was not one of pleading, but of warning, calm, strong, precise. The murmurs of the crowd halted for an instant, as if time itself had listened. Minato stopped abruptly. Naruto did too. They both turned in unison. Naruto frowned slightly. It was impossible not to recognize him. "You're fighting in an irregular way, your movements are predictable," said the young man descending from one of the side balconies of the tower. His stride was firm, and his presence was imposing enough to cut through the air. "He's provoking you, and you're falling into his game," he added, without needing to raise his voice. The boy speaking bore almost identical features to Minato. Short blonde hair, intense blue eyes, and 3 whisker marks on each cheek. His jounin vest identified him as a seasoned ninja. He was Menma Namikaze, the firstborn of the 4th Hokage. A whisper spread through the plaza. Some civilians murmured in surprise, others stepped back in caution. Even some lower-ranking shinobi tensed. Menma's appearance was not common. "Menma," Minato said quietly. His body was still on guard, but his offensive had completely ceased. "It's true," he acknowledged, not taking his eyes off Naruto. The dark-haired figure lowered his head slightly, hiding a tense smile as he crossed his arms. "It's true," he repeated, now in a low voice, laced with sarcasm. "Should you really be wasting time with me?" Minato narrowed his eyes. His tone reflected suspicion, but also unease. "What do you mean?" Naruto shrugged, feigning innocence. "I don't know, maybe there are other priorities? Who knows?" The tension in the air was so thick that some of the remaining spectators hurried to leave. The murmurs grew louder. A woman shouted for the children to be moved away. A group of merchants closed their makeshift stalls. "What the hell did you do?" Minato demanded, hardening his voice. The dark-haired figure, with a twisted smile that sent chills through several present, responded without hesitation. "You'll find out soon enough, just wait a little." As if summoned, a figure rushed down from the rooftops and landed abruptly beside Minato. It was an ANBU. His breathing was ragged and his mask was cracked. "This is urgent," he exclaimed, gasping. "Your house, it was attacked." A shiver swept through the plaza like a shockwave. The remaining audience erupted into nervous murmurs. Some began to run, as if the sense of safety, despite so many talented ninjas, had vanished, while others simply couldn't tear their eyes away from the scene. Did you think I was acting alone? Naruto asked with a dark smile. Minato's eyes widened in disbelief, and his hand began to search for one of his marked kunai. He tried to activate the Hiration. Nothing. Another area. Still nothing. His face began to contort with tension. It can't be, it's not working, not even in the vicinity. He murmured to himself. You should be more careful about your surroundings, Hokage, you might find unpleasant surprises, Naruto said, almost as if advising him, though each word pierced Minato's calm with surgical precision. That's impossible. Only my family and my most trusted Enbu have access to the house, Minato said, trying to convince himself. Then, as if a domino had fallen in his mind, a name surged with devastating force. Tenzo, he exclaimed, and his face twisted completely upon seeing Naruto's macabre smile, confirming his worst suspicions. Had Tenzo betrayed him? He didn't want to believe it. Why would he? What could prompt Yamato to act? He was utterly bewildered. Run, Yellow Flash. Don't you want to know what happened to your house? Naruto said, his tone approaching a whisper, yet it was unbearably clear. Didn't you have a special guest there? He added, clearly referring to Rin. Minato had no time to respond. At that moment, Naruto raised Wado Ikemanji to block a kunai aimed at his neck. The impact was forceful, and the recoil pushed him against a wall of the tower, causing it to creak. Dimenu. If anything happens to Rin, I swear I'll kill you. Obito Uchiha roared, descending with eyes ablaze with rage, both Sharingans spinning rapidly. Kurinai and Asuma arrived moments later, positioning themselves at his side. Everything about their stances indicated that a battle was about to begin. I'm counting on you. I'm heading to my house right now. Minato shouted, his voice strained. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared with his Hiration, teleporting away in desperate haste. Naruto slowly brushed the dust off his body, not losing his smile. He walked calmly to the center of the plaza, now with fewer spectators but more tension. Those who hadn't left observed from rooftops, balconies, and shadows. There was fear. There was anticipation. There was war. Wow, the Hokage leaves me with 4 jounin as if they were babysitters. How irresponsible, he said, his voice clear enough to be heard from any nearby point. Naruto stepped out of the shadows of the tower. The Wado Ikemanji rested on his shoulder. His gaze was relaxed. His body language lethal. Kurina Yuhi. Elite Jounin Ranke, he said indifferently, nodding slightly in her direction. Asuma Sarutobi. Elite Jounin Ranke, he continued, locking eyes with the smoker, who was already wielding his chakra blades with contained tension. Obito Uchiha. Elite Jounin Rankes. He pronounced the name with respect, but it was tinged with a challenging undertone. Finally, his gaze landed on the last one. There was a dense pause as his false, empty black eyes met the determined blue eyes of his brother. Minato Namikaze. Jounin Ranke. His voice was neutral, almost expressionless, yet filled with something difficult to name. He fell silent for a long moment. He ran his fingers along the hilt of his sword, took a deep breath, and spoke with chilling certainty. I'm going to destroy all 4 of you. The first to charge was Obito. The Uchiha roared with rage, wielding a kunai and charging without reservation. His footsteps echoed loudly on the tiles of the platform as he advanced like a dark lightning bolt. His attack was direct, aiming to break the defense of the false dark-haired figure with a move to the neck. But Naruto twisted his torso at the last second, dodging with inhuman fluidity. With a simple lateral movement, he evaded the weapon's trajectory, and his leg shot up in a single move. Obito barely managed to grunt before the heel crashed violently into his abdomen. The impact lifted him off the ground and sent him crashing hard against one of the side columns of the platform. The concrete cracked with the blow, and the Uchiha fell to his knees, a trickle of blood escaping his mouth. Before he could regain his footing, a gust of wind signaled. The next move. Asuma shouted, emphasizing the strength of the Jonin from Konoha as he tightened his grip on his chakra blades and closed the distance to Naruto. His strikes were firm and calculated, the blades vibrating with pure wind chakra, creating lethal arcs in the air as they aimed for Naruto's neck and chest. But Naruto did not retreat. Wado Ikemanji emerged, blocking the first blade in a blink, then fluidly deflecting the second with the back of the sword. Asuma's movements were swift, but Naruto countered with a decisive step forward. His shoulder collided forcefully with Asuma's torso, destabilizing him. Before the Jonin could recover, Naruto's fist struck his stomach, producing a sharp sound that echoed in the air. Asuma stumbled back, eyes wide and breathless, until he hit the railing of the platform. Kurinai rushed toward Naruto, her presence heavy in the air like a storm about to break. Their eyes met, and she executed a high-level genjutsu with precise hand seals, sending her chakra directly into Naruto's mind, but it met an empty void, as if there were no net to catch him, no prey to subdue. And then, nothing happened. Time did not distort. Naruto's perception remained unchanged. Everything stayed exactly the same. Kurinai, confused, murmured to herself, unable to comprehend how this was possible. Naruto did not respond. Instead, he took a single step forward and, with a flick of his wrist, began a dance of cuts. Wado Ikemanji glided with surgical precision, creating a dozen superficial cuts across Asuma's arms, shoulders, and torso. Blood splattered the air before Naruto finished with an elbow strike to his side. The impact was so forceful that Asuma was lifted off the ground, falling uncontrollably over the edge of the platform. Asuma shouted Kurinai's name as he lunged to catch her mid-fall, using his chakra against the wall for a forced but safe landing. He managed to grab her just before she hit the ground, and they rolled away from the center of the battle. The only one who had not moved was Menma. He stood to the side of the platform, silently observing everything, his gaze fixed on Naruto without a moment's distraction. Taking a deep breath, he narrowed his eyes and formed a hand seal. "Kage Bunshin," he whispered. 4 exact copies appeared beside him. The 4 Menma charged in unison, forming a perfect grid as they approached from all angles, applying pressure from different heights, directions, and speeds. Naruto turned with the sword in one hand, his body relaxed. "Very predictable," he remarked calmly. He leaped among them like a shadow. The sword became a silver flash, cutting through 1, 2, 3 clones with clean, decisive movements. The last clone attempted to grab his leg from the ground, but Naruto pivoted on one foot and severed its head with a diagonal slash. Only the real Menma remained. The eldest son of Minato gritted his teeth and launched an attack without hesitation or words. His speed was impressive. Naruto barely touched the ground when Menma was upon him, delivering a series of clean strikes and mixed techniques. The Namikaze clan style, the strong fist style of Madogai, taijutsu learned in the ANBU Academy, even movements adapted from the Uzumaki style. A downward punch, a hip twist, a low kick aimed to break balance and surprise. But Naruto reacted as if he had seen it all before. He blocked with his forearm, deflected with the hilt of his sword, spun to avoid the kick, and countered with his shoulder. He didn't even need to use the sword fully, he simply didn't require it. "Is that all?" he asked, just as Menma unleashed a close-range gust of wind. Wind release, great advancement. The pressurized wind shot out like a shockwave. Naruto barely bent his knees before elegantly leaping backward. In midair, a spark of heat warned him. He turned his head and saw it coming. Fire release, great fireball. A massive fireball hurtled toward him with ferocity, illuminating the sky in fiery hues. Yet Naruto showed no sign of fear. He unsheathed Wado Ikemanji with a horizontal motion, and the blade met the technique head-on, absorbing it with impeccable precision. "Umph," was all he murmured. The sword devoured the flames like a hungry whirlwind, consuming the fire entirely. Nevertheless, the force of the impact propelled him several meters back through the air until he landed heavily in the center of the platform, raising a cloud of dust upon impact. There stood Obito, both Sharingan activated, his expression one of uncontrolled fury, with flames still burning behind him. "Don't you dare," he said in a grave voice, advancing like a wounded beast. "If you do anything to Rin, I will kill you." Beside him, Menma had already regained his stance. They stood side by side, watching Naruto, while Asuma and Kurinai remained further back, breathing heavily but ready to rejoin the fight. Naruto rose slowly, allowing Wado Ikemanji to rest on his shoulder as he looked up at the 4 Jonin surrounding him. "Do you think I did anything? If you're looking for someone to blame, you should consider who left your wife and future child alone in the first place. Wasn't it their mistake that allowed everything to happen?" His voice held no arrogance, only a cold certainty that cut deep. Obito stepped forward, trembling with rage, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned pale. But Menma's hand stopped him before he could act. "If you fall into his trap, you're lost. We need to coordinate," he spoke calmly, though his gaze was as sharp as the blade his enemy wielded. The group reorganized, surrounding Naruto in a pincer formation, covering every possible escape route. The Hokage Tower's platform lay in ruins, splintered columns, cracked planks, dust suspended in the air. Without changing his expression, Naruto reached into his pouch and threw 4 smoke bombs in different directions. Instantly, the top of the tower was enveloped in a dense, opaque cloud. "I can't sense him," Menma murmured, clenching his jaw as he analyzed each shadow. He quickly formed seals, ready to disperse the smoke with a wind jutsu, but it was too late. A metallic explosion cut through the haze. Naruto appeared just a meter away from Asuma, launching a precise, direct move. Asuma reacted with trained reflexes, crossing his chakra blades just in time to block the strike. The clash of steel resonated in the air, but Naruto did not stop. With his free hand, he unleashed a powerful punch that struck the Jounin directly in the abdomen. The force of the blow sent Asuma flying through the air, breaking the railing of the platform. Wood splintered as the Jounin was propelled by the impact, plummeting toward the empty square of Konoha. When the smoke finally cleared, everyone saw Asuma disappear among the lower buildings, his figure becoming a fading blur. Kurinai immediately reacted, pulling out several ninja tools. With a swift motion, she launched a barrage of projectiles toward Naruto. However, he had already turned. With a single clean movement of Wado Ikemanji, he deflected all the weapons with surgical precision, not a single blade touching him. Kurinai quickly formed hand seals, but Naruto was faster. He threw his sword like a spear in a straight line, forcing it to veer to the side. Yet, Wado Ikemanji had not been thrown randomly. Naruto pulled hard on the chain attached to the hilt, redirecting the weapon toward Kurinai's evasive path. Kurinai barely had time to draw a kunai. She attempted to block the strike mid-turn, but the speed and force of the blade were overwhelming. The steel cut through her skin, leaving a deep diagonal wound on her torso. She fell backward, blood spilling from her mouth as she rolled on the ground until she came to a stop. Menma surged forward with fury, his hand glowing with a dense, pulsating Rasengan, the swirling energy resembling a core of pure destruction. He charged like a storm directly at Naruto. The false dark-haired boy retrieved his sword with a yank, positioning it defensively. But Menma had anticipated that move. Just before impact, he deactivated the Rasengan and channeled all the energy into a clean punch. The blow connected squarely with Naruto's chest, sending him flying backward like a projectile. The impact against the ground was thunderous, raising a cloud of dust and debris that obscured several meters of the platform. Naruto lay on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. He wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and slowly got back on his feet. He acknowledged Menma's skill, noting that he not only kept a cool head but also turned Naruto's strategy against him with monstrous precision. His gaze hardened like steel as he vowed that it would not happen again. He charged forward with renewed strength, the ground cracking beneath his feet. Menma stepped back to adjust his distance, but it was not him who intervened. Obito emerged from the left with a spinning kick. Naruto dodged beneath it, sliding on the ground, and immediately countered with a diagonal cut from Wado Ikemanji. The blade passed through Obito's body effortlessly, as if cutting through smoke. Naruto frowned in disbelief. As Wado Ikemanji exited Obito's form, the Uchiha retaliated with an upward hook that connected with the chin of the false dark-haired boy, forcing him to stagger back. Naruto slid several meters until he planted his sword into the ground to halt his momentum. He thought to himself that he hadn't missed. Wado Ikemanji had passed through Obito. He had seen it. There was no chakra in the world that could block a blade like this, so what had just happened? He focused intently on Obito, noticing the Uchiha's Sharingan spinning with an unusual pattern, different from what he had observed in Itachi or Sasuke. Could it be a special ability, like Itachi Uchiha's Black Flames? But what did it do? He clicked his tongue, getting into a defensive stance. If he couldn't unravel that technique, he wouldn't be able to win. Across the battlefield, Menma had already started his run, lowering his head as his silhouette disappeared among the debris of the platform. With each step, he accelerated, closing the distance between them. He attacked with a rapid descent aimed directly at Naruto, but the Uzumaki sidestepped effortlessly and countered immediately with Wado Ikemanji. Naruto murmured to himself as he swung his weapon. Before the blade could reach Menma, he turned the edge and struck with the back of the sword, sending him flying backward without cutting him. Still, the impact was brutal. Menma soared through the air, crashing into the tower and damaging part of its base. His body was buried beneath the rubble. Naruto thought to himself that Menma should stay out of this. He had no reason to fight him. He focused all his attention on Obito. At that moment, and Anbu landed next to the Uchiha. He didn't appear to be a fighter, more like a messenger. The Anbu urged Obito to hold on, stating that reinforcements were on their way. Naruto heard every word clearly. He gritted his teeth and smiled, thinking about how inconvenient the situation was. He realized he just had to defeat Obito before they arrived. Obito ordered the Anbu to withdraw, taking the short dagger the messenger carried. The Anbu obeyed without a word. Naruto launched a direct move with Wado Ikemanji, aiming for Obito's center. But once again, his blade passed through the Uchiha as if he were a ghost. The instant his body was penetrated, Obito pivoted and slashed horizontally toward Naruto's neck. The swordsman reacted immediately, jumping back. The cut only grazed his chest, leaving a superficial wound. Obito clicked his tongue in annoyance, noting Naruto's inhuman reaction speed. He was surprised that without a Sharingan, Naruto had managed to evade an attack from that distance. It wasn't just inhuman reflexes, his body matched that reaction with monstrous speed. Obito swallowed hard, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple, realizing that Naruto was a formidable opponent. Naruto narrowed his eyes, analyzing the situation but failing to reach a clear conclusion. He took 3 kunai and threw them with precision. Obito easily dodged them and charged straight at him. As Naruto saw him advance, he threw his chained sword. The Uchiha passed through it effortlessly, closing the distance between them. Naruto thought that a direct impact would be hard to stop, watching as he became exposed to his rival's assault. But instead of attacking head-on, Obito veered to the side and launched a move from a lateral angle. Naruto barely managed to interpose his arms, feeling the dagger pierce both forearms, forcing him to retreat instantly. The false dark-haired boy pulled on the chain, retrieving Wado Ikemanji despite his bleeding wounds. Once at a safe distance, his eyes sharpened with analytical clarity. He wondered why Obito hadn't attacked directly when he had been completely exposed. It seemed the most logical choice. He observed Obito, who was breathing heavily while studying him intently. Then he glanced down at his chain, contemplating his next. Naruto pondered why Obito did not want to attack while intangible. Perhaps it was not that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. He recalled the exact moment Obito had stepped out of the range of his sword to strike. It made sense, he needed confirmation. With a firm grip on Wado Ikemanji, Naruto's gaze was filled with determination. Without hesitation he charged forward, his sword poised like a rapier. Obito, dagger in hand, waited for the perfect moment. As Naruto had predicted, his sword passed through Obito without causing harm. The Uchiha emerged from the side, countering immediately with a downward slash. Naruto jumped back to evade the attack, feeling a slight sting on his forehead as he narrowly avoided a deeper cut. A thin line of blood traced down his face. He realized that if Obito had been able to strike during the instant he had passed through him, he would have landed a lethal blow. It was a risky move, but he had confirmed his theory. Obito Uchiha could be even more dangerous than Minato. On the other side, Obito gasped, sweat pouring down his face. He had not taken a single hit since using the Manjikyu, but the toll was becoming unbearable. Kamui was a devastating technique, yet its cost was monstrous. His eyes burned with intensity. Naruto observed as Obito formed the tiger seal, holding it before him. He felt no chakra or pressure, but his instincts, honed through countless battles and deadly techniques, flared like an alarm. As soon as he noticed a slight distortion in his field of vision, his body reacted instinctively. In less than a second, he leaped with a speed that even an experienced Sharingan user would struggle to follow. Just in time. The spot where his head had been was not destroyed. It had simply vanished. Naruto understood immediately, if he had not moved, his skull would have been erased from existence. For the first time, a nervous grimace, almost a smile, appeared on his face. He swallowed hard, realizing the chilling nature of shinobi techniques. Obito fell to his knees, exhausted. His eyes bled profusely, and his vision was a sea of red. He had exhausted all his strength. His last resort was to eliminate Naruto with Kamui in one swift motion, but that monster had evaded him. He was in checkmate. He tried to rise, but was met with a flurry of cuts across his body and a kunai embedded in his back. Attempting to become intangible, he found that Kamui did not respond. His chakra no longer obeyed him. Naruto appeared at his side, grabbing him by the neck and slamming him against the ground with force. He then kicked him against a railing, followed by seizing his head. With a cruel twist, Naruto dragged Obito to the edge of the structure, holding him like a broken trophy, forcing his body to face Konoha. Below, only a few Chunin remained standing, anxious and trembling. The evacuation had nearly been complete, but what Naruto was about to say did not require a crowd, just a few witnesses. He declared loudly, his voice clear and firm, amplified by the surrounding environment. The Chunin looked up, recognizing an ANBU squad approaching in the distance. It was Hayashi Hyuga, leading the reinforcements. Naruto gestured dismissively, indicating the scene around him, which was horrifying. Lifeless ANBU bodies, Kurinai collapsed, Asuma barely conscious on the ground nearby, the rubble where Menma should have been, and Obito, humiliated in his grasp. He proclaimed that all of this was a direct result of the fourth Hokage's decisions. A brief silence followed, which he shattered with a voice filled with contempt. He questioned the notion of a Hokage who fled the battlefield, who disappeared while his village was under attack. With a twisted smile, he posed the question of whether this was truly the leader they trusted, their so-called hero. He accused the Hokage of failing to guarantee the safety of his home and people, leaving them as mere fodder. He challenged them to consider if this was the Hokage they wanted to follow. No one responded. They could not, for he spoke the truth. Those who listened, though few, had witnessed everything. Doubt began to take root within them. Naruto noticed the reinforcements drawing closer, with Hayashi preparing to leap. He hoped they would finally understand who Minato Namikaze truly was. With a swift motion, he turned Obito's body and hurled him like a ragdoll toward Hayashi, forcing him to halt his charge to catch him. He proclaimed that the truth no one dared to speak was that their fourth Hokage was not a savior, but a coward who manipulated history to cover his mistakes, a man who preferred to hide his sins under the guise of heroism. He raised his voice as if delivering a final judgment, vowing to reveal all the truths, one by one. He then threw a smoke bomb that enveloped the area in a thick, opaque mist. Hayashi landed with Obito's unconscious body in his arms and immediately activated his Byakugan, scanning the area. But it was futile. Naruto had vanished without a trace. When the smoke finally cleared, only the broken bodies of the ANBU, the wounded, the echo of Naruto's words, and a heavy silence remained. In the hearts of those present, doubt had already taken root. Who was Minato Namikaze, really? And worst of all, for the first time, no one had an answer. One of the outer walls had been destroyed, freezing him in place for a moment. All the security seals his home had were breached, and not by just anyone. The chakra pattern and type of ninjutsu revealed the culprit. Tenzo. One of his own. The fourth Hokage gritted his teeth, his breath quickening with a mix of bitterness and betrayal. He stormed into the house, checking every corner with an anxiety that gnawed at his bones. He found no signs of struggle, no blood, no significant destruction. Everything was in its place, which made him tremble. Every room was empty. The guest room was vacant. His children's room was the same. An absolute silence enveloped him until he reached the last door. It was a room that had been abandoned for years. Upon opening it, he was met with a heavy, almost sepulchral silence. But what truly paralyzed him was the scene before him. The back wall was partially destroyed, and in the remnants of the wall, a fresh stain of blood spoke of something that should not have happened. Minato advanced with a furrowed brow, uneasy. He began to search the room with contained desperation, looking for any clue, any trace that could help him find those responsible for the abduction of Kushina and Rin. He opened the cabinets. One by one. They were empty, covered in dust, but in one he found something that made him pause for a moment. Small, childlike drawings, clumsily sketched and taped with yellowing tape. He continued searching, digging his hands through piles of debris, uncovering broken crafts and insignificant memories that time had forgotten. But there was nothing useful. Nothing that offered a hint. Frustrated, he pushed the bed aside with force. Beneath it, hidden among dusty toys he barely remembered, he found something else. Something that left him motionless. A note. Written in what appeared to be blood. The message struck him like a kunai to the heart. His legs trembled. His chest burned as if his soul had been pierced. He fell to his knees with a roar of fury and helplessness, striking the ground with a force that cracked the wood beneath his hands. The echo of the impact resonated throughout the house. But no one came. Because there was no one left. Minato understood everything. He had lost. Not just the battle at the tower, but something much deeper. He had lost Rin. He had lost Kushina. And unknowingly he was losing the village. His trust in Tenzo had been betrayed. His absence allowed that new monster, whom he could not comprehend, to sow chaos and doubt not with words, but with actions. And Minato, the Yellow Flash, had not even been there to stop it. He was still unaware that his once unquestionable figure was wavering among the murmurs of the Chunin and the whispers of the Enbu. He did not know that in the shadows, the image of the hero who had protected and led Konoha to greatness was beginning to crack. But he felt the weight of it all. Because he had lost everything. That day, with no witnesses, no enemies around, no glory or honor. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, fell. And history would mark it as the only day the lightning extinguished. And did not reignite. To be continued. Since he could remember, everyone around him repeated the same unbreakable mantra. Menma was a prodigy. The exemplary son of the fourth Hokage. An unparalleled ninja. A natural talent who would soon surpass even the legendary Minato Namikaze. Perhaps they were right. Menma excelled in every aspect of his training. His physical endurance, speed, chakra control, and precision with the kunai all elevated with the same ease as breathing. But what baffled the high-ranking officials and mentors of Konoha the most was his mind. Cold, calculating, logical. His analyses were sharp, even in real combat and under pressure. Minato himself, always reserved with praise, had once confessed that his son's mind was even sharper than his own at that age. Everyone believed that Menma trained with such rigor because he wanted to reach the top. That he wanted to be Hokage. That he wanted to take over from his father. Or even outshine him. They thought he had a noble yet predictable ambition, to protect the village with a stoic smile and the ideals of an incorruptible shinobi. But that was never the truth. It was never about being Hokage. It was never about Minato. Everything he did, all the effort, all the pain, every single day of training until he nearly collapsed, every mission where he almost lost his life. It was all for Naruto. The brother everyone told him had died. The brother barely mentioned at home, as if remembering him was a wound too painful to bear. But for Menma, that silence was poison. And a promise. From a young age, he knew he could not allow himself to forget. Even if no one spoke of him, even if his parents avoided answering questions, he did not want to erase Naruto from his life. Even if he barely remembered his face, even if his presence was more of an echo than a clear image in his mind, Naruto was a constant. An ache that hurt. An ache that, deep inside, he always refused to accept as final. Everyone thought Menma wanted to protect the village. But no. Menma only wanted to protect one person. His brother. It had always been that way. In his most NTMD fantasies, when he was alone, when the weight of expectation was unbearable, Menma clung to the impossible image of finding him again. Of being with him, even if just for a second. Of protecting him. Of somehow compensating for the fact that he could not do so when it mattered most. Perhaps it was irrational. Perhaps it was childish. Perhaps it was absurd to keep believing that Naruto was still alive when everyone insisted otherwise. But Menma never stopped dreaming of that possibility. No matter how logical his thoughts were, no matter how hard he tried to be a focused ninja. Deep down, he remained that boy who had lost his brother without understanding why, without being able to say goodbye. And then came the revelation. Mito's words shook him. The theory he heard from her lips, the unimaginable idea that Naruto could still be alive, not as a memory but as a tangible threat. As that strange being now terrorizing the village. Left him breathless. At first, he wanted to dismiss it. It couldn't be. It was absurd. But the details fit. The disappearance without a body. His mother's regret. The coldness with which his father avoided speaking of him. The political decisions to declare only him and Mito as their children. Everything. Everything began to swirl in his mind like pieces of a puzzle that, for the first time, started to make sense. And then came this day, the day he finally saw him. During the chaos. During the collapse. During Danzo's assassination. Menma saw him. He was there. He couldn't explain it. But the moment he laid eyes on him, he felt something inside him shatter. It wasn't fear. It wasn't anger. It wasn't even surprise. It was a visceral certainty. His mind told him he didn't know the shadowy figure, with a deep voice and a murderous gaze. But his body reacted before his brain could give an order. His heart raced. His breath quickened. An instinct buried deep within him screamed that yes, he did know him. When he heard his voice, that hoarse, distant tone, his chest trembled. When he confronted him, when he could approach with his clones to observe him better, when he saw his eyes, his posture, even his gestures. Something inside him broke even further. And the final confirmation came in the most unexpected way. In the manner he was defeated. Naruto, that dark being, did not kill him. He struck him. He defeated him easily, with overwhelming strength. But he did not cut him. He did not stab him. He did not treat him like the Anbiu. He did not execute him like Danzo. He brought him down. He neutralized him, but without causing serious harm. As if, deep down, he refused to truly hurt him. As if he remembered. And it was in that moment, as his body was thrown against the rocks, that Menma stopped fighting. Not because he couldn't continue, but because he didn't want to. Because he understood something. Because he accepted what he could no longer deny. Because the brother he had silently mourned his entire life was standing before him. And for that reason he did not return to the fight. While others organized, while reinforcements arrived, while Obito risked his life against that nameless enemy, Menma simply turned around and walked away. He did not flee. He just needed to be alone. His steps led him, almost in a trance, to the southern forest of the village. A place he always returned to, even if he never knew for sure why. But this time was different. This time it was not just an impulse. It was a premonition. One forged from one of the few vivid memories he still held of his brother. That memory was one of the few things he still had. And so, guided by something he could not explain, his steps had brought him back. A solitary, silent corner. Where he used to train when he wanted to escape the noise, when he needed to think. When he missed Naruto the most. And this time, upon arriving, that place was no longer just a location. It was a sanctuary. A breaking point. The only space where he could allow his facade to fall. In a place where he could breathe without the burden of the Namikaze name, where he could tremble without anyone seeing him, Menma sat beside one of the trees. For the first time in years, he allowed himself to release the tears he had held back for so long. It was not out of weakness, but for something much deeper because his brother was alive. However, that fleeting peace did not last long. Menma allowed himself to breathe, to lower his guard, to close his eyes for a moment, and simply exist. He calmed the frantic beats of his heart, and more importantly, he allowed himself to hope. Not because he was certain something would happen, nor because he had a logical reason to do so. He clung to a fragile idea, a thought so delicate that anyone else might dismiss it as an illusion, but for him, it was all he had. He was acutely aware that the situation in the village was reaching a breaking point, that each passing second could mean further deterioration in the relationship between his father and the village. But in that moment, none of that mattered to him. The only thing occupying his mind and soul was that small possibility, that tiny opportunity he felt he could not let slip away. He remained in a secluded corner of the forest, hidden among the shadows of the tall trees, as if waiting for something or someone. Time passed, though he did not keep track of it. He simply knew he had been there long enough to feel impatience dissolve into something deeper, hope. A tense, almost painful hope. And then it happened. Even while hidden, he heard something from above. A shadow descended with precision, silent yet firm. Menma's heart stopped for a moment. He blinked slowly, holding his breath as his entire body reacted as if struck by lightning. It was Naruto. His eyes recognized him before his mind could accept it. Without thinking, he swallowed hard. It was not fear, but something far more overwhelming. The emotional weight of all those years, everything he had buried beneath his training, his missions, his mask of strength. Unsure if his legs would support him, Menma took a step forward. Just one step, but it felt heavier than any battle he had fought. He did not know if he would have another chance like this. He did not know if what he was about to do would make sense. But he could not let it go. Not this time. Not again. With a barely perceptible tremor coursing through him, he took another step and emerged from his hiding place. The sound of a branch snapping was enough to alert Naruto. He turned quickly, immediately going on guard. His eyes, cold and wary, widened slightly as he recognized the approaching figure. For an instant he seemed surprised, but his expression hardened again. It was clear that Naruto was trying to maintain control, even as he feigned indifference. Menma kept his gaze lowered, not responding immediately. Finally, he spoke, his voice carrying a weight of something repressed. He explained that he had been waiting there from the very beginning, not tracking him as Naruto assumed. Naruto narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharpening. Menma then lifted his eyes to meet Naruto's, unwavering and direct. He recalled someone telling him that if everything went wrong, if he was in danger or felt too alone, he should come to this forest. That person had hoped he would come because they trusted he would. The effect of his words was immediate. Naruto's body froze, every attempt at defense or reaction halted. Silence enveloped the area, thick and almost unbearable. For Menma, each passing second felt like an eternity. Finally, Naruto broke the silence, his voice much lower than before, almost inaudible. Menma needed nothing more than that. He stepped forward and then another step. Naruto squinted, his expression still guarded. Menma continued to approach slowly, taking one more step, and then, without warning, he surged forward with emotional urgency, not as an attack but as an embrace. Naruto reacted instinctively, raising his fists and tensing his muscles, preparing for a confrontation that never came. Menma wrapped his arms around Naruto tightly, a gesture so sudden and genuine that Naruto had no time to stop it. Even with his arms raised, he could not defend himself against the emotional impact of the contact. It was a firm embrace, heavy with years of unexpressed feelings, a connection buried under ashes and forgotten by time. Naruto's eyes widened in genuine surprise, his breath catching for a moment. For the first time in a long while, he felt vulnerable. Menma held on, as if his very existence depended on it, hoping to reclaim lost years, repressed pain, and a stolen childhood. Naruto remained still, arms raised, brow furrowed, and eyes wide, unsure of how to respond. Deep within him, despite his attempts to deny it, something in that embrace made him tremble. 6 years had passed since he last experienced such affection. He found himself at a loss, not because his analytical mind could not determine the next logical step, but because he was simply blank. For several moments, the embrace went unanswered, not out of rejection or indifference, but from sheer incapacity to react. Eventually, Menma pulled away and looked directly at Naruto. Naruto observed Menma, meeting his blue eyes, which shone with a light he hadn't seen in years. There was no resentment, no contempt, and no hatred. He detected no hidden intentions, only genuine concern and an indescribable warmth. A second passed, feeling like an eternity to Naruto, before Menma broke the silence with a quiet question about why Naruto had done everything. His tone held no reproach or judgment, just a sincere curiosity. After a moment of silence, Naruto spoke, explaining that everything had started with Minato. He shared the events of the night before his birthday, how his parents treated him, and how Minato had pushed him away. With a mix of contained anger and resignation, he recounted the harsh words his father had spoken the day he was exiled. He described his life in the underworld, the darkness he had to navigate, and the scars Minato had left behind. Naruto was surprised by his own outpouring of words. He had always considered himself someone of few words. But this time, he couldn't hold back. It was as if the words were released on their own, propelled by years of silence and frustration. Menma listened in complete silence, his gaze unwavering. Though Naruto was unaware, Menma understood him, and that made each word hurt even more. Naruto was pouring out his heart, emptying himself before Menma. Eventually, his voice began to fade. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, at least on the outside. Menma immediately recognized that Naruto was alone, always had been, growing up in a hostile environment forced to survive through constant battles. The truth was cruel and painfully sad. Yet despite everything, Naruto believed there were still people in this world who didn't deserve to be hurt, people like Menma and Mito. He paused, struggling to find the words he truly wanted to express, admitting that he still cared for them. Menma lowered his gaze, moved by Naruto's words, but inside, a storm raged. A part of him wanted to fully trust Naruto and embrace his pain, but another part couldn't ignore everything that was happening. After a few seconds of silence, he looked back at Naruto, his expression more pleading than determined, urging him to stop, offering to intercede if necessary, pleading for him to avoid self-destruction. Naruto met his gaze calmly, not responding immediately. He closed his eyes for a moment and then slowly shook his head, stating firmly that there was no turning back. The path had begun the day Minato had cast him into the abyss, and he would drag it to the depths, regardless of whom he had to crush in the process. There was no hatred in his voice, only conviction, a determination that made him seem impenetrable. Menma frowned, his fists trembling as he clenched them. Despite wanting to continue believing in Naruto, a part of him knew that his brother was no longer walking in the light. His duty as a shinobi and his brotherly love clashed within him, tearing him apart. He pleaded desperately, reminding Naruto that he still had Mito and him, but Naruto's decision remained unchanged. He would not waver. Menma took a deep breath and stepped back, his expression darkening as a wavering resolution formed on his face. If that was Naruto's choice, then he had no other option. He swallowed hard, feeling his chakra begin to flow, though his body still trembled. He knew what he had to do, even if he didn't want to. It was his duty. He prepared to capture Naruto, who remained unmoved, observing with a cold calmness that had become part of him. Naruto stated that there was no need to fight, having already defeated Menma once, and reiterated that there were people who didn't deserve to be hurt. He would not fight him again. Menma lowered his head slightly, trying to convince himself of his resolve. He whispered that he had to do this for Konoha, forming hand seals quickly and unleashing a small gust of wind toward his brother. Naruto stood still, not drawing his sword or raising a hand, remaining motionless as the wind struck him, raising a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, he emerged unscathed, his expression unchanged. He acknowledged Menma's attack with sincerity but reiterated that Menma did not deserve to be hurt. Menma felt sweat trickle down his back, his movements clumsy and his mind confused. He questioned why he was fighting. Was it for peace, for Konoha, for Naruto, or because he couldn't accept his brother's chosen path? It was ironic that the one who wanted to avoid a fight was the one who had started it. Finally, he resigned himself to the truth. Words no longer mattered. If Naruto wanted to continue, he would have to defeat him. Naruto regarded him in silence, narrowing his eyes as he tightened his grip on his sword. Menma realized that Naruto was more stubborn than he remembered and understood that he had to end this quickly. Without another word, Naruto stepped into the forest, disappearing among the trees. Menma swallowed hard, questioning when he had started allowing the enemy to make the first move, feeling the tremor in his hands and the tension in his stance. His determination wavered, but he steeled himself, knowing he had to give it his all. There was no other way to win. He closed his eyes tightly, and his chakra erupted. A crimson wave surged from his body, like a living flame, as 3 tails of chakra emerged behind him, thrashing with contained fury his maximum power. Without wasting time, Menma expanded an invisible layer of chakra around him. Even if he couldn't see Naruto, he murmured to himself. His chakra moved like an amoeba, covering a radius of 45 meters. He couldn't detect Naruto in the conventional sense, but if his presence touched that field, he would feel it as a stain on his energy canvas. And then he felt it: Naruto moving swiftly through the clearing, invisible to the eye but betrayed by the chakra layers surrounding the area. Naruto repeated his usual style: speed, stealth, and attacking from a blind spot. He had done it 1,000 times and would do it once more. Menma waited, and as soon as he sensed the interruption in his field, he turned instinctively. Naruto emerged from the side, swift as a shadow, heading straight for Menma's blind spot. His sword remained sheathed, indicating he did not intend to kill or even injure. The force of his movement was lethal. In an instant, Menma reacted. He turned sharply, triggered by the detected touch. With a desperate yet precise motion, he reached out, grasped Naruto by the head, and, with a contained scream in his throat, slammed him to the ground. Naruto's body bounced once, twice, before crashing against one of the trunks in the clearing. The impact was dry and forceful. Silence. Menma watched him on the ground. Naruto lay still, looking up with an empty expression. Unmoved. Emotionless. Menma began to walk toward him. With each step, his vision blurred a little more, not from exhaustion, but from the tears beginning to fill his eyes. He whispered, questioning why this was happening. Tears rolled down his face as he approached. In that moment, despite the darkness in Naruto's gaze, Menma could not help but see the same child he had grown up with, the younger brother he had always protected. Naruto remained silent. Menma insisted, closing the distance, demanding answers. But Naruto said nothing, only continued to watch him. Menma's voice grew increasingly desperate as he questioned why Naruto was not fighting back, why he simply accepted this fate. Finally, he stopped just a few meters away. His fists clenched, trembling. Although he could not sense Naruto's chakra, he could clearly perceive what was no longer there. There was no hostility, no desire to continue fighting. Naruto had surrendered to the idea of battling him. Menma cried out in frustration, dropping to his knees and striking the ground with both hands, causing the earth to crack beneath him. He murmured softly, overwhelmed with emotion, expressing that he could not capture Naruto. The chakra of the 9 tails had vanished from Naruto's body. He lamented that Naruto was his little brother, that he had searched for him for years, waking up each day wishing to see him, to apologize. Now that he was here, the last thing he wanted was to lose him again. His voice broke completely, not from physical weakness, but from the weight of the truth. Naruto remained still for a moment longer before finally reaching for the hilt of Wado Ikemanji. With a slow, almost respectful movement, he stood up. His gaze, though still cold, seemed to hold a dim spark of sadness. He expressed his sorrow to Menma, stating that he could not be who Menma expected him to be or act as he wished. He had chosen a path and was determined not to abandon it. A knot formed in his throat, a forgotten pressure weighing on his chest. Yet, he walked away, turning his back on Menma and silently disappearing among the trees. Just before vanishing completely, he paused, glancing back at his brother, who remained kneeling without lifting his gaze. He stated a time and place for their next meeting, devoid of any apparent emotion, before fading into the forest. Menma remained in the center of the clearing, kneeling and shattered inside. The conflict tearing him apart between his duty as a shinobi and his love as a brother finally resolved, not through battle, but through a silent decision. Though the world would never know, that day Menma became the only person who, without truly fighting, had defeated Naruto. At the same time, he was the only one who never had a real chance to do so. Time passed in silence. Ensuring he was not followed, Naruto left the forest and entered the underground base of Root. He moved slowly through the dark corridors until he reached Danzo's office, where Danzo was reviewing a stack of documents on his desk, as usual. Naruto asked about the outcome, his voice neutral and cutting, lacking any courtesy. Danzo responded that it had gone perfectly, even better than anticipated. He explained how Naruto's words, combined with the total humiliation suffered by the Konoha shinobi and Minato's strategic retreat, had sown chaos among their ranks. Danzo smiled with satisfaction, noting that he now operated under the radar. Thanks to Naruto's precision in eliminating only key targets, it was nearly impossible to cancel the Chunin exams. Minato needed to maintain an image of strength before other nations and could not afford to appear weak. Naruto nodded in silence, acknowledging Danzo's foresight with a hint of distrust. Danzo observed him closely, noticing a strange glimmer in his eyes and questioning if something had happened. Naruto narrowed his eyes defiantly, dismissing the inquiry. He declared that his only purpose in life was to destroy Minato. Danzo remained silent for a moment before affirming that Naruto was Root's most valuable weapon. As long as he kept his objective in sight, there would be no issues. Naruto frowned slightly, urging Danzo to get to the point about the third phase of the plan. Danzo began detailing the final part of his scheme to overthrow Minato. Naruto listened attentively, processing each word with cold calculation, analyzing the steps he would need to follow. When Danzo finished, silence filled the room once more. Danzo asked if Naruto understood what he needed to do. Naruto confirmed he would infiltrate the Chunin exams, finding it tedious but manageable. Danzo instructed him to begin preparations, stating that he would need to change his appearance. After today's events, he would be recognized anywhere in the shinobi world. At the end of the corridor, Danzo presented Naruto with a new outfit, a loose black coat with golden buttons, matching pants, and a bandana with an unfamiliar symbol, along with a sealed paper marked with kanji, except for one that read, white. Danzo instructed him to wear this and mentioned changes to his hair and eyes. From now on, he would not use his current appearance or Wado Ikemanji until the finals. Naruto narrowed his eyes, questioning if Danzo expected him to fight without his sword against shinobi. Danzo dismissed his concerns, explaining that he would be facing children who would not pose a threat. He reassured Naruto that an ANBU would have his sword in the spectator area. With a sigh, Naruto resigned himself to the plan and asked when they would begin. Danzo replied that today was not sensible, as he still needed to position his puppet within the exam council. He stated they would start the transformation tomorrow, leaving Naruto free until then. Naruto nodded and turned to delve deeper into the base, while Danzo watched him depart with an emotionless gaze. Naruto Namikaze was the perfect weapon. But once you fulfill your purpose, there will be no place for you in the ideal Konoha I am building, Danzo thought silently. Unaware of each other's thoughts, both sealed their inevitable fate in silence. Naruto, with a chilling calm, reflected on how this old man was no different from Minato. When he was done with him, Danzo would be next on his list. Thus concluded their meeting, with both men convinced that the other would not fit into their vision of the future. The night progressed slowly, bathing the forest in an almost sacred silence. The moon hung high, like an all-seeing eye, illuminating the clearing between the trees with its soft silver glow. Perched on one of the highest branches, Naruto sat upright, his gaze fixed on the sky. The black contact lenses no longer concealed the color of his eyes, which now shone with an intense blue, filled with contained emotions. He did not breathe deeply. He rarely blinked. He simply observed, motionless. He was waiting. As he did, his mind, almost against his will, began to unearth memories he thought he had buried. The arrival of Menma had stirred a past he preferred to ignore. His life in the Namikaze household was not a constant nightmare, nor was it entirely unhappy. His siblings were present, and although his mother never intervened when Minato cast him aside, there were moments when she was there for him. When fear kept him awake, curled under the sheets without understanding why, he would hear soft footsteps approaching down the hallway. The door would creak open slightly, and Kushina would enter silently, without saying a word. She would sit beside him, ruffle his hair with a warm hand, and stay there until he closed his eyes. They did not speak much, but she would not leave until the tremor in his chest faded. It was a confusing relationship, but at least in his memory he did not feel that she denied his existence as Minato did, who not only despised him in that moment but also uttered words that hurt him for a long time. He lowered his gaze to his left hand, which trembled. He frowned and gripped it tightly with his right hand until the shaking stopped. He reminded himself that he could not afford to doubt. Both Kushina and Minato were responsible for what they had done to him. Yet, his eyes wavered for a moment. Although the punishment Kushina deserved was not death, he stopped there, unwilling to follow that line of thought. Because at that moment, just then, what he had been waiting for finally happened. A faint whisper among the leaves indicated that he was not alone. His ear, trained to an inhuman degree, picked up the vibrations of the ground, the rustle of the grass. Soft footsteps, one lighter than the other. He looked down. Below him, moving through the clearing, he saw Menma. And beside him, Mito. Naruto did not hesitate. He stood up without a word, and in a single motion, with the moon at his back casting his figure onto the ground like a specter fallen from the sky, he descended. His feet touched the earth firmly and he straightened, watching them from below. First he saw Menma. He recognized him immediately, but this time he noticed something different. Although his posture seemed tense, his eyes. They shone in a way that suggested something within him had finally found peace. Naruto said nothing, he simply looked on. And then he saw her. Mito. The change in his expression was barely perceptible. Her eyes, though blue and cold by reflection, wavered for an instant. It was as if something deep within him, something that refused to be extinguished, had awakened at the mere sight of her. Mito's eyes locked onto his. They were violet, like their mother's, but purer, more vibrant. Or they had been. Now they were wet, crystalline, filled with a sadness so profound that even the hardest heart would crack at the sight. Her lips trembled, and her chin quivered in an effort to hold herself together. But her strength was not enough. Naruto took a step, barely moving. He began to say something, but he could not finish. Mito called out to him, rushing into his embrace. Naruto did not react. His body, trained for battle, did not move. His reflexes did not kick in. He simply allowed her to hug him, feeling, for the second time in a short while, the warmth of someone who truly loved him. Mito trembled, not from cold or fear, but from the release of emotions she had accumulated for so long. She cried out against his chest, her voice breaking as she expressed her feelings. She had missed him every day, waiting for him to return, and now she was overwhelmed. Naruto, forged in abandonment and hardened by betrayal, felt something he could not control. His body relaxed. He wrapped his arms around her slowly. At first, it seemed like an uncertain gesture, but it soon transformed into something more solid. He did not know how to comfort her, but he tried. He understood that he was not to blame, he was clear on that. But in that moment, the last thing he wanted was to justify himself. He just wanted his sister to calm down. He softly urged her not to cry, his voice the gentlest it had been in years. Mito clung to him as if letting go would make him disappear. She had waited for him, hoping every time she heard footsteps at home that it would be him. She had known he was alive, despite what their parents had said, and she continued to wait because she could not let him go. Naruto closed his eyes and apologized, not to justify himself or alleviate his guilt, but because it was the only thing he could say. He meant it this time. Mito's hand struck his chest, weakly, not in anger, but in pain and need, until she could do no more. She collapsed against him and cried without restraint. And Naruto, still unsure of how to act, did not let her go. He would not. Meanwhile, a few steps away, Menma watched in silence. He said nothing, did not interrupt, did not move. But his presence was solid and warm. His expression was bathed in serene calm, as if witnessing something he had longed for so much that he no longer believed it was possible. Seeing his two siblings together, interacting, speaking, and crying, was enough for him. He had witnessed the pain of both. Naruto had lived alongside Mito, who was more aware than anyone of how emotional his sister truly was. It was a part of her that she forced herself to suppress in order to remain strong as the heir of the Uzumaki clan. Therefore, he felt happiness that his sister could finally release all that she had held inside. He was also glad that his brother, while not having taken the best path, had at least not lost his humanity and continued to keep his emotions close to his heart. Time passed, though they could not tell how much. Mito began to calm down gradually. Her sobs became less intense, and her body trembled less. She remained embraced by Naruto, her eyes red and cheeks wet, but her breathing was now more steady. She murmured a request, not letting go of him, asking him to promise he wouldn't leave again. Naruto didn't respond immediately, expressing that he couldn't promise the impossible. However, he quickly added that this time he wouldn't let anyone separate them without fighting until the end. At that, she nodded, closing her eyes and resting her forehead against his chest. The trembling had ceased. The pain remained, but the storm within her had calmed. Menma then sat up, letting out a quiet, peaceful laugh. After so long, their true family was finally coming back together, not with grand words or empty promises, but with an unbreakable bond forged in the fire of their brotherhood. As time passed, minutes turned into hours while Naruto, despite not being particularly talkative, shared his life with his siblings. He spoke openly, without filters or reservations, as if confidentiality was a joke. He revealed everything: his alliance with Root, how he operated under Danzo's orders, his detailed plan, and the revelation that he was still alive. He asked them to keep this information to themselves because he had his own plans for Danzo, and it wasn't the right time to intervene. Mito, though still upset, no more than upset, disgusted and hurt, struggled with the weight of Naruto having killed their master Kakashi and their friend Hinata. Yet, even with that burden, a small part of her, minimal, imperceptible even to herself, chose to ignore it. Not because she justified his actions, but because the genuine happiness of having regained what had been unjustly taken from her by their father was stronger than her hatred. Menma and Mito knew that remaining silent and standing by his side was a decision that deserved punishment. It wasn't right. It wasn't fair. But they no longer cared. The person who truly mattered to them was there, alive before them after all that time. The moon descended slowly, bathing the area in a soft, cool light. Naruto observed it for a moment, instinctively calculating that it was around 5 in the morning. He had spent the entire night there, but he couldn't stay any longer. He suddenly declared that he would participate in the Chunin exams. Mito frowned, clearly confused, stating that he wasn't a shinobi. Naruto explained that it was another of the old man's schemes, and he would use a new identity and a different appearance. To complete the plan, he needed to reach the final phase of the exams. Menma, thoughtful, placed a hand on his chin, realizing that the final phase was when all of Konoha would be gathered. He expressed surprise at Naruto exposing himself in such a public manner. Naruto assured them that it wasn't as complicated as it seemed, but when everything was about to begin, he would need their help to execute his own plan. The proposal surprised them but also ignited a spark in their eyes. They both responded in unison, offering their support without hesitation. Naruto nodded, grateful. However, noticing that his siblings continued to watch him in silence, he tilted his head, feeling a bit puzzled. Mito raised her hand and pointed directly at his face, stating that he was smiling. It was true. Throughout the night, Naruto had been calm and composed, but not smiling. This was the first time they had seen him genuinely happy. Naruto didn't respond. Instead, he turned away, giving them his back. He said they would see each other soon and that this would be their meeting point before disappearing into the shadows without looking back. The echo of his words faded among the trees but lingered in Naruto's mind as a persistent whisper. As he moved deeper into the forest, his steps were silent, but his mind was restless, caught in a constant conflict. He thought about how this meeting had excited him more than he would like to admit. He paused for a moment as if responding to an invisible weight, pressing a hand against his chest. He reminded himself that he couldn't afford to doubt not now. He had chosen a path of blood and death, and though he loved his siblings, he couldn't be with them until he finished what he had started. The whisper of the wind was the only sound left behind as he ventured further into the darkness of the forest. With each step, his figure blurred among the shadows, as if the very environment understood that there was no longer room for affection on his path. The night came to an end, and so did the reunion. Although Naruto would never admit it aloud, not even to himself, that conversation and connection had been exactly what he needed, a breath amidst a silent war. Now, with his heart calmed and renewed determination, he plunged headlong into his destiny, not as someone fleeing from the past, but as one who accepted his burden and continued to walk forward. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Just a day before the start of the Chunin exams, Kushina Uzumaki was found. She lay unconscious in the middle of a forest, showing clear signs of having been held captive. There were no visible injuries, but the marks on her wrists and legs spoke volumes. The ANBU who discovered her acted immediately, transporting her to the hospital without losing a moment. Kushina did not awaken. Minato arrived as soon as he was informed, rushing through the hospital corridors with anxiety etched on his face. Upon seeing Tsunade, he wasted no time in asking what had happened and if she was okay. Tsunade shook her head, though her expression was not alarming. She informed him that physically, Kushina was stable, with no serious injuries, only extreme fatigue. It was likely that she hadn't slept or eaten in days. However, being an Uzumaki, her resilience was incredible, and she was not in danger. This eased Minato's agitated heart somewhat. Yet, her tone grew serious as she added that she had found something strange. A note was pulled from a pocket and handed over. It had been discovered while checking vital signs. Minato took it carefully, unfolding it and reading each word silently. His expression shifted immediately, his brow furrowing and jaw tightening. He gripped the paper tightly, crumpling it in his hands. The note warned that if Obito Uchiha refused to train Team 7, if the Chunin exams were cancelled, or if he participated in any fight during the finals, Rin Noara would never see the light of day again. Minato lowered his gaze, speechless for a few seconds as he processed each line, each threat. He murmured to himself that someone was clearly planning something for the finals. The arrogance of announcing an attack was astounding. Clenching his fists, his breathing grew heavier. He knew he had to act quickly. He needed to warn Obito immediately. If the boy found out through another means, or worse, too late, he would lose control completely. The most urgent task was to ensure Rin's safety and keep Obito calm, even if only temporarily. Losing one of Konoha's strongest shinobi would be a tragedy, but if Rin died, Minato couldn't predict what would happen to Obito. Minato had no idea who was behind the note or what kind of enemy he faced. However, if they were challenging him so directly, he had to respond with strategy, anticipation, and strength. If they planned to attack during the exams, he would prepare to confront them on their own ground. He couldn't predict exactly what would happen that day, but one thing was clear, everything was about to converge. The Chunin exams would no longer be a simple test for rank advancement, they would become the battlefield of a silent war that was finally about to erupt. The Chunin exams had finally begun. In Building 301 of the Academy, the genin who had passed the preliminary phase waited in silence for the next test to start. The room was filled with young ninjas from various villages, some with fierce looks, others serene and almost absent, but all alert. Among the favorites was Team 7, led by Minato Namikaze, the daughter of the 4th Hokage, whose mere presence commanded respect. To her right was Sasuke Uchiha, his expression harder than usual, since Itachi's death, something within him had shattered. The warmth that once filled his eyes was now clouded by a desire for revenge. Completing the team was Sakura Haruno, who, while not standing out among the most notable, fulfilled her role quietly. In a more discreet corner, the Ino Shikicho team remained calm, almost indifferent to the charged atmosphere around them. It was not disinterest but self-control. Nearby, the improvised Team 10, now made up of Shino Aburame, Kiba Inazuka, and Niji Hyuga, maintained a similar posture. Niji had been urgently incorporated after the sudden dissolution of Team 9, a result of a tragic event that still left some groups in disbelief, the quiet death of Madogai. The news had taken everyone by surprise. Madogai was one of the highest-level shinobi in the village, yet he had been found dead, apparently without having had a chance to defend himself. The information was scarce and confusing, only adding to the tension. Minato, upon learning of this, was just as shocked as everyone else. But beyond the shock, something gnawed at him. He didn't understand what was happening. The lack of control over the situation frustrated him more than he could admit. Initially, the village assumed Guy was on a long-term mission. His absence did not raise immediate suspicion. However, as time passed and his team began to worry, everything changed. It was then that Tenten and Niji discovered his body. Both were in shock, but it was Lee who suffered the most. His face reflected horror and an undeniable sadness. No words were needed, just seeing him made it clear that something inside him had broken. After communicating the tragedy, the Hokage had no choice but to intervene. Although he promised to investigate thoroughly to find the responsible party, he had no leads or clear direction. Meanwhile, to avoid a greater political scandal from the Hyuga clan, Minato was forced to relocate Niji as soon as possible. This was not an emotional decision but a strategic one. Internal tension threatened to become a real problem, and the Hokage needed to maneuver carefully. Thus, without applause or recognition, Team 9 was disbanded. In its place, Niji took on a new role, one that no one expected and one he was still coming to terms with. On the other hand, the Desert Brothers Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro represented the Kazaki. Everyone knew that wherever they were, danger would follow. Then there was the group from Kusagakure, a peculiar trio consisting of a pale young man with dark hair and an expressionless face, Sai, a boy with silver hair, round glasses, and a calculated smile, Kabuto Yakushi, and finally, a third member who stood out even without trying. Tall, dressed in a loose black coat adorned with golden buttons, dark pants, and matching boots, his white hair shone under the dim light of the classroom, and his deep, serene blue eyes drew attention effortlessly. The young man thought to himself that the outfit was a bit uncomfortable, but he could manage. He reminded himself of his mission name, Toji Fushiguro. With all participants present, the first phase of the exam began. Thanks to Danzo, Naruto was already familiar with every step of the process. He didn't need to stand out, just wait. If he could steal information somehow, great. If not, he only needed to remain in place until the end. He did just that, writing his name and watching as one by one the genin were eliminated until only a few teams remained. After that, following a peculiar interruption, the teams that passed were called for the second test, the dreaded Forest of Death. There, the real challenges would begin. After a brief explanation, the second phase of the Chunin exams began. Each team had to reach the central tower of the Forest of Death with 2 scrolls, one from heaven and the other from earth. Anko Mitarashi handed a scroll to each team, informing them that to obtain the second scroll, they would need to take it from another group, a condition designed to drastically reduce the number of participants. Once the assigned doors opened, each squad ventured into the forest. The Kusagakure team, consisting of Sai, Kabuto, and Naruto under his false identity of Toji Fushiguro, regrouped quietly after moving away from their initial entrance. Sai asked how they would proceed once they were hidden among the foliage. Naruto immediately noticed the detail that the old man hadn't even told them his real name. He responded calmly, explaining that the exams were merely a tool within Danzo's plan. This meant that unless the opposing team consisted of politically irrelevant shinobi, they would have to let them pass. Naruto spoke with his true voice, one that rarely surfaced, calm, serene, very different from the tone he used when he had to embody the assassin, rough, mocking, filled with cynicism. That voice was left behind now. Here, there was no mask, just him, under another guise. Kabuto nodded slightly, asking if Naruto wanted to monitor a particular team or head straight to the tower. Naruto thought for a moment before deciding that if a team could not pass this test on their own, they did not deserve to be considered. They would identify an irrelevant team, take their scroll, and move forward. Kabuto agreed, smiling slightly, and declared that he would handle the technical aspects since he knew Naruto was not entirely familiar with the shinobi system. With that last exchange, the Kusagakure group entered the depths of the Forest of Death without hesitation. They moved with surgical efficiency, separating and dispersing in different directions to cover more ground in search of a weak team from which they could take the necessary scroll. The priority was not combat but to achieve their objective quickly and quietly. Kabuto was the first to find a trio from Amigakure who, although aggressive, lacked coordination. He neutralized them without causing serious harm and checked their scroll. It was one from Earth, the same as the one they already possessed. Useless. Without bothering to continue attacking, he left them unconscious and sought new targets. Sai, from his aerial position thanks to his ink techniques, explored a wide area of the forest. However, he found no clear signs of other teams on the move. It seemed that most were hiding, fearing ambushes. Naruto, on the other hand, had better luck. As he moved through the underbrush with unwavering calm, he stopped upon sensing a presence in front of him. A few meters away, in a clearing, 3 recognizable figures watched him intently. Their clothing, insignias, and demeanor gave them away instantly. He recognized them as ninjas from Sunagakure. Without adopting a combat stance, he kept his hands inside his coat, his white hair swaying in the breeze, unconcerned by the tension in the air. He noted that they would be useful and asked what scroll they had. Leading the group was Gaara, expressionless, with his cold eyes fixed on Naruto. Flanking him were Temari, with her fan in a combat position, and Kankuro, already preparing to deploy his puppet. Kankuro challenged Naruto, insisting that he should reveal what scroll he had. Naruto allowed a slight smile to form, which gradually turned cynical as he revealed the scroll with indifference, stating it was from Earth. Temari immediately recognized it as the one they needed, prompting Gaara to nod slowly and declare that he would handle the situation. Without further warning, a wave of sand surged from the ground, shooting toward Naruto with the intent to trap him. But when the sand struck the space where he had been, he was already gone. Naruto's voice, carefree, echoed from a nearby branch, questioning if Gaara had anything more interesting. Gaara turned his head, a serious expression crossing his face, feeling a slight knot in his stomach as he realized he had not seen Naruto move. Naruto lowered his arms, revealing a barely perceptible movement. From the left sleeve of his coat, a metal chain emerged, vibrating softly as if responding to his will. He announced that this would be quick, and indeed it was. In the blink of an eye, Naruto vanished from the branch and reappeared in front of Gaara, launching his chain with force. To Gaara's surprise and confusion, it struck him squarely in the chest, sending him crashing against a nearby tree with a loud crack that echoed through the clearing. Temari reacted quickly, using her fan to create cutting gusts of wind, but Naruto was already in front of her. 2 precise strikes stunned her, followed by a direct kick to the abdomen that sent her flying through the air, crashing into several trees before hitting the ground hard, leaving her unconscious. Kankuro attempted to deploy his puppet, but before he could finish the seal, Naruto's chain wrapped around his torso. He had no time to scream as the grip lifted him off the ground and slammed him back against the earth several meters away, knocking the breath out of him. All of this happened in mere seconds. Gaara had not yet recovered from the initial impact when the sand from his gourd erupted on its own, rising like a furious beast. It formed a compact wave, uprooting trees, dirt, and roots alike. The ground trembled. Naruto did not stop. He jumped between the still-standing trunks, skillfully dodging each sand assault as he moved steadily toward the center of the attack. Each step brought him closer to Gaara, who watched in disbelief. His technique was supposed to immobilize and consume, yet this individual challenged it head-on. The chain emerged once more, vibrating with energy, and this time it aimed to envelop Gaara entirely. Gaara reacted just in time, encasing himself within a hardened dome of sand that erupted from his body like armor. The dome was thick, nearly impenetrable to any foe. But Naruto did not stop. He clenched his fist, and the chain tightened with a metallic hum before closing around the sphere. There was a sharp crack as the pressure pierced through the protection without hesitation, trapping Gaara inside. The redhead attempted to hold back the chain with his sand, but it was futile. Nothing could stop him from being pulled from his defense, dragged as if he were weightless. And then came the blow. Naruto appeared before him and delivered a clean punch to his face. The impact sent him crashing backward, making him fall heavily. His body rolled on the ground, and the pumpkin he had been carrying on his back split in two. The Jinchuriki tried to get up, dazed, but he couldn't manage it. Naruto positioned himself over him, firmly placing a boot on his chest. Gaara whispered, trembling for the first time, questioning why his sand defense did not react. Naruto responded without emotion, suggesting it was Gaara's first encounter with someone stronger. Perhaps this was the reality check he needed. Without further words, he bent down, took the scroll hanging from Gaara's belt, and inspected it. It was the one they needed. He stored it away without haste and looked back at the defeated boy. He advised Gaara to recover if he could, as he still had a chance to reach the final tournament if he survived this blow to his ego. With a neutral tone, he delivered one more kick, not lethal but strong enough to drag him along the ground. Naruto turned and began to walk away, but Gaara's raspy voice stopped him. He called out, demanding to know who Naruto was. Naruto paused, turning slightly to meet Gaara's gaze. He introduced himself as Toji Fushiguro, urging Gaara to remember the name and to ensure he advanced if he wanted another chance to face him. With those words, Naruto continued on his way without looking back. He had taken the scroll, defeated one of the strongest teams, and done so in less than 5 minutes. He thought it impractical to walk around with a chain strapped to his forearm and considered getting a better weapon. He resolved to solve that problem once he was done with the forest. Naruto quickly sought the agreed meeting point with his team. The forest was enveloped in thick silence until Kabuto emerged calmly from the underbrush, followed moments later by Sai, who descended with his usual calculated precision. The three exchanged silent glances, assessing one another before sharing the information they had gathered. Kabuto spoke first, revealing he had obtained 2 scrolls from the land. Sai had only one of the same type. While the result was not ideal, it was not bad either. Then Naruto revealed the scroll he had acquired from the sky, doing so without unnecessary drama but with the confidence of someone who knew he had landed a crucial blow. This gesture was enough for the 3 to understand there was no time to waste. They had what they needed to head to the central tower. The journey to the tower went smoothly. Some genin attempted to ambush them along the way, hoping to steal the necessary scrolls in the final stretch. Naruto neutralized them with swift efficiency, not needing to break stride. They left no trace behind, only the echo of a crushing defeat. Upon arriving at the tower, the reaction of the examiners was revealing. No one expected a team to complete the second test in such a short time. Their early arrival sparked discreet but constant comments. For the evaluators, the Kusagakure group had just climbed several rungs on the list of potential finalists. Thanks to the insider information Kabuto had from Danzo, they knew how to navigate once inside the tower. They found a secluded space and decided to wait there for the remaining 5 days. During this time, they kept silent, avoiding unnecessary attention. Each dedicated the hours in their own way, preparing their minds and bodies for what was to come. Once the time was up, all the teams that had passed the second test were summoned to an underground chamber. Naruto walked through the stone corridors with his teammates, and upon reaching the main hall, his eyes quickly scanned the faces present. He immediately recognized his sister's team, as well as Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji's group. He also spotted Team 8, with Niji among them, and the trio from Suna led by Gaara. In total, 9 ninjas from Konoha had passed the test, while 6 were foreigners. The high number of participants necessitated a decision. The 4th Hokage himself appeared before everyone to explain that a preliminary round would take place. The intention was clear, to reduce the number of aspirants before moving on to the next phase. After a series of instructions, rules, and basic explanations, the matches began. Hey-8 Gecko descended to the center of the underground arena. His presence, though understated, captured attention. Without delay, he activated the random selection panel. The names began to spin, and after a few seconds of tension, they stopped on 2, Toji Fushiguro versus Temari of the Desert. Naruto raised an eyebrow upon hearing the name of his opponent. Temari looked at him with a mix of annoyance and discomfort. Although she tried to maintain a neutral expression, her body showed signs of tension. Both descended into the arena. As they positioned themselves, Naruto avoided looking directly at her. His focus was on something more important. He needed to improvise his movements and avoid any recognizable patterns. Minato, from his position as Hokage, watched closely, unaware of who this supposed ninja from Kusagakure truly was. Temari was the first to act. She jumped back, unfurling her fan with determination. She declared that the first time he had caught her by surprise, but it would not happen again, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that stirred dust and reverberated in the air. Naruto barely flinched. His left hand descended calmly, revealing a metal chain that slid down to just above the ground. He thought to himself that she was trying to keep him at a distance to negate the chains, a logical strategy, but not a problem. He began to rotate his left arm, causing the chain to spin forcefully, creating a helicopter-like effect. To disguise the technique, he formed a seal with his right hand, performing the ninja art of the metal spiral. He spoke the name of the technique aloud, intending to appear natural and avoid suspicion about his true abilities. Without hesitation, he charged straight into the windstorm. The murmurs from the audience began. Was this ninja from Kusagakure reckless? Was he going to confront a wind technique without any protection? The disbelief turned into astonishment as Naruto broke through the gust, using the spin of his chain to dissipate the wind's force. He advanced fearlessly. Temari scowled, jumping back to gain more space. But while in the air, her gaze instinctively dropped, and there she saw it. Naruto's right arm hung down. Alarmed, Temari thought there was another chain. An instant later, the second chain shot out. The impact was direct. The tip of the weapon struck his abdomen with force, knocking the breath out of him. His body was thrown back like a rag doll, crashing against the wall with a dull thud. The battle had ended in less than a minute. Naruto remained still for a few seconds. Hey-8 looked at Temari and, seeing that she did not get up, walked to the center of the arena. He announced firmly that the winner of the first round was Toji Fushiguro from the Kusagakure team. Temari felt frustrated. She had been unable to do anything against that boy. Not only was he strong, but he had also surprised her in just a few moves. From the beginning, she had known she had no chance of winning the fight after hearing about his victory over Gaara, but she cursed herself for appearing so weak. After the announcement of his victory, Naruto slowly lowered his gaze, retracting both chains to hide them back in his sleeves. He then turned and returned to the participants' area without looking at his opponent even once. The silence was palpable as he approached his team. The genin looked at him in confusion. Some murmured among themselves, while others avoided making eye contact. Naruto noticed this. When he reached Kabuto and Sai, he barely turned his head. His cold, calculating blue eyes scanned each person present, as if evaluating their worth without needing words. He said nothing, it wasn't necessary. The weight of his gaze was enough to impose silence. Some looked down without realizing it, while others simply avoided holding his gaze for more than a second. Only one person remained unaffected by that pressure. Mito, far from being intimidated, wore a faint smile, almost imperceptible to anyone else. Inside, the doubt she had harbored since the Chunin exams began finally dissipated. There was no room for error. That boy named Toji Fushiguro was her brother. Naruto let out a quiet sigh, crossed his arms, and leaned against the wall. He thought about how he would now have to wait for these fights to finish, keeping his focus entirely on what was to come. The subsequent battles unfolded quickly, each adding its own rhythm and outcome to the examination. The second match was between Kiba Inuzuka and Ino Yamanaka. From the start, the difference between them became evident. Ino tried to establish a strategy from a distance but was unable to maintain it. Kiba, with his straightforward taijutsu style and the help of Akamaru, easily overwhelmed her. Ino never managed to execute her mind-switching jutsu. The constant pressure from her opponent, combined with the speed of his attacks, eliminated any chance of reaction. The fight was brief. Ino was knocked down with force, and Hayate promptly declared it over. Kiba was the undisputed victor. The third match featured Shino Aburame against Chuji Akimichi. Although Chuji possessed considerable offensive power, his emotional state worked against him. The fact that he had to fight a teammate from his own village affected him more than he expected. After using his expansion jutsu, he became vulnerable for a moment. That moment was enough for Shino's insects to surround him completely. Feeling trapped and unable to counterattack without seriously harming his opponent, Chuji chose to surrender. The fight, which had promised more, was resolved in just over a minute. The next match was between Sai and Sakura Haruno. Before it began, Sai cast a brief glance at Naruto, who responded with a slight nod. That silent approval was sufficient. When the match started, Sakura tried to keep her distance, throwing calculated strikes and advancing cautiously. However, Sai's style based on ink creations and calculated movements completely surpassed her. Although Sakura displayed an acceptable level of skill, she could not keep up. The ink creatures pressured her from multiple angles until she was forced to surrender. Sai was declared the winner without receiving a single blow. The fifth match brought an unexpected confrontation, Kabuto Yakushi against Gaara of the Desert. From the beginning, Kabuto understood that his role was not to stand out but to ensure that Gaara moved on to the next round. He simulated a genuine fight, launching moderate attacks and maintaining defense without using his true potential. Gaara, on the other hand, did not need to exert himself. His sand defended itself and responded to any offensive attempts from Kabuto. After several minutes of failing to land a hit, Kabuto voluntarily surrendered, claiming he could not surpass Gaara. As Gaara walked toward the participants' area, he cast a tense glance at Naruto, who returned the look without any expression. Despite his impassive face, frustration stirred within Gaara. He vividly remembered how that ninja from Kusagakure had defeated him with insulting ease. It was a defeat he could not ignore. Even he, raised to suppress his emotions, could not overlook the humiliation. In silence, he made a promise. He would not lose to anyone else until he could face Toji Fushiguro again. And defeat him. Only 3 participants remained to compete, meaning one of them would secure an automatic pass to the final round. The selection panel activated, and after a few seconds, the names appeared. Minato Namikaze and Shikamaru Nara would fight. Consequently, Sasuke Uchiha was assigned directly to the final without needing to fight. As Shikamaru descended to the arena, he did not hide his discomfort. He did not like the idea of facing a girl, especially one younger than him, but he understood it was part of the exam. He took a deep breath, positioned himself, and made the rat seal, preparing his shadow possession technique. Mito watched him attentively. She knew that underestimating him would be a grave mistake. She reflected that Shikamaru might not be the strongest in direct combat, But his strategies could become a real problem if she gave him time to think. Determined, she quickly opened a scroll. As she channeled her chakra through the scroll, a massive amount of water began to surge forth. The pressure of the water was such that it quickly covered the battlefield, advancing toward Shikamaru like an unstoppable torrent. He had to move immediately to avoid being caught by the liquid mass. Mito thought that she could not allow him to formulate a complete strategy. If she kept him in constant motion, he would have no room to calculate anything. She did not stop. Activating a second scroll, she unleashed an intense flame. However, she did not direct it at her opponent. Her intention was not to seriously harm him. The fire struck the remaining water, creating a thick cloud of steam that enveloped the entire field. Mito thought that if things became more complicated than expected, she would have to adapt quickly. No, I don't think it's necessary to use that. Here Shikamaru quickly denied, refocusing his thoughts. With visibility completely reduced, he lost all visual reference. Even when he tried to concentrate on the sounds around him, he couldn't accurately locate his opponent. What a troublesome situation, he thought, knowing that any misstep could cost him dearly. What Shikamaru didn't realize was that Mito possessed sensory abilities. She didn't need to see him to know exactly where he was. Even enveloped in the dense curtain of mist, she felt his presence clearly. Without wasting any time, Mito propelled herself forward and attacked. Despite Shikamaru's brilliance and strategy, he still lacked fundamental skills in physical combat, and that deficiency proved crucial. He had neglected the first martial lesson. It was important to defend his sides. Mito's kick struck him squarely in the flank. The blow was precise and firm, knocking him down without giving him a chance to react. "I give up," Shikamaru said from the ground, having no intention to continue. He knew the fight was lost. Mito, not wasting any time, performed a wind jutsu to dissipate the thick fog. The field became visible. Once more, Heiei Gecko did not hesitate to declare her the winner. After that, Shikamaru stood up and, with his hands in his pockets, walked toward the spectators' area. Thus, the preliminary rounds of the Chunin exams came to an end. Damn it, that girl is too skilled for my taste. Why did I have to be unlucky enough to face her? Curse it. Even the Uchiha seems more manageable, Shikamaru thought, gritting his teeth as he left the combat area. He walked in silence, his steps heavier than usual. It wasn't so much the physical pain but the blow to his pride. He knew that not every battle could be won, but what hurt was the clarity with which he had been outmatched. During the fight, he had tried to analyze Mito and react to any movement, searching for a weakness. There was none. Every move she made was precise and calculated, with an intuition that rendered him ineffective before he could act. He sank onto a nearby bench, distancing himself from the noise. From there, he saw Mito. She was bowing respectfully to the referee, breathing slightly heavily, as if her victory had been a mere formality. Shikamaru looked away, swallowing the lump in his throat. What a nuisance, he murmured to himself, suppressing his frustration. No one heard him, but he wouldn't have said more anyway. It was what it was. A few meters away, in the shadows of the reserved area, Sasuke Uchiha observed in silence. His eyes remained fixed on Mito, but not because of her victory. There was a contained tension in his gaze, as if his mind were caught between the present and something deeper. Throughout the entire fight, he had not uttered a word. He did not applaud. He did not flinch. But something changed as soon as the fight ended. He clenched his fists, barely perceptible, and lowered his gaze. She can hold her own. Even now, he thought, unsure whether to admire her or envy her. In silence, he turned away before anyone noticed he was still there. His name had not been called. He was moving on to the next round automatically. One of those ironies that fate reserves without explanation. When Mito returned to the area where she was to meet her team, she was accompanied by Sakura. "Congratulations, Mito. At least you managed to win," Sakura said, forcing a smile. There was joy in her voice, but also a sadness she couldn't hide. She was the only one on her team who had not qualified. "Thank you, Sakura. Don't get discouraged. I'm sure you'll make it in the next round," Mito replied sincerely, trying to cheer her up. But Sakura, with her gaze lowered, diverted her eyes to an indefinite point. "I hope so," she murmured. "If I continue on this path," that last part she didn't even say aloud. She just thought it. Anyway, "That boy, Sai, is talented. The ninjas from Kusagakure are not easy opponents," Mito commented, trying to steer the conversation elsewhere. Sakura nodded, though her mind seemed to be elsewhere. "You're strong too, Mito. I wouldn't be surprised if you beat him," she asserted with conviction, briefly returning to the present. "Do you think so?" Mito asked, smiling slightly. Of course. With all those water seals you have, I don't think his ink can do much, Sakura replied with a small laugh. Mito mimicked her. You might be right, she said, shrugging. The truth is I have more water seals than I'd like to admit, she added, somewhat embarrassed. That ended the conversation. A few minutes later, everyone's attention returned to the center of the stadium. The fourth Hokage stood up and, with a firm voice, addressed the audience. With a brief speech, he explained the importance of the promotion to Chunin and the responsibilities it entailed. After that, the official draw for the matches in the final round, set to take place in a month, was conducted. The matchups were defined as follows. First match, Shino Aburame vs. Sai. Both remained unchanged upon hearing their names. They didn't even look at each other. Second match, Toji Fushiguro vs. Kiba Inuzuka. Naruto's eyes slowly settled on Kiba. His gaze was so intense that it made Kiba swallow hard. Still he stood firm. Third match, Gaara of the Desert vs. Neji Hyuga. Both maintained their composure. Gaara did not blink. Neji, stoic, also did not react. Fourth match, Minato Namikaze vs. Sasuke Uchiha. Mito frowned with visible annoyance. She did not like the idea of having to fight her teammate. Sasuke, on the other hand, showed no expression. With the matches assigned, the day came to a close. Everyone present was dismissed, summoned to the Grand Stadium of Konoha in a month, where they would have the opportunity to prove whether they were worthy of promotion to the rank of Chunin. Meanwhile, as the preliminary matches of the Chunin exams unfolded in the Coliseum, in a secluded room of the Konoha hospital, Kushina Uzumaki finally opened her eyes after several days of unconsciousness. During that time, Tsunade, who had been monitoring her clinical condition, determined that Kushina had not suffered any serious physical harm. The medical analysis revealed that she had been drugged with a non-lethal substance. It was clear that those responsible did not seek to harm her but to send a message. One specifically directed at Minato Namikaze. When Kushina awoke, her gaze was distant, as if she had not fully returned to the present. Tsunade, sitting beside her, did not pressure her. She knew she needed space. Kushina said nothing. She continued to stare at the white ceiling, motionless, as memories hit her with piercing clarity. She had experienced moments of true happiness, her wedding to Minato, the birth of Menma. That day when, after a difficult DLVRY due to her condition as a Jinchuriki, she finally held him in her arms. In that moment, she felt an incomparable joy. Even the painful process of extracting the QB could not overshadow the happiness of knowing her child was healthy, a child for whom she would always feel unconditional love. Menma had also shown a natural affinity with the bijou, which brought peace to Kushina's heart. After several months of recovery, her life as a mother began with a serene warmth that illuminated every corner of her being. But everything changed with the birth of Naruto. She loved him from the very first moment, even though her life became more complicated with each diagnosis that confirmed the impossible. Naruto had no chakra. Years later, that condition remained unchanged. No one knew how to treat him. No one knew what to do with him. And one day, she lost him. It wasn't sudden, nor was it accompanied by screams. It was a silent decision made by Minato after a conversation that should never have happened. She said things she didn't truly mean. She was frustrated. And Minato acted as if those words had been a command. He didn't stop it. Since then she lived with guilt. Every corner of the house reminded her of his absence. The silence, the avoided glances, the unfinished conversations. When Minato asked her to pretend the funeral never happened, she felt something inside her break. She could no longer see him the same way. He avoided speaking about Naruto, as if it were a closed wound. But for her, it never was. One night, gathering her courage, she confronted him in private. There was something in her voice that begged to be heard, but Minato was firm. He expressed that she should never mention it again, especially not in front of Menma and Mito. He insisted it was irrelevant and would only hinder their development. She didn't respond. She simply watched him in silence, feeling how something inside her broke a little more. From that moment on, each attempt to connect became more spaced out, more fragile. And with each passing year, the emptiness between them, a void that only she seemed to feel, became harder to ignore. The only reason Kushina didn't leave the Namikaze household was because of her two present children. She raised them with dedication, pretending everything was normal, clinging to the idea that at least they would have a fulfilling life. But the emptiness she felt for Naruto never disappeared. Kushina eventually accepted, albeit late, that she had made an unforgivable mistake. She knew she didn't deserve forgiveness, neither from Naruto, who had probably been gone for a long time, nor from herself. And so, without anyone knowing, she made a decision. She began to follow a path that she only shared with Mikoto Uchiha. One as cruel as the choice Minato made years ago. But for her, it was a way to do something. Anything. For herself. For the son she couldn't raise. For what had been taken from her without a fight. After several minutes of silence, lost in painful thoughts, Kushina finally noticed movement beside her. Tsunade had approached, realizing she was no longer pretending to be asleep. The Sannin observed her seriously before finally speaking. She asked how Kushina was feeling. Kushina slowly sat up in bed and placed a hand on her forehead, admitting she felt dizzy, as if everything were spinning. Tsunade nodded in understanding, explaining that the substance used was strong and that even with her Uzumaki resilience, its effects were profound. She then asked if Kushina could remember anything about her captors or where she had been held. Kushina frowned, concentrating with effort, but eventually shook her head. She tried to recall but found everything confusing, as if something clouded her memories. Tsunade sighed lightly and nodded, not pressing her. She asked what the last thing was that Kushina remembered clearly. Kushina began to speak but stopped, pressing her hands to her temples as a sharp pain surged when she tried to think. She recalled being in a room, or rather, an empty room, when someone appeared, an ANBU. Her eyes widened suddenly, her expression shifting to a mix of disbelief and distress. It was Tenzo. He had betrayed Minato. He entered as if nothing was wrong, and although she tried to resist, she was unarmed. She managed to injure him with a shard of glass, but after that, she remembered nothing more. Tsunade maintained a serious expression, though her tension was evident. It made sense, she murmured, that the combination of trauma and the drag likely caused a block in her memory. After a brief pause, she added more gravely that after Kushina's attack, another incident occurred. Rin Noera had been kidnapped. Kushina's eyes widened in horror. She was clearly shocked. Tsunade continued firmly, explaining that during a ceremony, the one responsible for the deaths of Kakashi, Hinata, and Itachi appeared. He was the one who killed Danzo in front of everyone. Minato had tried to stop him but was forced to retreat because Kushina and Rin were in the house. He returned immediately. The silence that followed was thick. Kushina absorbed everything slowly, overwhelmed by the information. She murmured that too much had happened and then looked slightly up at Tsunade, asking if Minato had come back for her. Tsunade blinked, somewhat confused by the question. Of course, Minato cared for her, she replied affirmatively, without hesitation. Kushina acknowledged this, touching her head again, still feeling confused. She requested that Tsunade tell her the rest later. Tsunade observed her for a few seconds, assessing her condition, before nodding gently. She told Kushina to rest a bit longer and that they would discharge her when she felt more stable. For now, she would inform Minato that she had awakened. Kushina thanked Tsunade quietly, closing her eyes. Tsunade left in silence without adding more words. Alone, Kushina remained still for a few seconds before speaking to herself. She wondered if Minato still trusted her. Then she let out a subtle sigh, not opening her eyes, acknowledging that even if he cared, even if what she was about to do would be a betrayal to him, she couldn't stop. This would be her redemption. And also, her final test of love. With those thoughts, Kushina slowly lay back down, adjusting her body on the sheets. She closed her eyes tightly, seeking some rest, though inside, the whirlwind of emotions remained, striking her consciousness with every unspoken thought. Meanwhile, in another part of the village, in the hidden sublevels of Konoha, Danzo Shimura walked down a long underground corridor. The gray concrete walls, covered with suppression seals, led to an isolated chamber where he kept his prisoner. Upon opening the door, he saw Rin Noera sitting on a stretcher. Unlike her usual kind expression, she looked at him with a hardened face, filled with distrust and contained anger. She demanded to know what he wanted, her tone sharper than usual. There was no fear in her voice, only anger. Danzo sighed, unfazed by her hostility. He stated that he hadn't come to harm her and had no intention of doing so. He only needed her to stay there for a while, after which she would be released, just like Kushina. Rin questioned what would come next, suspecting he intended to drag her. "Why do you want to erase my memories?" Rin replied, sarcastic and direct. But Danzo remained calm. "I have no intention of using the substance on you. I don't want to jeopardize your Jinsui," he responded coldly. Rin clenched her fists, her gaze sharp, a mix of surprise and indignation. And since when do you care about that? You have no right to act like you do, she exclaimed, raising her voice. Despite everything, Danzo did not change his tone or expression. This isn't about affection. I have principles, even if it doesn't seem that way. I know how to choose my targets, and you are not among them, he explained firmly. You will receive specialized medical attention here. No harm will come to you. I just need you to stay out of the picture for a while. Nothing more. Rin breathed heavily, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Still, she said nothing more. Danzo observed in silence, assessing every reaction. He knew that under different circumstances, any Jounin-level shinobi might consider extreme measures to protect information or honor. But Rin was pure Jinin-T. Danzo understood that her will as a future mother would prevail over any extreme impulse. You're a monster, she murmured, her voice breaking but without tears, only rage. Danzo turned away. Don't worry, Rin Noera. In exactly 1 month, you will be free, without scars, without mental alterations. That is my word, he said before leaving the room, closing the reinforced door behind him, sealed with multiple chakra suppression barriers. As he walked down the hallways, his thoughts aligned with the precision of a meticulously crafted plan. With Rin off the board, Obito won't move. He won't risk anything during the final of the Chunin exams, he thought, with cold satisfaction. Finally, he arrived at a large room where more than 300 ANBU were lined up, waiting for orders. Each one dressed in the standard route uniform, faces hidden behind masks, ready to act without hesitation. Danzo observed them in silence for a few seconds before mentally pronouncing his decree. The day is approaching. Naruto will reveal what must be revealed. Minato will fall due to his own mistakes. And I will finally rule Konoha with absolute order. Without saying another word, Danzo turned on his heels and withdrew, leaving behind the command chamber and his soldiers in formation. Each of his steps echoed like the sound of a destiny he had secretly sculpted. For Danzo Shimura, the Chunin exams were not just an evaluation of young ninjas. They were the climax of his masterpiece. And he was willing to do anything to see it executed to the final act. The month leading up to the start of the Chunin exams finally passed. To the public eye, everything appeared calm. However, in the shadows, the final act of the play that Danzo had secretly directed for years was being meticulously woven. During this time, Naruto kept his distance from Root. Assuming the identity of Toji Fushiguro, he occasionally made appearances in the village, not out of enthusiasm but as a strategic move to maintain a discreet presence without raising suspicion. He dedicated this time to studying Konoha, observing its structures and evaluating its dynamics. He also gathered valuable information about multiple key figures, clan leaders, elite Jounin and A-rank ninjas, studying them meticulously, one by one. In those weeks, he even caught a glimpse of 2 of the 3 legendary Sannin. Tsunade, the head of the medical corps, was one of the few who had known the true Naruto Namikaze. It felt almost ironic to walk alongside her without being recognized. The other Sannin he encountered was Orochimaru. Unlike Tsunade, Orochimaru was not respected publicly, many feared him. However, what caught Naruto's attention was the almost reverential respect that the snake Sannin showed towards Minato, following his instructions with an obedience that bordered on supernatural. Naruto almost clicked his tongue at the irony of the situation. A figure both feared and respected, reduced to being a pawn of the Hokage due to Danzo's manipulation. It was comically ironic. Identifying 2 significant figures who could become latent threats, Naruto understood that he needed to enhance his weaponry. For some reason, he had a hunch that he could entrust this task to someone specific. After the first week, he began to move. He discreetly traversed the training fields as if searching for someone. But he did not find them. Frustrated, he let out a sigh and decided to persist. It was in the second week that he finally found who he was looking for. The problem was that she was in a place he preferred to avoid, the Namikaze residence. Nevertheless, even with sensory barriers and NBU surveillance, infiltrating was not a challenge. The sensors relied on direct chakra perception, and Naruto, lacking chakra, slipped through a blind spot without leaving a trace. There they were. Minato Namikaze was training intensely alongside her older brother, Menma. Their training was diverse: taijutsu, ninjutsu, sealing strategies, and even exercises to refine the mastery of their Kekkei Genkai, the diamond chains, which Mito possessed but had not needed to use during the exams. Naruto watched them from a high branch for nearly an hour. Confirming that Minato and Kushina were not present, he decided to act. He jumped down with feline precision, landing near the training area. The sudden sound of his landing made both siblings immediately go on guard. Menma frowned slightly at the sight of a strange white-haired figure on their property, clearly confused. But before he could react, Mito recognized him instantly. She ran towards him, nearly tackling him, her face a mix of surprise and joy. Naruto acknowledged her presence with a calm nod. Mito, still bewildered, asked what he was doing there, her voice lacking any hint of complaint. After a brief silence, her eyes sparkled with mischief as she teased him about missing them. Naruto frowned before rolling his eyes, clarifying that he had come to see them, but not for the reason she thought. Mito playfully insisted he should soften up, at least around them. He pondered the weight of that request, realizing it was not a simple matter. He replied with quiet certainty that he could not act like something he was not. Mito frowned, calling him mean, to which he defended himself, maintaining a serious expression. She insisted he had done something wrong, and he countered, asking when she had become so capricious. Though not intending to offend, his words seemed to ignite her indignation. Menma interjected with mock drama, inflating his chest as if making a grand revelation about Mito being a spoiled child. Mito, offended, turned to him, igniting a heated discussion that escalated with raised voices and exaggerated excuses. Naruto observed them in silence, thinking that the entire scene was childish and unnecessary, not contributing to his progress or goals. Yet he could not look away this time. Mito poked him in the chest, while Menma raised his hands in a gesture of peace, his annoying smile remaining. Despite the triviality of the argument, Naruto felt a warm, unfamiliar pressure forming in his chest. It was slight but real. He wondered why it brought him so much joy to see them, his eyes softening for just a moment, as if he could forget everything else. He let out an audible sigh, enough to momentarily halt the discussion. Remembering why he was there, he knew he could not let his guard down, not now, not when so much was at stake. He intervened with a neutral tone, firm enough to silence them both, and directed his attention to Mito, stating that he had come to ask her for a favor. Mito, confused, tilted her head, asking what kind of favor. Naruto explained that he needed her help to create some seals, acknowledging her as the fourth best specialist in Fuinjutsu in the village. Mito, thoughtful, murmured that it depended on what he wanted them to do. As he detailed the concept, design, activation logic, and necessary conditions for the seals, he spoke clearly, as if he had been contemplating this for some time. When he finished, a moment of silence followed. Mito appeared to be seriously considering his request, admitting that some of the seals were manageable in theory, but the last one was complex with many layers. Menma supported her assessment, noting that while it was a brilliant idea, as Mito said, it would not be easy to realize. He wasn't an expert like his sister, but he understood the challenge well enough. He acknowledged that with only 2 weeks left until the Chunin exams, it was understandable if she couldn't help. He began to search for other options, but Mito interrupted him with a firm gesture of her hand. She stated that while it was complicated, it was not impossible. Her gaze became resolute, and she reassured him that the Chunin exams could wait, helping him was more important. Naruto blinked, feeling an almost unconscious urge to smile, but he held it back. It wasn't the right moment to get swept up in the warmth of the scene. There were still things he needed to say. He expressed his gratitude to Mito in a softer voice than usual. For a moment, she fell silent, her eyes shining slightly before she furrowed her brow and questioned whether he thought that calling her little sister in such a sweet manner would make her prioritize his seals over everything else. He responded calmly, affirming that she was right, and she then grabbed her sealing brush, ready to sketch the first designs. Menma shook his head, observing the two of them with a resigned smile. He asked Naruto if that meant he would be visiting more often. Naruto shrugged, admitting that he wasn't particularly excited about being there but would come by from time to time. Menma then warned him that the surveillance around the house was strict, advising him against entering alone as it could lead to him being discovered. Naruto brushed off the concern, but Menma remained serious, insisting that he wouldn't be allowed to enter that way again. When Naruto inquired how he would get in, Menma declared he would bring him using the Hiraition technique. Naruto was surprised and asked if he could really use Minato's technique. Menma clarified that while he couldn't use it like Minato, he could perform it with enough preparation and focus. Naruto found that incredible and lowered his voice slightly to draw their attention again. He stated plainly that he was against Minato and asked if they were still willing to help him despite that. There was no hesitation in his voice, only a need to hear their responses, as he genuinely hoped not to be disappointed for the first time in a long while. Both siblings exchanged uneasy glances, and a thick silence enveloped them. Though it lasted only a few seconds, for Naruto, it felt like an eternity. Menma finally broke the silence with a tense sigh, explaining that they had known from the beginning he would confront their father, yet they still chose to help him. Naruto narrowed his eyes, feeling that response, while honest, was insufficient. It didn't explain why. Mito intervened, calmly stating that while they didn't support the path he had taken, they would still stand by him. She acknowledged his mistakes but insisted they wouldn't turn their backs on him. After a brief pause, she added that, as harsh as it sounded, what their father had done was far worse than anything he had done. That sentiment surprised Naruto, stirring something deep within him. Was she really on his side, even after everything? It didn't make sense logically. He had been distant for so long, taken the path of a killer, and had even harmed those close to him. Yet there they were. He furrowed his brow slightly, nodding in silence. He didn't know how to feel, but he understood one thing: he couldn't ignore their support. Menma resumed speaking, reminding Naruto that if he chose to confront their father, they wouldn't fight alongside him, but they also wouldn't fight against him. Confused, Naruto turned away, questioning why they were making this choice. They understood the risks of standing by him, yet they chose to do so anyway. He pondered whether they supported him simply because he was their brother, feeling a tightness in his chest. His logic couldn't find answers. How much did they care for him to prioritize him over their own father, even knowing he might fail? He almost cursed silently, realizing they were willing to sacrifice everything for him. Yet he was unwilling to waver in his goal. He knew he was being selfish and had accepted that, but now that certainty began to falter. He reminded himself that he couldn't doubt now. He took a heavy breath and finally expressed his understanding and gratitude in a quiet voice. He wasn't sure if he deserved their loyalty, but he had it, and that was changing him, whether he wanted it to or not. Days passed without pause. Naruto met in the forest south of Konoha, where Menma would teleport him home using the Hiraishin whenever Minato was away. This routine continued for the 2 weeks leading up to the Chunin exams finals. When the final weekend arrived, Naruto met with his siblings one last time before disappearing under the name Toji Fushiguro. Yes, Mito. Everything was ready, crossing his arms and focusing intently on her. She sat cross-legged, a brush between her teeth, her eyes fixed on a seemingly insignificant sealed paper that, to an expert, held great importance. The seal was meticulously written and incorporated layers of complexity that required mastery of fuinjutsu. Naruto didn't fully understand it, but he could sense the effort put into it. Mito confirmed that everything was functioning properly and that all that remained was for him to test it. Naruto carefully took the seal and applied it to the designated surface. In response, Menma used his chakra to create a block of rock as an improvised target. When Naruto activated the seal, the impact was immediate, shattering the rock into pieces. The ensuing silence was filled with shared astonishment. Naruto murmured that it seemed quite effective, still taken aback by the result. Without wasting time, he turned to Mito and expressed his gratitude once more. She smiled slightly, not lifting her gaze as she remained focused on the other seals he had requested. Her attention was fixed until something abruptly pulled her out of concentration. Mito blinked in confusion as she felt a pair of arms unexpectedly wrap around her shoulders. She was clearly taken aback by the embrace from Naruto. "Thank you, Mito," Naruto said, his voice carrying an unusual tone. There was something different about it, something human, something vulnerable. It was a gesture he never imagined he would make. It wasn't his style, but in that moment, he couldn't help it. During those weeks, he had experienced a feeling he hadn't felt so intensely in years: happiness. A warm, familiar, and real happiness. He thought to himself that he wasn't sure if he deserved this, but he resolved to move forward, not out of hatred, but for something more. He had to fight so that he wouldn't have to fight anymore. Mito murmured with a mix of confusion, tenderness, and concern, wondering why this was so strange coming from him. Naruto explained that it was his way of expressing gratitude. He then slowly pulled away, looking at her with an unusual seriousness. He reminded her that they didn't know what would happen tomorrow and urged her not to hold back if they faced each other during the Chunin exams. Mito scoffed, crossing her arms with a challenging smile, claiming that she had no chance of winning against him but would give it her all. Naruto smiled back, feeling encouraged by her attitude. He then turned to his older brother, Menma, who was focused on reading a scroll. Naruto called him over, needing to share something important. Menma looked up with a relaxed demeanor, jokingly asking if Naruto was going to hug him too. Naruto responded with a playful retort. Mito, feeling triumphant, declared that she had won, prompting a light laugh from Naruto. Menma, not too bothered, told Mito to be quiet. Naruto cleared his throat, shifting to a more serious tone. He had important matters to discuss with both of them. For several minutes, he spoke uninterrupted, while Menma listened in silence, his expression shifting from furrowed brows to intrigue as Naruto revealed details, directives, names, and situations. Mito seemed surprised by her unexpected role in all of this. When he finished, Naruto asked Menma if he thought he could handle it. Menma took a moment to respond, his face serious as he nodded without hesitation. He expressed his surprise but confirmed that with proper preparation and Naruto's support, he could do it. He thanked Naruto for trusting him with such a responsibility, and Naruto assured him that he had confidence in him. Menma felt a rush of determination at his brother's unconditional trust, and he promised to take care of it. After discussing what needed to be done to ensure victory in their personal mission, Naruto prepared to say goodbye. He turned to both of them, stating that he would be returning to Root and that they would see each other again when it was all over. He raised his fists, one toward each brother. Menma and Mito smiled, understanding without needing further words. They bumped their fists with Naruto, marking the end of their time together for now a silent farewell filled with meaning. As the day progressed, influential figures from the Land of Fire began arriving in Konoha: ambassadors, feudal lords, clan leaders, and high-ranking military officials. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the underground, Naruto walked calmly through the halls of Root, as if on a leisurely stroll. He navigated various corridors and restricted access points until he reached the main corridor, where he paused. It wasn't long before Danzo appeared, just as Naruto had anticipated. Danzo commented on Naruto's apparent enjoyment of his time outside, crossing his arms with an inquisitive look. Naruto shrugged, showing little interest, and asked if everything was ready for the big day. His tone subtly shifted as he faced Danzo directly. Danzo fell silent for a moment, as if assessing Naruto. He confirmed that everything was prepared, except for placing the undercover agent to watch over Wado Ikemanji until the moment arrived. Naruto nodded and handed over the sword he had been carrying, which Danzo accepted with a neutral expression, treating it as a mere formality. Danzo warned Naruto to ensure he won without drawing too much attention. Naruto let out a dry laugh, dismissing the idea that any of the younger fighters could pose a challenge to him. He suggested that Danzo should be more concerned about the speed of his plan, as he would not take long to defeat them and then deal with Minato. The conviction in Naruto's voice left no room for doubt, and Danzo, instead of being unsettled, smiled with satisfaction. He affirmed that this was exactly what he expected from Naruto as he turned to leave. Naruto, curious, asked if Danzo had something else to attend to, noting his urgency. Danzo didn't stop or look back, stating he had a matter to settle, finishing what Naruto had left unfinished with Itachi Uchiha. Naruto blinked in confusion, not fully understanding what Danzo meant. Danzo dismissed it as unimportant, instructing him to forget it. He began to walk away, his demeanor definitive, declaring that it was time to end everything. With that, he disappeared without looking back. Naruto watched him go, a slight smile curving his lips, aware that there was much more at stake than Danzo realized. Thus, Naruto left the Root base and returned to the hotel where his team was staying under the guise of Toji Fushiguro. Waited in silence until, 3 days later, the long-anticipated day of the Chunin finals finally arrived. The morning sun shone brightly over the main stadium of Konoha, which had been reinforced to accommodate thousands of spectators. The stands were filled to capacity, and among the audience, notable figures from the Land of Fire and beyond could be distinguished. Members of the most recognized clans, the Uchiha, Hyuga, Aburame, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, and many others occupied prime seats. Merchant leaders and foreign emissaries murmured among themselves, some commenting on the participants, while others speculated about potential future alliances. In a secluded corner, several renowned jounin observed closely, evaluating not only the potential of the genin but also the strategic implications of each outcome. Security was both visible and hidden. Several ANBU patrolled the heights and shadows of the stadium, while elite jounin squads were strategically positioned among the audience and entrances. The tension was contained yet palpable. No one wanted chaos to erupt at such an important event. In the main box, elevated above all, the highest authorities were present. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, stood at the front, his white cloak fluttering gently in the morning breeze. Beside him, Kushina Uzumaki sat attentively, observing the scene. Behind them, several advisors, clan leaders, and members of the local daimyo conversed quietly. Minato raised a hand to request silence. His mere presence was enough to dissipate the general murmur. He stepped forward, his gaze sweeping across the entire stadium before beginning his brief speech. He welcomed the residents of Konoha and distinguished guests from other nations to the final phase of the Chunin exams. This event was not just a test of skill but a demonstration of growth, determination, and will. He emphasized that the audience would witness the fruits of the young ninja's efforts. Some would fight for their clans, others for their dreams, and some simply to find their place in the world. Regardless of the outcome, each battle they would witness was part of their evolution as shinobi. He requested respect, attention, and fairness in their judgments, stating that the future of Konoha was being tested before their eyes. After his words, Minato stepped back and slightly turned his head toward the referee already positioned in the center of the arena. He announced that Heiate Gecko would oversee this final stage before returning to his place. Heiate Gecko took a couple of steps forward. Dressed in his characteristic dark coat, with a katana crossed on his back, he projected authority despite his slender build. His expression was serious, and his posture was straight. He bowed slightly to the box before addressing the participants lined up at the side of the field. He instructed the participants to listen, his voice deeper than usual, carrying a tone of professional seriousness. He explained that this was the final stage of the exam, where they would not only demonstrate strength or speed but also judgment, strategy, and composure. The rules were clear. The matches would end when one of the two was incapacitated, surrendered, or he intervened. Intentional killing and prohibited techniques outside authorized regulations would not be allowed. After a brief pause, he called for Shino Aburame and Sai to step forward. The two advanced while the rest of the participants moved to the waiting area, where they would have a direct view of the arena. Heiate nodded as he saw both positioned. They were aware of the implications of this match. There was no more protocol. When they were ready, they could begin. He leaped back agilely to grant them the battlefield. The contained roar of the audience filled the air as the first battle of the finals was about to commence. Sai thought to himself that he had to lose in a way that wouldn't raise suspicion. That was his mission. He moved with firm steps toward the center of the arena, his neutral expression betraying nothing, but his movements were perfectly calculated. In front of him, Shino Aburame adjusted his dark glasses slightly. His silence was absolute, but those who knew him understood that he was already analyzing everything. The Kikeichu beneath his skin stirred subtly, waiting for the command to deploy. As soon as Heiate signaled, Sai acted with pinpoint precision. He unfurled 2 scrolls with a quick flick of his wrist and moved his brush with agile strokes. In seconds, 6 ink lion heads sprang from the paper, soaring across the field like animated projectiles. Shino barely moved. He stepped sideways, and at the precise moment he vanished with a burst of contained speed, reappearing several meters back as the lions crashed to the ground, dissipating into black splotches. At that instant, he raised a hand, and hundreds of buzzing insects emerged from his body in a controlled formation. The audience watched intently as the combat gained momentum. Sai did not stop. He drew birds, tigers, snakes, and felines, all launching from different directions, attempting to breach Shino's defense. However, with almost mechanical serenity, Shino maintained a steady flow of Kikeichu that intercepted, consumed, and dismantled each ink creation. Sai thought to himself that his beasts were ineffective against Shino, but he had already anticipated this. Nevertheless, he continued his offensive, generating more animals from new scrolls, providing the audience with a dynamic display. Jumps, spins, and combined attacks between his ink and Tanto were all designed to appear as a genuine strategy, without revealing that he was actually avoiding harming his opponent. For a moment, Sai hesitated, questioning if he should change his approach, but he reminded himself that the orders were clear. He then decided to engage in close combat, wielding his Tanto with skill. His movements were quick and precise, technical enough to demonstrate mastery, yet never aggressive enough to put Shino in a dire situation. He targeted non-vital areas, aiming to keep the fight active without forcing an early resolution. Shino understood, perhaps not entirely, but he sensed the difference. He noted Sai's strategy and the fact that he was holding back. Taking advantage of an exchange, Shino executed a substitution just as Sai's sword grazed his side. In that moment, the Kikeichu surged from multiple angles, enveloping Sai in seconds. He tried to shake them off with quick movements and a couple of smaller ink beasts, but it was too The insects had begun to drain his chakra. Shino calmly stated that Sai should surrender, explaining that his Kikaichu had already started absorbing his chakra. If he insisted, he would lose consciousness. Sai closed his eyes and exhaled, clearly declaring his surrender by raising his hand. The insects retreated in an orderly fashion, and Hay-8 stepped between them with an approving gesture. The match concluded with Hay-8 announcing Shino Aburame as the winner. The crowd reacted with mixed opinions. Some applauded Shino's composure and efficiency, while others, particularly the more observant, praised Sai's ability to maintain control of the pace and provide an impressive spectacle, even while at a disadvantage. Shino retreated to the waiting area, while Sai moved along the corridor leading to the spectator zone. In the hallway connecting to the outside, Sai encountered Kabuto, who leaned against the wall with his arms crossed and a calm expression. Kabuto commented on the convincing performance, his tone neutral yet attentive. Sai simply replied that it was the least they could do, nodding slightly as he spoke. They only needed to wait for Naruto to fulfill his task for Danzo. Kabuto fell silent for a moment before a subtle smile appeared on his face. He murmured about Danzo's meticulous nature, suggesting that he could continue believing everything was going according to his plan for now. Without further words, they both moved away, leaving the hallway in tranquility. Meanwhile, in the arena, Hay-8 turned to the audience and raised his voice, announcing the next match, Toji Fushiguro against Kiba Inuzuka. Naruto descended calmly, his steps steady and his expression emotionless, contrasting with the energy buzzing throughout the stadium. On the opposite side, Kiba descended with determination, accompanied by Akamaru, who let out a low growl of anticipation. Kiba did not hide his intensity, he knew that Toji Fushiguro was a dangerous opponent. With a clean leap back, Hay-8 signaled the start of the match. Kiba wasted no time. He pulled a soldier pill from his bag and gave one to Akamaru before taking another for himself. Within moments, the effects were evident, their muscles tensed, their eyes sharpened, and their presence became more aggressive. Akamaru climbed onto Kiba's back, and Kiba assumed a quadrupedal stance. He unleashed his technique, transforming Akamaru into a duplicate of himself, creating two identical Kibas facing Naruto. The white-haired ninja tilted his head slightly, observing with interest. He activated a hidden seal in his sleeve with a quick motion and waited. Kiba and Akamaru charged forward, spinning at high speed and becoming two whirling projectiles. Naruto remained still at first. As they approached, he took 3 precise steps back, evading their trajectory. The two spinning figures whizzed past him, rebounding off the ground and redirecting their attack from the opposite angle, now aiming for his back. Naruto fluidly turned, a metal chain emerging from his left arm, which he launched at the right moment. The chain struck one of the projectiles, Kiba himself. The force of the impact sent him crashing against the stadium wall. Akamaru continued his assault, spinning toward Naruto. He held his ground, and as the impact neared, he raised a leg and struck the spinning beast. The clash was intense, pushing Naruto back half a meter, but he managed to halt the attack. Akamaru was sent flying, landing near where Kiba lay. Naruto exhaled softly, the chain hanging from his arm as he regarded the two fallen opponents with neutrality. The murmurs of the crowd transformed into spontaneous applause. To the spectators, Toji Fushiguro was a remarkable shinobi. His control of the situation, calm demeanor, and efficiency were not common traits in a genin. Kiba struggled to his feet, feeling the pain from the impact. The pill had lessened the damage, but the blow had been significant. Naruto remained in place, allowing them to decide their next move. Kiba approached Akamaru, whispering something to him. The dog barked in response, and together they performed a new transformation seal. Before everyone's eyes, their bodies fused into a much larger creature, a two-headed white wolf nearly 3 meters long. Its heavy breathing and fierce gaze commanded attention. Naruto frowned slightly. It was an impressive transformation. The stadium erupted in cheers. Without hesitation, the wolf launched itself, spinning with immense force. Kiba's dual voice echoed from within, calling out the name of their technique. Naruto rotated his wrists, sending chains from both arms spiraling around him. He crossed them in front, forming a rotating steel shield. The impact was tremendous. The wolf collided with the chains in a thunderous crash that shook the air. The ground cracked under the pressure, and smoke, dust, and debris filled the area. As it cleared, Naruto stood firm, having been pushed back but still resolute. Fragments of broken chain hung from his arms, and he held both wolf heads by their snouts. He declared the end of the confrontation. With a shout, he spun and hurled the creature to the ground. The transformation dissipated, leaving Kiba and Akamaru unconscious on the arena floor. Hayate quickly appeared, raising his hand to announce the winner. The stadium erupted in cheers. Some applauded, others watched in awe, but all understood one thing. This shinobi from Kusagakure was extraordinary. Naruto lowered his arms, regaining his natural breathing rhythm. He took one last look at his opponents before walking toward the exit with the same calmness he had entered with. The next match was announced with anticipation, Gaara of the Desert against Niji Hyuga. Both descended into the arena without exchanging a word. Gaara moved silently, his gaze lowered and arms crossed, while Niji advanced with precision, his Byakugan activated, veins visible on his face, alert to every slight movement from his opponent. Hayate announced the start of the match with a firm voice and an outstretched arm. Niji took the initiative, quickly closing the distance and launching a flurry of gentle fist strikes aimed at Gaara's chakra points. However, the floating sand reacted even before his fingers could reach their target, deflecting each attack with automatic precision. Niji did not falter. He changed angles, pivoted, feinted, retreated, and charged again, searching for a weak point in the barrier. Each strike he attempted was deflected by the automatic defense, as if the sand anticipated his intentions before he executed them. Murmurs began to rise from the stands. Some questioned whether even Niji could breach that defense, while others noted his reputation as the best in taijutsu of his generation. The crowd had never seen sand move with such precision. Despite the silent frustration, Niji maintained his composure. He stepped back 2 meters to reassess. Suddenly, he closed in dangerously and spun around. His defensive whirlwind unfolded, creating a powerful shockwave that momentarily dispersed the sand surrounding Gaara. Seizing the brief opening, Niji launched himself forward and landed a direct hit to the chest of the red-haired boy. The impact was clear, pushing Gaara back a few steps. A small gasp rippled through the audience. They were astonished that Niji had landed a blow and made Gaara retreat. However, the surprise was short-lived. Although visibly affected, Gaara showed no sign of pain. The arena around him vibrated intensely, responding to the aggression with renewed hostility. Without the need for seals, the sand began to rise rapidly. Gaara was now on the offensive. He formed spears, projectiles, and bursts of pressure that forced Niji to retreat and dodge with difficulty. The Hyuga managed to block several attacks, but the pressure was overwhelming. His movements slowed, and his breathing became heavier. Finally, a burst of sand struck him directly. Gaara raised a hand, and the sand closed around Niji's torso, launching him forcefully against the stone wall of the stadium. The impact was severe. Hayate appeared immediately, shouting for the match to stop. The sand halted just inches from Niji's face as he fell to the ground, unconscious, his body covered in superficial wounds and dust. A brief silence enveloped the stadium, followed by a wave of astonishment. The announcer declared Gaara of the Desert the winner, his tone more serious after checking Niji's condition. As the medics rushed into the arena, Gaara turned and walked away, showing no emotion. His mind was clear on his goal. He would win against everyone, solely to confront and defeat the troublesome Toji Fushiguro. Hayate announced the last match of the first round of the Chunin exams, patiently waiting for Gaara to sit and for the medics to remove Niji from the field. Once everything was in order, he raised his voice again, introducing Minato Namikaze against Sasuke Uchiha. The crowd reacted immediately, filled with cheers, clandestine bets, and crossed comments. Some spoke of a fight worthy of a final, while others watched with genuine tension. It was a clash of 2 legacies, the new heir of the Uchiha clan and the daughter of the 4th Hokage, who would inherit what remained of the Uzumaki clan. Mito descended with a serene yet determined expression. Sasuke came down without a word, his brow slightly furrowed and his gaze cold. Mito noticed this immediately. It was not the typical cold demeanor of the Uchiha. There was something else in his eyes, something tense, almost hostile, though she sensed that hostility was not directed at her. She swallowed hard, maintaining her composure. Sasuke stopped in front of her, his body in a defensive stance, silent. Mito nodded to herself, accepting that he was no longer just her teammate, he was now her opponent. With the command to begin, Hayate stepped back, and a new wave of cheers erupted. Sasuke activated his 3-tomo Sharingan from the very first moment, refusing to underestimate her. He charged at her with measured speed, straightforward and without flair. He knew he had to prevent Mito from using her scrolls. The information he had indicated that her close combat was her weak point, but he soon realized that information was outdated. Sasuke's first punch aimed directly at her face. Mito turned her head at the last moment, narrowly avoiding the blow. With her left hand, she grabbed the edge of his shirt before he could pull away, and with her right, she launched a counterattack. Sasuke tried to escape, but he was too late. Just before impact, he noticed Mito's hand darkening, a circular symbol resembling a sun briefly glowing on her palm. The hit connected, sending him sliding back several meters. The ground marked beneath his feet as he struggled to regain his balance. A trickle of blood ran down his lip, and a dark mark appeared on his cheek. What he failed to notice was that a symbol in the shape of a moon had faintly illuminated on his shirt before fading away. Sasuke quietly questioned whether that had been a seal as he wiped the blood from his hand. Mito did not respond. She maintained a half-smile and took a couple of steps back while pulling a piece of paper from her pocket. She placed it on the ground and performed a sequence of seals without pause. With determination, she announced her technique. A massive amount of water spiraled upward from the seal beneath her feet, enveloping her vertically like a moving ring. The pressure increased with each passing second. Sasuke frowned, realizing that his flames would not be enough to counter it, and the Sharingan could not replicate a technique born from Fuinjutsu. His only option was to evade. He bent his legs, ready to move as soon as she launched her attack. The attack was unleashed without delay. A massive vortex of water surged violently, sweeping everything in its path. Sasuke waited for the precise moment to move and leaped to the side, attempting to flank Mito from her blind spot as the attack advanced. However, Mito had not launched it recklessly. The vortex's trajectory changed abruptly in the air, curving unnaturally. Sasuke, still in the air and without a point of support, barely had time to cross his arms to shield himself. The water struck him directly. The Uchiha's body was violently swept away, unable to stabilize. The impact sent him crashing against one of the stadium walls. The water dispersed at the final moment, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Surprise coursed through the stadium like an invisible current. It was not a loud explosion but a silent bewilderment. No one, except for Menma and Kushina, understood what had just happened. The true secret behind Mito's attack was not visible to the naked eye. From the start of the battle, she had activated a high-level Fuinjutsu. The moon seal, visible on her left hand, functioned as a hidden tracker. By touching her opponent or launching a technique in their direction, Mito left a moon mark on her target. This mark acted as a beacon, allowing her to track and guide her techniques with almost nanometric precision. However, its effect was limited. The mark would automatically disappear after a minute or upon the first use of a subsequent jutsu. Nevertheless, if Mito met the right conditions, she could execute a jutsu exclusively of the Fuinjutsu type, with an almost infallible impact rate, ideal against evasive enemies. Then there was the other seal. The sun seal, marked on her right hand, served as an offensive amplifier. When Mito channeled chakra into that hand, she could activate the sun mark, invoking a layer of extremely dense metal that covered her arm from a previously prepared seal. This metal did not appear out of nowhere. It was stored in a complete seal that released its contents at the exact moment of activation. The result was a strike with brutal power. However, that same mass of metal also represented a burden. Using it repeatedly exhausted Mito's arm, slowed her movements, and required exceptional chakra control. If not used with precise timing at the moment of impact, it became more of an obstacle than an advantage. However, when executed correctly, as Sasuke had done, the result was decisive. Moon and Sun, however, was not a technique to be used lightly. Its application required a considerable amount of chakra, and the coordination between both seals limited its frequency. Mito had to decide carefully when to use it, knowing that the slightest miscalculation could turn her most lethal weapon into a waste of energy. She also understood that her technique had limitations. Against opponents who fought from a distance, the moon seal lost its effectiveness. Additionally, enemies with sensory abilities like Niji Hyuga, or those with eyes like Sasuke's, could detect the mark and develop countermeasures if they were attentive enough. Still, Mito did not worry too much. After all, she had an ace up her sleeve, reserved for when the conditions were against her. Sasuke coughed several times as he regained his breath. The impact of the vortex still coursed through his body, making it difficult for him to stand. He could hardly believe he had not lost consciousness. The water had hit him hard, dragging him mercilessly, yet his pride kept him on his feet. He could not fall. Not yet. Not with just one technique. He stood up, unsteady, breathing heavily. Mito watched him seriously. She noted that Sasuke had become faster since his initial training with Kakashi, but there was still a marked difference. Mito, without having dedicated specific training to taijutsu, was faster. At that moment, the technical difference was becoming evident. Sasuke gritted his teeth, filled with frustration. He was determined to become stronger and needed to win this fight. Mito understood his desire, but she warned him that continuing would only lead to injury. He could seriously hurt himself if he pushed his body further. There was no response from Sasuke, who remained still, his expression grim. He was set on avenging his brother, vowing to find the one who had killed Itachi and make him pay, no matter the cost. Mito, without hesitation, declared her intent to stop him right there. Sasuke's face tightened as he quickly formed hand seals, his movements precise despite his exhaustion. He unleashed a fireball toward Mito. She remained calm, exhaling as she performed her own sequence of seals, concluding with the serpent symbol. A powerful gust of wind emerged from her lungs, colliding directly with the fireball. The flames did not intensify. Instead, they were pushed back by the force of the wind, which continued to advance towards Sasuke. He raised his arms to protect himself, but his vision was obstructed. At that moment, Mito lunged at him. Without wasting time, she appeared at his side. Sasuke could not react in time as Mito placed her left hand against his head and pushed down with force. The impact was solid. Sasuke hit the ground face first. He thought that would knock him out, but the Uchiha still moved. From the ground, he kicked toward Mito, who easily jumped back to evade it. Sasuke cursed himself internally, feeling his body not responding as he wished. He struggled to rise, ignoring the pain in every muscle. The air felt heavy, and his frustration grew. He realized he was lacking strength, speed, and techniques. He was not ready yet. Mito watched him with a mix of respect and sorrow. Even Hayate remained in position, assessing whether to intervene as the fight approached its limit. Sasuke looked down, furious with himself. He questioned how he could avenge Itachi if he could not defeat Mito. With a sharp click of his tongue, he felt his resolve wavering. Mito, sensing his turmoil, pulled a small scroll from her pocket and quickly unrolled it. She unleashed her technique, sending a projectile straight toward him. The projectile was not fast or aggressive. Exhausted, Sasuke barely lifted his gaze, expecting it to hit him in the chest. At the last moment, the trajectory shifted, and the impact landed directly on his temple, precisely where he had placed the moon seal. Sasuke fell to the side, this time not getting back up. Mito took a deep breath and closed her eyes briefly. She had won, and the outcome was clear. The stadium erupted in applause, acknowledging not just her victory but the control she had maintained throughout the fight. The medical team rushed in to take Sasuke away, while Mito walked toward the podium with steady steps and a serene expression. Hayate stepped forward to the center of the arena. He announced that the 4 winners had been decided and, out of respect for the fighters' efforts, there would be a 20-minute technical pause before the semifinals began. He congratulated the genin who advanced, clearing his throat and raising his voice to inform the audience that the Chunin exams would resume in 15 minutes. The spectators showed their enthusiasm as the 4 semifinalists mentally prepared for what was to come. Shino Aburame, who overwhelmed with his insects, Toji Fushiguro, a rising shinobi demonstrating extraordinary technique, Gaara of the desert, the ace of Sunagakure with impenetrable defense, and Mito Namikaze, the heir of the land of whirlpools. The semi-finals were about to begin, and no one wanted to miss what was next. To be continued. The break time had concluded. The stands of the central stadium in Konoha were once again filled with noise. Conversations filled the air with theories, predictions, and bets among clans, ninjas, and ordinary spectators. The Chunin exam semi-finals were about to begin, and the anticipation was palpable even among the ANBU stationed on the rooftops. In the arena, Hayate Gecko stepped forward, his usual expression marked by formality. He called for Toji Fushiguro and Shino Aburame to descend into the arena. Both young men jumped from their respective ends of the stadium. Shino, wearing his dark glasses and coat, advanced in complete silence, while Naruto, disguised as Toji, walked with the calm of someone who already knew what he was going to do. They faced each other, and Hayate commanded the start of the match. Naruto did not move. He struck his left shoulder as he always did before a fight. A chain emerged from his sleeve, and upon seeing it, Shino did not react. At least, not immediately. It made sense for Naruto to start with that, Shino thought calmly. Without hesitation, Naruto launched the chain, which passed through Shino's body. Instead of blood or damage, however, Shino's form disintegrated into hundreds of insects that scattered into the air. Was that a substitution? Naruto pondered intently. The insects clung to the chain, some devouring the metal into tiny fragments, while others moved along it, heading straight for Naruto. He would force me to fight without my chains, he reflected quietly. Immediately, he swung his arm and lashed the chain toward the point where Shino was becoming visible through the smoke. But once again, his body broke apart into insects before being reached. So many substitutions. Do you expect to make me give up my weapons? Naruto murmured to himself. Without hesitation, he pulled hard on his chain, tearing away the last section before the insects could reach him. Your chains are effective, but not limitless, Shino replied in a neutral tone. He had an insect perched on his index finger, as if controlling the swarm with surgical precision. The Kikaichu will devour every fragment until nothing useful remains. What if I use the other one? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. They will do the same, Shino affirmed, without boasting. Naruto smiled slightly. It wasn't an arrogant smile, but one that preceded a change in strategy. I understand, he murmured. This time, instead of touching one of his shoulders, he brought his hand to his right thigh, where he had sealed an alternative resource. He activated one of the many seals he had entrusted to Mito with a strong clap. A small cloud of smoke erupted at his feet, revealing a weapon he had not used until now. It was a trisection staff, painted red. Its 3 metal segments were connected by short lengths of chain. A versatile weapon, designed to reach, trap, or strike in multiple directions with absolute control. Naruto held it by one end and spun it effortlessly. His movements were precise, as if he had trained with this weapon for years, when in reality he had just acquired it. I can't promise it won't hurt, Shino Aburame, he said, his expression much more serious. Shino reacted without hesitation. He raised both hands and, without further ado, released a complete swarm. Tens of thousands of Kikaichu emerged from his body and spread like a wave across the sandy sky. It wasn't a chaotic attack, it was a clear strategy: cover the ground, surround the enemy, force their defense, and eventually absorb their chakra. But the plan had a flaw that Shino was yet unaware of. Naruto had no chakra. If that detail came to light, it would jeopardize his entire disguise. I need to finish this quickly. If it lasts too long, he might start to suspect, Naruto thought as he watched the swarm advance like a living cloud. He held the Sensetsuken by one end, and without a hint of doubt, charged directly at the Kikaichu. From the first line of insects, the difference became evident. With a swift flick of his wrist, Naruto deployed the weapon in its full form, 3 sections connected by chains, flowing like a living extension of his body. The first strike was a horizontal sweep. The end of the triple staff spun like a propeller, slicing through the air and sending dozens of insects crashing to the ground. Without stopping, Naruto allowed the momentum of the spin to carry the end of the Sensetsuken behind his neck, releasing one side to grasp the other with his opposite hand. With that fluid movement, he swung the weapon again, this time delivering an upward diagonal strike that disintegrated another portion of the swarm. Oh, part of the audience murmured at the sight of the fluidity and aggression of his combat style. Many did not understand the name of the weapon, but they recognized the lethality with which it was used. Very good, one of the genin who was about to participate acknowledged, but she was interrupted by a cruel twist of fate. Tenten. Some of the more experienced jounin silently praised the control of that ninja from Kusagakure, Toji Fushiguro. Even in the Kage's box, Minato was pleasantly surprised. An unknown ninja from Kusagakure displayed incredible talent. It was a talent he would like to have in his ranks, and if given the opportunity, he would try to bring him to Konoha, along with the girl from the Uzumaki clan they had recently identified. Naruto, for his part, continued advancing, stepping firmly and spinning the weapon as if choreographing a dance of lethal precision. He used the middle section of the staff as a pivot point, manipulating the ends like steel whips. With each step he took, he became a whirlwind of strikes. The Kikaichu could not get close. When they rose in swarms from different angles, he would spin around and deliver a low sweep or a precise move. It was a demonstration of pure mastery over the weapon. Shino frowned beneath his glasses. His expression barely changed, but inside, frustration grew. The pattern was clear: his insects were achieving nothing. Not a single one managed to cling to the enemy's body. Attempts to envelop him were repelled by the speed of his spins and the surgical precision of each strike. Even when surrounded, Naruto became a machine of relentless counterattacks. Emerging from the swarm, Naruto approached Shino without pause. The Aburame attempted to intercept him with a direct strike, looking for what seemed to be an opening. But Naruto blocked the attack by spinning one end of the Sansatsuken, trapping Shino's fist between two metal segments. "Do you also fight hand-to-hand?" he asked with a slight smile. His tone was teasing, but his voice was low, meant only for himself and his opponent. Shino did not respond. He had tried to slide a female Kikaichu down the arm of the staff, hoping it would slip through one of the chains toward Naruto. But, without even looking, Naruto launched a front kick toward Shino, stopping the insect in its tracks. The plan had failed before it even began. Shino stepped back and tried to regroup his swarm. But Naruto did not give him a moment's respite. He propelled himself forward with unexpected speed, closing the distance before the Aburame could reorganize. The Sansatsuken spun like a wheel in his hands, gathering force. Shino barely managed to execute a substitution technique. The log appeared in his place, falling to the ground with a dull thud. But Naruto was already prepared. The instant the switch was complete, the white-haired ninja spun with precision and launched himself at full speed toward the new point where his opponent reappeared. Your chakra," Shino managed to say, noticing the anomaly that Naruto had tried to hide. But those words were enough to trigger something in the white-haired ninja. His body reacted instantly. He accelerated like a projectile. Shino barely had time to process what he was seeing when Naruto's figure briefly faded, reappearing right in front of him. With no options for techniques or countermeasures, the Aburame could only raise his arms. The strike was imminent. Covering himself was all Naruto could do. He spun the Sansatsuken around, extending its segments with momentum. He took a step forward, shifting his weight, and unleashed a downward strike like a whip. The sound of air slicing through was followed by a sharp impact against Shino's arms, lifting him off the ground. Gasps echoed from the spectators as Shino was propelled backward, spinning through the air like a rag doll before crashing against the perimeter wall of the arena. Silence fell for a moment, then murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. Many knew the Aburame clan was strong, but no one expected such a clear defeat, especially not from an unknown shinobi from Kusagakure. Shino did not rise. Naruto swallowed hard, realizing he might have gone too far. He thought about how close he had come to being discovered, but fortunately, his display of skill and weapon mastery overshadowed his raw strength, sparing him from unwanted attention. Hayate appeared immediately, approaching the fallen shinobi and raising his arm. He announced that Shino Aburame had been defeated and that Toji Fushiguro would advance to the finals. The applause that followed was respectful, acknowledging the young man with white hair who had just demonstrated brutal efficiency without showing any signs of fatigue. Naruto turned on his heels, retracting the Sansatsuken into its shorter form, and walked calmly toward the waiting area. He remained silent, showing no emotion. He had won decisively and had done so without revealing more than necessary. However, as he left, he failed to notice the subtle glance Hayate cast his way, pondering Shino's earlier words about his chakra. There was no time for questions. He had to continue with the exams. Hayate Gecko announced the next match, calling for Minato Namikaze and Gaara of the Desert to descend into the arena. The attention of the stadium shifted immediately to the two names, and the momentary silence was replaced by a wave of murmurs, expectant comments, and contained cheers. Both shinobi descended calmly. Gaara, with his unflinching expression and gourd on his back, stepped onto the ground without looking at anyone but his opponent. Mito, on the other hand, descended with firm steps, her movements exuding confidence and devoid of fear. The match began with Hayate's command as he jumped back. Mito wasted no time. Her eyes quickly scanned the field, recognizing the danger Gaara posed, likely the most formidable opponent in the exams aside from Naruto. Yet she pressed on, knowing she had to act decisively. She thought to herself that the moon and sun seals would be nearly useless in this battle, but Gaara's slow and defensive style provided her with what she needed. She swiftly pulled out several pre-written seals and began to run in a curved line around the field, dropping each one with pinpoint accuracy. As she moved, she threw kunai at Gaara, who, as expected, remained unfazed. His sand automatically blocked each weapon without him needing to move. From the stands, observers began to murmur among themselves. Some were impressed by Mito's preparation, while others criticized Gaara's passivity. Kushina, in the Kage's box, watched with narrowed eyes, murmuring that Mito was preparing something significant. When Mito finished placing all the seals, she stopped right in front of Gaara, maintaining a cautious distance. She declared that he was too arrogant, her voice firm yet calm. Without waiting for a response, she began to weave hand seals at great speed. Her sequence was long and precise, culminating in a powerful clap. From her back, 5 chains emerged, curving in different directions. The tips of each chain connected, forming a circular structure over the sand. Then, a pulse of chakra emanated from Mito, expanding from the center as the energy dome closed. The stadium fell silent for a moment at the sight of what had just appeared. Several high-ranking shinobi immediately recognized the technique as a high-level jutsu, one that only Kushina could use, capable of containing a bijou. After all, it was the technique that had secured Konoha's victory over a Jinchuriki from Iwagakure. Kushina clenched her fists with pride, knowing that her daughter's technique was a refined, albeit limited, version of her own Kongo Fusa barrier. Mito's work in replicating and adapting it had borne fruit. Mito announced her jutsu clearly: Fuinjutsu, water element. Water explosion, wave collision. Water began to surge from each of the previously placed seals. Initially, it was a steady flow, but within seconds, it transformed into a torrential downpour. Massive jets shot forth from the marked points, filling the interior of the barrier. The currents rose and crashed into one another, forming waves that quickly accumulated. Gaara, trapped in the center, attempted to raise a wall of sand before him, but the relentless flow overwhelmed him almost immediately. The pressure of the water lifted him several meters off the ground. His sand was neither fast nor strong enough to withstand the force of the deluge. Some spectators stood in astonishment at the sheer volume of water. This was no ordinary jutsu. It surpassed the level of a genin and could not even be attributed to a chunin-level technique. The Uzumaki and Namikaze lineage was evident in Mito. Someone shouted in disbelief, questioning where she had summoned so much water. Mito took a deep breath, feeling the fatigue from her intensive chakra use. While the technique hadn't drained her completely, the rapid expenditure of chakra had inevitably worn her down a bit. Gaara resurfaced, soaked but still conscious. His breathing was slow, and his body tensed as he prepared for Mito's next move. He questioned whether she thought water alone could defeat him. Mito replied that it wasn't the water that would bring him down, but rather his overconfidence that had allowed her to set up this strategy. The water around her began to swirl. The ring of water solidified with chakra, spinning violently around her. This time, it was much larger than the jutsu she had used against Sasuke. Not only was Mito's technique born directly from her chakra, but she also had no reason to limit its strength. Gaara was not as significant to her as Sasuke had been. She declared her jutsu, water element, giant vortex. The whirlpool compressed and then shot out like a massive spiral. The tunnel of water raced across the sand. Gaara raised both hands, and his sand moved instantly, forming a thick wall in front of him. However, the collision was immediate. The water struck with tremendous force. The first layer of sand was torn away in seconds. Gaara stepped back and tried to reinforce the barrier with more sand, but it was not enough. The torrent broke through his defense, forcing him to form a complete sphere around himself, his sand dome. The audience held its breath as the water collapsed onto the sphere, striking it from all sides. Some jets managed to seep through the cracks. Finally, after several seconds of relentless pressure, the dome gave way. The water violently swept him against one of the walls of the chakra dome created by Mito. When the flow subsided, Gaara's body floated face down, with visible cuts on his skin and his gorge shattered beside him. His arms hung limply, and there was no immediate reaction. The surface of the water remained calm for a few seconds until a hand emerged. Gaara pressed his fingers against the water, and as if it were a solid platform, he slowly pushed himself up to stand. The liquid barely deformed under his weight, rippling slightly as his figure rose from the bottom of Mito's dome. The stadium reacted with a mix of astonishment and tension, seeing that he still had the strength to rise. Some spectators leaned toward the edge of the stands, eager to see what the Jinchuriki would do next. Gaara lifted his face, his gaze reflecting contained fury. To him, Mito was an irrelevant rival, someone he thought did not deserve his effort. But he had been mistaken. The damage he had sustained, both physical and to his pride, was enough to ignite the rage he could no longer contain. As he stood, the sand from his gorge shifted across his body. It climbed up his arms and face, enveloping him with speed. The claw of Shikaku formed first, heavy and thick, trembling with unstable chakra. Then, the contours of half of Gaara's face slightly distorted, taking on the appearance of the bijou. Mito jumped back, increasing the distance between them. She felt something different. It was not just the sand that moved. It was the chakra dense, hostile, visceral. She recognized that pressure. It was familiar, but not by affinity. It resembled the chakra of Menma's Kyubi, though less harmonious, more erratic, more violent. In the Kage's box, some advisors shifted uncomfortably at the evident display of Bijou chakra. Hamura stepped forward, suggesting that they should stop the fight. Minato glanced at him without losing his calm demeanor, asserting that he believed his daughter would not lose to such an unstable Jinchuriki. His voice was tranquil, but his gaze was sharp, more of a warning than a question. Hamura attempted to argue, but Minato cut him off, stating that he would personally intervene if things got out of control. Meanwhile, on the field, Mito kept her eyes fixed on her opponent. Despite the pressure exerted by the Bijou's chakra, she did not back down. She thought to herself that she would not allow him to transform completely. Quickly, she formed several hand signs. Water element, water clones. From the surface of the lake, multiple human forms emerged, raising columns of water in their wake. They were identical to Mito and moved agilely in different directions. Some rushed directly toward Gaara, while others flanked him. Gaara held his head with both hands for a moment, as if suffering a sharp pain. Then he looked up and roared. From his sand claw, compact spherical projectiles were launched with force. Several clones were hit, exploding in bursts of water that splashed everywhere. The audience, witnessing the field fill with movement, could not help but react. Isolated cheers and impressed comments about Mito's tactical coordination filled the air. Mito, from the back, continued to observe, taking note of every reaction from Gaara. He was aggressive but lacked refined technique, advancing with brute force and no control. Gaara charged at her, his posture rigid, his arm transformed into a claw cutting through the water as he moved, displacing the liquid with each step. His speed was decent, but his path was predictable. Mito executed another sequence of hand signs. Water element, water dragon missile. Beneath her, the water churned violently. A vertical whirlpool emerged, rising in the shape of a considerable dragon. The creature shot toward Gaara, clearing the path between them. The dragon swept away the sand shuriken and continued on its direct course. Gaara managed to evade it with a lateral jump, using his sand to propel himself and let the attack pass. Mito evaluated the situation, realizing he was adapting. She cut off the flow of the dragon and moved quickly to the side. Gaara shouted for her to stop escaping, launching more sand projectiles, but Mito slipped between them, spinning on the water and stopping abruptly. She turned and lifted her face, ready to confront him. As Gaara swept his claw in a diagonal attack aimed at her, Mito ducked, slid her right foot, and turned her torso, narrowly avoiding the strike. In that instant, she launched herself toward him, but instead of attacking directly, she deactivated the chakra in her feet. Her body began to sink, and just before disappearing beneath the water, she extended her right arm and firmly grasped Gaara's ankle. The back of her hand glowed slightly as the symbol of the sun appeared. She thought to herself that she would see how well he fought underwater. The weight increased immediately. Gaara was dragged into the water, unable to resist. His sand could not form efficient structures in the liquid environment. He thrashed and moved his arms but could not free himself. As they descended, Mito changed her grip, releasing one leg and holding the other with her other hand, which glowed momentarily. In that moment, dodging Gaara's erratic strikes, she delivered a direct punch marked with the sun. The impact sent him crashing toward the bottom of the lake, pushing him several meters away. Without wasting time, Mito executed more hand signs, finishing with the serpent seal. Wind element, beast wave palm. With chakra compressed in her palm, she directed it downward. An explosion of wind surged downward. The impact against the water generated an immediate reaction. The pressure forced Mito's body upward at high speed. The audience held its breath. From the surface, a spiraling column of water could be seen opening. Mito emerged at the center, her body rising with force, bearing several cuts from her struggle against Gaara, before landing firmly on the lake. Drops of water scattered in all directions, marking her return to the surface. The field remained silent for a few seconds. Through the agitated water, Gaara's silhouette could be sensed, descending uncontrollably, his body limp under the weight of his own sand. The audience watched, tense, unsure if this was the end or the prelude to something more. Mito remained vigilant. Although Gaara lay beneath the water, he remained vigilant. He understood that with a Jinchuriki, nothing was certain until confirmed by her own actions. He rummaged through his pocket and noticed that only a few scrolls remained. Clicking his tongue, he chose not to hold back. He unrolled one of the scrolls, gripping it tightly, and leaped, grabbing hold of one of the chains of the dome she had created to stay suspended in the air. It was wise for Hayate to hold on as well, Mito warned as she began to form seals with one hand. The examiner watched her in silence, then nodded and jumped, grasping another nearby chain. From that height, he observed Mito activate her next move. With a powerful declaration, she initiated her technique. The seal of the scroll glowed, and a bolt of lightning descended from it, striking the water with an intensity that illuminated the entire arena. The thunderous sound echoed in the stands, and the audience gasped in unison. The lightning did not strike at a single point but spread like a net across the surface, causing the entire dome to vibrate. Even as he sensed it, Mito thought he could not escape it. He was marked by her moon seal, meaning the main bolt would head straight for him, and the water only amplified its power. The electric current surged with force, causing even the closest spectators to step back, their faces tense from the ferocity of the jutsu. Mito gasped. The chakra consumption was already considerable. She could not maintain that barrier for much longer. She hurriedly performed a long series of seals, precise yet demanding. Upon completion, she placed both hands on the water. A circular seal expanded from where she touched, and then the water began to sink as if being absorbed by the ground itself. Multiple whirlpools formed, quickly draining the accumulated liquid. In just over a minute, the dome was dry, leaving behind an uneven, muddy, and slippery terrain. The central tree had collapsed, and scattered puddles reflected the light of the sky. Exhausted, Mito dispelled the Congo Fusa barrier. The chains receded and vanished behind her. She landed on her feet but took a moment to catch her breath. In the center of the arena, Gaara lay unconscious. He bore light and deep burns from the electric impact, the pressure of the water, and the inhalation of liquid. He was still breathing but was in no condition to continue. The medical team rushed in, examining him with professionalism and urgency. The tension in the stands transformed into applause. Some spectators stood, acknowledging the difficulty of the match. Hayate descended from the chain. He approached Mito, briefly checking her before looking at Gaara. Confirming the Jinchuriki's state, he stepped forward. Minato Namikaze was declared the winner, and the crowd erupted in cheers. It was not a surprise, but the respect for what they had just witnessed filled the air. It had been a tough battle, and Mito had controlled it from start to finish. Now, it all came down to the final match. With this, the finalists of the Chunin exams were determined. A kunoichi who had demonstrated her absolute mastery of Fuinjutsu would face the emerging shinobi who had surpassed all his opponents with astonishing efficiency. The final battle would be Toji Fushiguro against Minato Namikaze. The ovation was immediate, with renewed enthusiasm. The names of both finalists echoed from different sections of the stadium. Some cheered for Namikaze, others for the mysterious Toji, while many were simply excited for what was to come. Given the demanding nature of the last match, and out of respect for the level of the finalists, Hayate announced a technical break of 20 minutes. When they returned, they would witness the conclusion of this day. The final would begin at the end of this intermission. The applause did not cease. Some spectators took the opportunity to stand, chat among themselves, or speculate about the winner. The atmosphere was that of an event that had exceeded expectations. Mito descended with a steady gait, though visibly exhausted. She was met by her older brother, while some medical staff approached her. She acknowledged them with a gesture and headed toward the rest area. At the opposite end of the arena, Toji Fushiguro stood quietly, hands in his pockets, observing. He moved away from the area, heading directly to the dressing room assigned to him. It was time to set the final plan in motion, Naruto thought as he walked to his dressing room. Just as he entered, he struck his left thigh, causing an additional cloud of smoke to billow out. With this, he smiled in a somewhat sinister manner. Mito crossed her arms in front of her chest as she gazed at the arena floor. She felt restless, not because of the match itself, but due to what was coming with it. In just a few minutes, the most dangerous part of her decision would activate. There would be no turning back. She took a deep breath. She knew her role was essential. Her intervention would be the last direct help her brother would receive in this entire plan. Yet, every cell in her body trembled at the internal conflict. She loved her father, but she could not ignore what she knew, what she had confirmed with her own eyes. Mito had already chosen a side, and it was not a comfortable one. Thus, the 20 minutes of intermission passed. Mito was the first to arrive at the center of the arena. She walked calmly, not looking toward the stands or searching for familiar faces. She only stopped in the center of the arena, her gaze fixed ahead. In the stands, anticipation grew. Some wondered why the other finalist had not yet appeared. In the section designated for the jounin, Menma observed in complete silence. There was something unusual in his expression. He did not seem to possess his usual confidence, as if he too knew something significant was about to happen. 2 minutes of delay, Hei murmured, frowning as he looked at the entrance corridor. Had something happened to Toji? The audience began to murmur. Some leaned forward, while others quietly complained. No one wanted the final match to be postponed due to tardiness. But just as the clock marked the 3rd minute, he appeared. His walk was calm and measured. The white hair that had characterized him throughout the competition swayed slightly in the breeze. He no longer wore the dark coat. Instead, he donned grayish-blue pants, a green shirt reminiscent of the classic shinobi vest, and over his shoulders, a white cloak with red flame edges that fell to the back of his legs. In his right hand, he firmly held the Sansatsuken, the weapon with which he had defeated Shino Aburame. The entire stadium held its breath. The combination of his presence, the cloak, and the confidence in his steps caused some spectators to rise to their feet for a better view. A tribute to the 4th Hokage? A civilian whispered quietly. Or a mockery? Another murmured. I don't know, a Chunin said, arms crossed, but it doesn't seem like a coincidence. In the Kage area, Minato narrowed his eyes. Toji Fushiguro walked confidently until he stopped beside Hayate, who greeted him with a brief nod. You arrived just in time, the examiner commented. Before it starts, can I say a few words? The young man asked, his voice steady yet calm. Hayate thought for a moment, glanced at Mito, who showed no reaction, and then nodded. Go ahead, but be brief. The young man nodded and walked to the center. The arena fell silent, with only the sound of the wind and distant murmurs. He paused, took a deep breath, and then looked out at the audience, directly at the stands. His voice rang clear and unwavering. People of Konoha, I have something to confess. The rumors intensified immediately. Many leaned forward, as if this were part of an announcement for the fight. No one expected what would come next. He raised his right hand to his head and slowly slid it through his hair. The gesture, seemingly simple, held a precise intention. An instant later, he pulled decisively. Then, before the astonished gaze of all, 2 truths were revealed. In his hand, he held a paper, a seal that had concealed more than just an appearance. And the second truth was even more shocking. Beneath the disguise emerged a wild, bright blonde hair. It shone under the light as if revealing not just a color, but a buried identity. His true identity. Confusion spread immediately. The first to react were those closest to the arena. Mito's response was almost instantaneous. She stepped back 2 paces, eyes wide. She covered her mouth, gasping in shock. Menma, on the other hand, stood completely rigid. His usually impassive face twisted in disbelief. His lips parted but no words came. He couldn't speak. Silence fell heavily as the young man spoke again. My name is not Toji Fushiguro. A shiver ran through the stadium. My real name is Naruto. Mito dropped to her knees. The audience was paralyzed and confused. Naruto Namikaze. That name set off alarms. Murmurs grew louder. Many looked toward the boxes, some seeking confirmation of what they had just heard, while others simply didn't know how to react. In the jounin area, Kurinai covered her mouth in unsettling surprise. Asuma frowned. Obito's eyes widened in horror and disbelief. The son who was exiled by his own father for being considered a mistake. A stain on his perfect record, Naruto said, his voice steady, each word cutting through the silence of the stadium. Everyone then looked up at the Kage box. Minato was pale, his rigid face unable to process what he had just heard. His lips trembled, but no words came. Kushina, beside him, wore an expression more human than anyone could remember from a kunoichi of her caliber. Her eyes were wide with visceral surprise, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face, and slight tremors coursed through her body. She covered her mouth, trying to stifle a sob. Naruto? She murmured, her voice breaking. It was barely audible, but many heard it. It was irrefutable proof. The crowd in the stadium remained suspended in an uncomfortable silence, as if no one knew how to react. Some stood frozen, while others began to shout, not out of excitement, but confusion. Glances crossed the stands, some directed at Minato with growing indignation, others filled with disbelief and denial. But whatever the reaction, it was too late. The truth had been planted and was taking root. Naruto did not look away. He remained silent and firm, as if calm was his only armor against the storm he had just unleashed. He spoke not to provoke sympathy or seek approval. He spoke because he had to, because he could no longer remain silent. And with those words, a bomb exploded in the heart of the village. It was not an explosion of gunpowder, but a deeper one, the collapse of a symbol. The truth had been spoken before the entire nation, without pretense or masks. An undeniable truth, impossible to ignore. The fourth Hokage, the hero of Konoha, the man who had been revered for years as an example, had just been exposed as someone capable of abandoning his own child. There was no turning back. For many, Minato Namikaze was not just a leader. He was the standard, the ideal model, the last hero, a shinobi without scandals, the perfect ninja, an exemplary father, a Hokage whose words seemed unquestionable. But now, before thousands of people, that image began to crack. Naruto did not speak immediately. He let the silence work. Let the gazes shift, let the murmurs grow with discomfort. The previous revelation had already taken hold. But there was more to come. Some must be wondering, he finally said, his voice firm and clear throughout the stadium. Why would Minato Namikaze, a man who respects strength and recognizes talent, abandon a son who has now proven to be strong? There was movement among the stands. Confused looks, brief exchanges of words. No one dared to speak loudly, but the tension was palpable. Several squinted, glancing sideways at the Hokage box, searching Minato's face for any response. They found none. It's simple, Naruto added, stepping forward. He pointed to his own chest with determination. Because I was born without chakra. A wave of disbelief swept through the audience. From the closest rows, muffled exclamations were heard. Without chakra? Is that even possible? Is he lying? But no one laughed. No one considered it a joke. Perhaps they hadn't noticed from a distance, Naruto continued. Or they were too distracted watching the fights. But if any censor tried to search for chakra within me, they would find absolutely nothing. At that moment, Hate raised his voice from his position, gaining the attention of those present. That explains a lot, he said, not hiding his surprise. I always notice something strange about you. But during the fight against Shino, did you increase your pace at the moment he could have discovered your condition? Naruto nodded. Exactly. The gazes returned to the box. Minato still hadn't moved. His face was immobile, but his expression was breaking more with each passing second. Beside him, Kushina could no longer hold back her tears. They streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably, as if every word from Naruto was a knife piercing her past. That only reinforced her conviction. It reminded her of what she had to do. Naruto fixed his gaze on Minato, not hiding his disdain. It wasn't just that you abandoned me, he continued in a cold voice. You didn't just kick me out of the house or keep me hidden. At 9 years old, I was exiled to the underworld of Konoha. In the lawless zone where outcasts and criminals survive without rules or protection, even the ANBU refused to enter. There, a 9-year-old boy was left behind. It seemed a bit cruel, didn't it? The audience did not react immediately. It was too much for many to digest. Slowly, however, the discomfort became palpable. The jounin present exchanged glances, while the advisors on their platform looked at Minato as if they were unsure of who was beside them. Even Jiraiya, who had remained silent until that moment, could not help but frown. Confusion mingled with a bitter embarrassment. He knew the story. Minato and Kushina had 3 children, and according to their own disciple, the middle child, Naruto, had died shortly after his 9th birthday due to his latent condition, a lack of chakra. At least, that was what he had believed. The revelation hit him hard, not only for what it meant but for what it implied. Minato had lied. He had done so for years, and not about something trivial, but about his own son. For someone like Jiraiya, who had always considered Minato a man of integrity, this made no sense. He did not want to believe it, yet there stood the boy, alive, breathing and speaking before the entire stadium. This transformed the previous narrative into a carefully constructed lie, one that even he, Minato's mentor, had failed to see. Tsunade, on her part, paled instantly. It was not just surprise. It felt like a slap, a direct betrayal. She had known the boy. He was her assigned patient, and she had monitored his condition every year, studying the medical anomaly that no manual could explain. It was during the 10th review when she received the news. The child had died nearly a year ago. She had signed documents, reviewed reports, and read things that, now she understood, had been falsified. She had been deceived in her own field due to the trust she had placed in Minato. That realization left her barely able to speak, her voice barely audible. She remembered the uncomfortable silences from Kushina whenever the topic arose, the way she would lower her head, and the unyielding expression on Minato's face. She had never judged him, thinking everyone grieved in their own way. But this was not grief, it was concealment, a cold decision, abandonment. Moreover, Tsunade was a senju, but she was also an Uzumaki, even if she had no direct relation to Naruto. That connection made the betrayal feel personal, and her blood boiled. She stood up abruptly, her voice echoing through the stadium like thunder. It was not just anger, it was the roar of someone who felt mocked, used, and betrayed. A deep wound, open and bleeding before everyone. The impact was devastating. Some stood up, while others simply lowered their heads. Minato did not respond, and Naruto did not back down. He raised his voice again, stating that the details of his life no longer mattered. He wanted everyone to think about this. If Minato Namikaze was capable of doing this to his own son, what would he do to anyone else he deemed imperfect? The silence that followed was absolute. There was no need for more words. Not only Tsunade but several jounin had also stood up. Some out of indignation, others out of shame. A few simply watched Minato, waiting for a reaction that never came. The fourth Hokage remained standing, but it was as if his figure had shrunk in the eyes of everyone. Naruto simply looked at him, devoid of feigned resentment or exaggerated anger. He possessed only the cold clarity of someone who knew he did not need to shout for his truth to shatter everything. The silence spread throughout the stadium, thousands of gazes fixed on the Hokage's platform, waiting for a word, a reaction, any gesture to refute what they had just heard. But Minato Namikaze did not react immediately. His face, previously motionless, began to transform slowly. His jaw tightened, and his fists clenched. The pristine composure that had always characterized him cracked imperceptibly but steadily. An involuntary tic crossed his brow. Anarchy was the only word capable of describing what was happening in Konoha. The streets were divided by columns of smoke, shouts, and isolated confrontations. Uchiha clan troops moved in groups, armed and determined, storming public buildings and demanding the immediate resignation of the fourth Hokage. Some threatened to take civilians as hostages if their demands were not met. Meanwhile, in the Western District, the Hyuga had begun to destroy statues and murals commemorating Minato Namikaze's years in office. It was a symbolic yet firm act, a declaration with no turning back. Konoha was fractured. Authority was an illusion. Among those benefiting from the collapse was Danzo Shimura. Inside the underground base of Root, the elder stood, contemplating from an elevated corridor over 150 shinobi, perfectly formed, aligned, and ready to mobilize. Half of his hidden force, while the other half awaited instructions at key points in the village. The moment had arrived. Danzo murmured with a half-smile that everything was ending better than he had planned. The events were fitting together like gears. Naruto had fulfilled his part of the deal, reaching the finals, revealing his identity, and destroying Minato's image before the village. The accumulated resentment among the clans had done the rest. Chaos reigned. In that power vacuum, Root was to emerge as the only entity capable of restoring order, with Danzo as the natural leader of the reconstruction. The firm steps of two figures interrupted his thoughts. Kabuto and Sai arrived in the corridor, kneeling before him with military precision. They greeted him in unison, and Danzo instructed them to speak. Kabuto reported that all elements were deployed, the genjutsu to induce sleep had worked, and disturbances had begun in 7 sectors, escalating rapidly. They only awaited their entry. Danzo nodded, signaling it was time to advance. He turned on his heels and began walking toward the exit of the corridor that connected to the surface. The echo of his steps was drowned out by the hushed murmurs of his troops. But then he stopped, frowning. His left eye narrowed as he sensed something unusual. It was not a common presence, but something subtle yet growing, like a whisper contained for too long. Danzo looked up and spotted a seal carefully affixed to the ceiling, a plain piece of paper perfectly centered in the structure. His trained eye caught it just before it activated. From the end of the corridor, concealed from ordinary sight by another hidden seal, a figure appeared. With speed and precision, they began to form hand seals. Fuinjutsu, containment judgment was spoken calmly. In that moment, dozens of chakra lines ignited throughout the complex. Invisible to the naked eye but detectable to any sensor, the threads spread across the walls, floor, and pillars, connecting to form a dense barrier that enveloped the perimeter, sealing all exits. The temperature shifted, and the air grew heavier. The young man reflected on his responsibility, knowing that Naruto had entrusted him with this task. As chakra began to condense around him, a vibrant red layer emerged from his body. 3 tails materialized with controlled intensity, releasing the raw chakra of the Kyuubi. Yet he remained composed, breathing steadily and maintaining his focus. At the far end of the corridor, Danzo instinctively took a step back, his disbelief evident. For a moment, he struggled to comprehend the situation, but the realization hit him hard. His jaw tightened, and his usually rigid expression twisted into a mix of anger and surprise. It could only be that Naruto had used this power. A shiver ran down Danzo's spine as his sensory perception alerted him to an intense source of chakra approaching with destructive force. He moved swiftly to evade, but a moment later, a fiery blast surged down the corridor. Some root shinobi managed to dodge it, while others were not so fortunate, suffering severe burns or worse. With the path cleared by the flames, Menma advanced. He walked steadily through the smoke and the fallen bodies, undeterred. Around him, more than 100 shinobi surrounded him, closing in. In front of him, Danzo regained his composure, mentally strategizing the best formation. Menma halted, enveloped in the mantle of chakra, his expression unwavering. He addressed Danzo with a neutral tone, devoid of anger or hatred, yet lacking any mercy. He spoke with the cold resolve of a judge, questioning whether Danzo was ready to face the consequences of his conspiracy against the Hokage. Silence thickened the air as Danzo regarded him intently. He noted the absence of rage in Menma's voice, recognizing the determination behind it. Danzo, however, was not intimidated. He declared that Menma did not understand who he was dealing with, taking a step back to assess the distance between them. The surviving root shinobi began to move, surrounding Menma and closing off any escape routes in a concentric formation. Danzo wasted no time, turning towards a hidden door in the corridor wall. Menma remained silent, observing without urgency or doubt, only vigilance. The door creaked open, and Danzo halted abruptly. Before him lay a thin layer of red energy, barely perceptible but enough to confirm the reality of the threat he sensed earlier. Danzo murmured about the barrier, to which Menma responded with a definitive tone, explaining that the barrier was entirely infused with his chakra. Its external resistance was nearly non-existent, but from within, it was nearly impenetrable as long as he maintained his will to fight. He warned Danzo that any attempt to escape would be futile. Danzo turned his head slightly, glancing at Menma with skepticism. He questioned the wisdom of revealing the intricacies of his technique to the enemy, though his tone was more inquisitive than mocking. Menma did not respond immediately, allowing the pressure of his chakra to intensify around him. Danzo understood the implications. The long-range combat was his strength, and Menma was drawing him into a confined space where he had the advantage. It was a carefully imposed cage. He noted that a barrier of this magnitude could only be activated with prior preparation, concluding that Naruto must have collaborated with Menma. Menma's silence spoke volumes, confirming Danzo's suspicions. The truth became clear. During his time en route, Naruto had placed tiny, invisible seals at strategic points throughout the base, which required Menma's chakra as a second catalyst to activate. Naruto had anticipated Danzo's moves, planning to eliminate him before he could act against the young man. What Danzo did not realize was that every entrance had also been marked with a Hiration seal, allowing for real-time tracking of any access point. When Sai and Kabuto returned to route for the final phase of their plan, Menma had followed them from a distance, identifying the entry point and knowing where to deploy. Everything fell into place. Naruto had not only sabotaged the plan but had completely turned it against Danzo. The executioner found himself trapped in his own game. The confrontation was no longer a possibility, it was inevitable. Danzo understood this with absolute clarity. He muttered about being caught in a trap, hardening his jaw and preparing for battle. Menma looked up, his expression devoid of emotion, and stated firmly that attempting to manipulate his brother had been Danzo's first mistake, and thinking he could use the village as leverage was the second. The chakra tails rose slowly, signaling the start of the conflict. The root shinobi braced themselves for the assault, and at Danzo's command, they charged at Menma. As they closed in, Menma moved forward. His first action was swift. He struck an Anbu attempting to intercept him from the right with a powerful elbow, sending him crashing into a wall. Two more attempted to flank him, but Menma pivoted with precision, using his right leg to break one shinobi's knee while his left arm, propelled by one of the tails, delivered a brutal punch to the stomach of the other. The battle erupted in an instant. 20 shinobi surrounded him in unison, all wearing black masks and unleashing earth and water jutsu to restrict his movements. The walls seemed to close in, and seals detonated around them. One of the officers shouted to keep Menma in place. Menma formed a single-hand seal and unleashed a powerful wind jutsu, creating a vortex of compressed air that swept through the front lines. Many were caught in its force, some crashing against the ceiling, while 2 shinobi lost their arms to the sheer pressure of the wind. 5 more fell out of combat. An Anbu jumped from above, sword in hand. Menma twisted his torso and blocked the blade with an open palm. Without changing his expression, he concentrated chakra in his fingers and shattered the sword from its core. The explosion singed part of the attacker's face. Menma advanced with a left hook, followed by a spinning strike with a dense tail that incapacitated another shinobi. Still, more than 100 remained. Sai descended from one of the upper levels, riding on a dragon made of ink. He unleashed 3 drawn lions that moved with serpentine speed. Menma leaped over one of the bodies on the ground, dodging the lions, and propelled himself with one of his tails towards the ink dragon. In midair he formed 3 hand seals. Fire release, great fireball. A single projectile was launched. Sai dodged, but the dragon was hit and exploded. Menma landed on Sai before he could touch the ground. They both rolled, and in that moment, Menma seized Sai by the neck. Sai attempted to counter with an ink blade, but Menma gripped his arm and broke it mercilessly. He lifted Sai by the neck, increasing his grip. Sai tried to speak, but only saliva mixed with blood escaped his lips. You failed, Sai. Without hesitation, Menma plunged his hand directly into Sai's chest, piercing his heart with chakra-coated fingers. The body fell lifeless. Menma said nothing more. Around him, the pressure increased again. 25 more surrounded him, forming new formations. Joint seals. Coordinated strategies. 2 fell in the attempt. One was decapitated by an upward tail strike, the other cut in half by the edge of Menma's hands. But the attacks began to weigh him down. A partial sealing jutsu exploded near his leg. It grazed him, causing Menma to stumble slightly. Another threw an explosive kunai, which grazed his side. He didn't stop, but he bled. Behind him, there was an explosion that, while not hitting him, slightly disoriented him. His breaths became deeper. The chakra from his 3-tailed cloak fluctuated for a moment. But he did not stop. Earth release, earth wall. He declared, extending both hands and generating a rocky semicircle that isolated 10 more enemies, only for Menma to crush that wall with a kick. The screams did not last long. A squad of 6 attacked him together with chakra-imbued katanas. Menma deflected one, using it as leverage to propel himself, spinning and breaking one's back with both knees upon landing. He turned the stolen katana and decapitated 2 more with a single diagonal motion. His tail swept the edges, tearing off legs and breaking jaws. 2 enemies attempted to bind him with chakra threads, but Menma, without looking, pulled both towards him and smashed their foreheads together. The close combat continued. Each of Menma's strikes left broken bones, bodies on the ground, and cracks in the pavement. But it became evident, his movements were losing speed. His left arm no longer moved with the same fluidity. The wound on his side continued to bleed, although the Kyuubi's chakra was slowly healing it. Come on. Menma murmured, as 2 tails stabilized him. Seal the demon's chakra. Ordered one of the ANBU officers. 6 sealing users jumped simultaneously. One reached Menma's arm and placed a seal, which didn't last long before being torn off. Another tried to apply one to his chest. Menma let out a roar. The chakra expanded like a sonic wave, sending 3 flying, and then he spun on his axis, using one of his tails to grab another by the neck. He slammed him to the ground. His head shattered like wood. 43 bodies lay on the ground. Some were still alive but incapacitated. Menma staggered for a moment. His vision wavered. Another seal user attempted to enter but was decapitated with a swift strike. Blood streamed from Menma's brow. The left side of his torso showed a burn from the previous seal. His right arm no longer extended fully. Still he remained standing. Before him, only 7 of the original 50 remained. Menma took a deep breath. Let's finish this. He charged. The first attempted a water technique. It missed. Menma crushed him against the wall with his shoulder. The second tried to flee. A tail impaled him from behind. The third blocked a strike but was thrown with such force that he crashed through 2 unconscious bodies. The last 4 regrouped. Quick seals. Coordinated. Fuinjutsu, seal of 4 directions. Menma launched himself without stopping. He was hit by 3 of the seals. One immobilized a leg, another slowed his chakra. The third attempted to suppress his right tail. But it was not enough. He roared. The chakra exploded, distorting the air. He advanced with firm steps, ignoring the pain. With a single twist of his torso, he decapitated 2. The last 2 fell to a knee strike and a burst of chakra. 50. Dead or incapacitated, Menma remained standing, surrounded by smoldering bodies, pools of fresh blood, and the dense scent of death. The battlefield was a silent abyss, barely altered by the crackling of the still-present red chakra. His breathing was erratic. He gasped. His hands trembled, covered in warm blood and remnants of ash. The tails swayed slowly behind him, not with fury, but with a tense pause as if hesitating to continue. In the distance, Danzo watched. He did not move, did not speak. He analyzed. He waited. Perhaps he hoped Menma would collapse on his own. Menma Namikaze was a formidable ninja in every aspect. After Shisui Uchiha, he was the youngest ninja to reach rank A, and also the youngest to attain rank S while wielding the Bijou chakra he controlled to 1/3 of its totality. For Danzo, who was in a position where he could not escape, waiting for Menma to weaken so he could finish him off was the only plausible solution. He intended to do it with what he hid behind his bandages. Menma, for his part, already knew. That had only been the first wave. And his body was already feeling it. No matter how strong he was, fighting against so many shinobi simultaneously was exhausting. There are still more. He murmured hoarsely, lowering his head. But he did not retreat. I must do this, he thought as the burning in his muscles intensified. I must descend to the next med level. Also I don't fail him. To never fail him again. He straightened suddenly. He clenched his fists. He closed his eyes. Just for a moment. When he opened them, the world trembled. The chakra exploded from his body violently, like a storm contained for too long. An overwhelming surge of energy was released, sweeping the ground with fierce winds. The remaining Anbu immediately shielded themselves, forced to withstand the gale of pure chakra that ravaged the area. And when the wind ceased, they saw it. Menma no longer had skin. His body was enveloped in a dense, vibrant layer of red chakra, pulsating and corrosive. The 4 tails rose behind him, thrashing with primal fury. His eyes were not the same, nor was his voice. He growled in a deeper, monstrous tone, stating that 5 minutes would be enough to destroy them all. On the surface, the situation had completely deteriorated. Chaos reigned over the stadium. The stands were shattered, filled with the thick smoke of explosive seals, while kunai whizzed through the air amidst bursts of fire jutsu and sparks from misdirected weapons. Several ANBU, injured or outnumbered, struggled to maintain a perimeter, protecting the civilians who lay unconscious among the debris like broken dolls. Some Uchiha remained motionless, trying unsuccessfully to restrain their own relatives. Others, their eyes filled with hatred and Sharingan activated, launched attacks without regard for the consequences. This was no longer a protest, it had crossed the line. With civilians at risk and blood spilled on the emblem of Konoha, the charges piled up without return. Betrayal, sabotage, public destruction, and in several cases, involuntary manslaughter. A veteran Jounin roared for them to cover the children first, pushing a terrified group of genin with his bloodied arm, urging them to escape to the south and not to just stand there. Several Jounin surrounded the new generation of novices, including Team 10 and Sakura, while others still did not fully grasp the magnitude of what was happening. Fear was palpable on their faces, but their escorts stood firm, their teeth clenched and the pride of their rank evident. One of them, Chuji, trembled and wondered if this was a war. Another Jounin replied dryly that this was Konoha rotting from within. Meanwhile, at the center of the disaster, in the arena of the Chunin exams, the main battle raged as if the world had frozen around them. Dust hung in the air, and tension suffocated it. Minato Namikaze, bloodied and hardened by conflict, held his kunai ready, poised to move at the slightest impulse. In front of him stood Naruto, born without chakra but with a calmness so polished it was unsettling. The Sansatsuken hung at his left side, and in his hand was the Wado Ikemanji. His gaze was like an abyss. Minato questioned why Naruto had harmed Hinata, his voice tense but steady, each word heavy as stone. Naruto acknowledged the question but downplayed its significance, stating it was nothing personal and merely orders. When Minato pressed for clarification, Naruto revealed the orders had come from Danzo. The name struck Minato like a hammer against rock, causing a brief falter in his guard. Seizing the moment, Naruto propelled himself forward with a powerful stride, the left end of the Sansetsuken in hand. Minato reacted instantly, activating the Hiraishin to vanish to the edge of the field. However, as he reappeared, the Wado Ikemanji was already in the air. Minato deflected it with his kunai, sending it upward, or so he thought. Naruto yanked on the chain before the projectile lost momentum, and the blade descended violently, grazing Minato's shoulder. Minato clicked his tongue, using the Hiraishin to evade further injury. He acknowledged Naruto's speed and noted that the mention of Danzo had affected him. The pain in his shoulder was real, the cut had been clean and hurt. But what pained him more was the realization that he could be struck in this battle. He, the Yellow Flash, once untouchable during the Third War, now felt fatigue weighing him down. Yet he stood tall. His body was injured, but his will remained unbroken. His breathing steadied, and his expression shifted from fury and frustration to determination. He calmly questioned if Danzo had betrayed him from the start, to which Naruto suggested it was a possibility, hinting that perhaps Danzo had feigned his death that day and always sought Minato's downfall. Minato's gaze subtly drifted toward the Kage's box, which was empty. Neither the advisors nor Kushina were present. He thought of Kushina, feeling a tension barely contained, but quickly refocused. He could not afford distractions. His eyes returned to Naruto with resolve, stating that when this was over, he would confront Danzo personally. Naruto remained silent, observing Minato without a word. In that moment, he realized provoking him would no longer serve a purpose. He recalled inflicting 3 wounds, including one to the chest, and understood he could not afford to be careless. If he made one mistake, it would be over. Around them, chaos continued. The roars of combat between Anbu and Uchiha, columns of smoke, cries of the wounded, and desperate orders from the Jounin formed a distant murmur. In that arena, it was just the two of them. Naruto slightly bent his knees, bringing the Wado Ikemanji back to his hand. Kinui had to finish this. The air grew tense as they exchanged no more words, only movement. Minato was the first to act, a flash marking his disappearance. The kunai clinked behind Naruto, who immediately turned, raising the Wado Ikemanji to intercept. But the true attack came from a second kunai, thrown upward while Minato was still in his blind spot. Naruto grunted in surprise as Minato's elbow descended with surgical precision, striking the base of his neck and forcing him to bend forward. Yet, before he hit the ground, Naruto agilely twisted his body, attempting an upward cut with the Wado Ikemanji to catch Minato midair. Minato vanished just in time, reappearing 2 meters back, already launching another kunai directly at his son. Naruto reacted with calm precision, drawing the Sansetsuken and deflecting the projectile with the weapon's central axis. In the same motion, he spun the staff, sending the opposite end blindly toward where he believed Minato would be. The space was already empty. Minato had changed his position once again. He projected his voice from 3 different locations, making it difficult for Naruto to track him. As Naruto jumped back to assess the situation, Minato suddenly appeared right in front of him, aiming a kunai at his abdomen. Naruto did not dodge. He took the hit, gritting his teeth, and with the momentum, he swung the Wado Ikemanji towards Minato's chest. Minato, with his free hand, blocked the strike with another kunai. When their weapons clashed, Naruto followed up with a powerful strike from the Sansetsuken, aiming to hit Minato, but the Namikaze leaped back, releasing the kunai embedded in Naruto. Both fighters distanced themselves, both bleeding, though one more than the other. Naruto, unfazed, pulled the kunai from his abdomen and locked eyes with his father. Minato did not hesitate. He jumped into a new sequence, throwing 3 kunai into the air, 1 to the ground, and 2 to each side. Naruto barely had time to breathe before he felt an impact on his back. Minato, using one of the previously planted kunai, delivered a knee strike that forced Naruto down to the ground. Naruto noted the trick with the extra kunai without showing much concern. He rolled to the side just as another kunai landed next to his face. Minato appeared again, attempting a horizontal slash at his side. Naruto intercepted with the Wado Ikemanji, but Minato skillfully slid the blade aside, spinning around and delivering a spinning kick to Naruto's temple. Staggering, a trickle of blood ran down from Naruto's head. He lifted the Sansetsuken once more. Minato, slightly out of breath, murmured that Naruto was holding up too well. The movements he could execute with the same speed as before were becoming limited, and the wounds on his thigh and shoulder were starting to bother him. Nevertheless, he continued to attack. Minato vanished and reappeared at precisely marked points, his figure barely lingering for a fraction of a second in each location, but that was enough to create a constant threat. Each strike he launched aimed not to hit but to provoke a reaction. Each kunai thrown was not merely a projectile but a means to push Naruto into a less favorable position. Naruto did not retreat. He advanced, sliding the Sansetsuken with controlled speed, extending it in a straight line to cover more ground. His free hand held the Wado Ikimonji, ready to respond to any real movement. His focus was not on Minato's silhouette but on the angles and possible trajectories of the next flash. Minato appeared right in front of him, kunai raised. Naruto reacted instantly, deploying the segmented staff diagonally to block Minato's path. The Wado Ikimonji followed, aimed directly at the Hokage's chest. But just before impact, Minato's body vanished. The real attack came from below. A hand emerged just inches from the ground. Minato had left a seal in that part of the sand. In an instant, he had transported himself from the front to a low, lateral position, angling his kunai towards Naruto's exposed side. Naruto spun the Sansetsuken backward to defend himself, blocking the cut with the thickest link of the weapon. Still, the kunai grazed his clothing. Minato was already gone. He reappeared behind Naruto, then above, then at an angle. Each movement was a new attempt to find a gap in Naruto's defense. Each appearance created a new angle of threat. Naruto reacted to all of them, but always with a fraction of a second disadvantage. His counterattacks were precise, and his feints more aggressive. He alternated between the brute force of the staff and the swift cuts of his sword. But Minato had already deciphered the rhythm. The Hokage never stayed in one spot for more than a second and used his seals to place Naruto at a disadvantage without him realizing it until the final movement. Naruto managed to graze Minato once. The tip of the Sansetsuken scraped against Minato's forehead protector before the Hokage vanished again. But that moment was enough to show that Naruto was close, prompting Minato to increase the speed of his transitions as much as possible. Naruto did not slow down. He continued to advance, chaining strikes, but they all continued to collide with emptiness. Every attempt, every turn, every feint felt futile. Minato no longer fell for provocations. He read each intention with surgical precision. The distances were exact. The appearances, flawless. Yet, Naruto pressed on. The next strike was direct. A solid punch struck his face, throwing off his balance completely. Before he could regain his footing, Minato spun and delivered a kick to Naruto's leg. The sound that echoed was unsettling. Naruto fell but did not remain still. He used the momentum of his fall to roll onto his side, and just as Minato advanced to finish the sequence, Naruto violently arched his back and spat blood directly onto the Hokage's face. Minato instinctively closed his eyes. The Sansetsuken traced an upward arc and struck Minato's left side with brutal force. The dry impact resonated in the air before sending him soaring into the sky. Minato managed to land on his feet, but his legs faltered for a moment. He staggered, his breathing becoming labored and uneven. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his lips as he pressed a trembling hand against his side. When he withdrew his fingers, he noticed the crimson stain soaking his palm. Broken bones. Internal bleeding. Real pain. More than he had ever anticipated. "How?" he murmured, barely audible, his eyes wide open. That blow had exceeded even his projections. Naruto got back up, limping, bleeding. His side was bruised, and a deep cut ran across his abdomen. But his stance remained firm, his gaze unwavering. That boy. Did he not feel pain? Minato thought, taking a small step back, pained. He had struck him at least 7 times, cut him 3. No Jinchuriki, not even during the war, had endured so much without their movements becoming erratic. Yet Naruto continued to attack fluidly. His movements were not only fast but also precise. At times, even more precise than at the beginning of the fight. Each strike seemed calculated, every swing of his weapon intentional. It wasn't that he was unscathed. Naruto was taking damage. But he did not react like a normal person. From a young age, he had been brutally mistreated, both by his surroundings and the life imposed upon him. Years of constant violence and forced survival had shaped him. That toughness, combined with his unique condition, granted him remarkable resistance to pain. A kind of numbness that only faded once the adrenaline stopped flooding his body. Minato noticed. He realized that no matter how much he inflicted damage, Naruto would not react like anyone else. Gritting his teeth, he moved again, determined to break that resistance. The next exchange was brief. Naruto swung the Wado Ikemanji, deflecting Minato's move to the side. Without losing momentum, he drove the handle of the Sansatsuken upward in a powerful strike. Minato immediately retreated, forced to disappear and reappear a short distance away. Naruto pursued him without hesitation. Each time Minato raised a kunai, Naruto's sword slipped beneath it. Whenever Minato attempted to block, the Sansatsuken shattered his defense. The Wado Ikemanji grazed Minato's shoulder for a brief moment. Minato vanished in a flash. He couldn't afford to take a hit, not now, not while injured and with limited chakra. The marks of the Hiraishin remained active, but each jump caused him more pain. Each appearance left a stinging sensation throughout his body due to his multiple fractures. Finally, the two met in the center of the arena. They grappled, Naruto holding the Wado Ikemanji vertically, while Minato pressed against it with his kunai horizontally. Their eyes locked. Minato, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, murmured about Naruto being a monster and questioned the source of his strength. Naruto, with an annoyed grimace, responded that Minato hadn't seen everything he was capable of. At that moment, Naruto tightened his grip on the Wado Ikemanji. His muscles tensed instantly, the veins in his forearm bulging violently, and a faint crack emerged from the handle due to the brutal pressure he exerted. Minato felt a strange pulse, one that shouldn't exist at that moment, emanating from the sword's handle. What puzzled him was not just the physical impact but the chakra he sensed in that brief contact. It was not a traditional manifestation but something more contained and vibrant, as if it emerged from a third source. That moment of doubt was all Naruto needed. From the edge of the Wado Ikemanji, a crescent wave of chakra burst forth, tearing through the air with terrifying force. There was no preparation, no prior buildup. It was immediate to immediate. Minato reacted instinctively, attempting to activate the Hiraishin, but he had no time. It was Naruto. He was not supposed to be able to use chakra. He was not supposed to. The technique reached him before he could fully disappear. The chakra blade grazed his right side, tearing through his tunic and leaving a deep wound that began to bleed instantly. He appeared 5 meters away, his right arm hanging slightly. He was bewildered, questioning what had just happened. He knew Naruto lacked chakra. He should not have been able to hurt him like that. Yet, the cut felt as if it were from a wind jutsu and burned like a fire jutsu. Naruto slowly straightened, blood dripping from his chin, torso, and arms. Still, he held both weapons firmly. He warned Minato not to trust the unknown, addressing him as father with a venomous tone. He would not say it aloud, but what had just occurred was made possible by the seal he had entrusted to Mito. Danzo had made it clear, his sword could only release stored chakra through a precise and controlled pulse. To achieve this, he had tasked Mito with creating a specific seal embedded in the weapon's handle. The condition to activate the seal was to exert a certain pressure on it, enough to trigger the required pulse. However, there was a fundamental restriction. Only Mito could continuously supply him with chakra. No one else under any circumstances could administer it without destabilizing the seal. Thanks to this, Naruto could channel that energy without being a true chakra user. It was a trick, a weapon, a system forged to maximize the potential of the Wado Ikemanji under precise conditions. Minato, still on guard but visibly perplexed, acknowledged that Naruto was not insignificant but insisted he was still a mistake, a being born without chakra. Naruto narrowed his eyes, expressing his frustration that Minato still could not rectify his past mistakes. He declared that speaking with him was futile. Minato, despite the evident pain in his muscles, reiterated his intent to end Naruto, claiming it was the least he could do after everything he had built was ruined. Naruto coldly challenged him to try. They were on the brink of launching their final assault when suddenly, a presence interrupted the tension. A figure emerged from the side, stepping confidently onto the battlefield, completely disregarding the ongoing confrontation. Both stopped instinctively, their eyes drawn to the advancing silhouette. Kushina was there. The blood habanero, clad in her jounin uniform, her hair tied back, her expression resolute. Her eyes were unwavering, her determination absolute. In one hand she held a katana, in the other, something still indistinguishable, gripped tightly. She resolved to end the conflict once and for all, walking steadily toward the two men who were unleashing the most significant conflict of their lives. And hers. 5 minutes. That was all the time Menma had to eliminate the remaining 100 shinobi. The 4 tails of chakra posed a monumental challenge. While he could maintain them, his control remained unstable, almost provisional. He knew he could not afford to prolong the battle. If it dragged on, he might lose control. and then there would be no turning back. So he did not hesitate. The ground trembled as he bent his knees. His body, firm and tense, radiated a dense, contained energy. The chakra tails thrashed with latent violence, but not erratically, each floated behind him like an extension of his will, as solid as true limbs. Around him, the 80 remaining shinobi of the root had already deployed. The formation was tight and tactical, designed to encircle and crush the target with no chance of escape. Their seals were ready, and their weapons glimmered under the dim light of the battlefield. Silence reigned, no one spoke or retreated. They surrounded the target from all angles like an unyielding machine, but something in the atmosphere began to fracture. From an elevated platform, Danzo observed the scene with his arms crossed. His expression remained impassive, but his eyes, accustomed to calculation and absolute control, betrayed a new emotion, unease. He might never admit it aloud, but at that moment, even he could not predict what would happen next. Menma did not wait for the first move. He did not speak. He moved. In a violent flash, one of his tails pierced the chest of a jounin to his right. The body barely convulsed before collapsing. Simultaneously, another tail coiled brutally around the neck of a second enemy, lifting him into the air and slamming him down with a force that shattered the ground. The third tail, curved like a whip, swept across the ground, taking out legs and toppling entire lines. The fourth, more precise, broke through a defensive shield and struck its bearer in the side. Everything had begun. There were no warnings or screams, only bodies falling in a rhythm that felt detached from time. Menma moved with inhuman efficiency, spinning like a whirlwind of demonic chakra, blending hand-to-hand techniques with the lethal capabilities of his tails. A punch shattered a ribcage, a downward kick crushed a skull, while his tails eliminated any threat that escaped his line of sight. Each movement was surgical. He delivered a direct kick to the face of an enemy trying to flank him while one of his tails, without him needing to glance, pierced the back of a second attacker. Another ninja attempted to throw a kunai from what he believed was a safe distance, but he never completed the motion. One of the tails struck him in the stomach before he could release the weapon. The battlefield had turned into a closed hell. Then, a compact group of 5 approached in formation, seeking to surround him from the rear. Menma sensed them. He leaped and descended upon them like a meteor. One of his tails wrapped around the torso of one of the 5, crushing his ribs. Another shot forward, effortlessly piercing the bodies of 3 aligned enemies. The 5th tried to retreat but was taken down with a sharp elbow and then executed with a downward kick that broke his neck. Everything was happening too quickly. Menma had barely touched the ground when a new group moved in. 4 ANBU, each descending from different points in synchronized motion. The maneuver was clear: catch him off guard while he was crouched. Menma did not need to think. He dropped into a quadrupedal stance, hands and feet firmly planted on the ground. In the instant before impact, his tails rose like spears. 4 precise strikes. 4 chests pierced. The bodies of the ANBU were sent flying backward, colliding with their own comrades who were trying to approach from the rear. The pressure mounted. Menma stood up, his chest rising and falling intensely, not from fatigue but from the need to maintain control. He felt the pulse of the QB brushing against his mind, tempting him with each passing second. He could not lose himself. Not yet. Around him, bodies began to pile up. Blood, disturbed earth, the silent echo of death. More than 30 had fallen in mere seconds, and the others were starting to doubt. What had once been a tight formation now appeared to be a wall on the verge of collapsing. But Menma had no intention of giving them a breather. The clock continued to run, and every second brought him closer to the threshold where his control might shatter. He would not allow it. Not when he was so close. Up above, from his platform, Danzo continued to watch. Though his posture suggested indifference, his gaze was no longer so unperturbed. He clicked his tongue, narrowing his eyes. He wondered how much energy this boy had stored. Despite being a Jinchuriki, he should not be able to take down so many members of the root so easily. Not far from him, hidden in one of the upper entrances, a crouched figure remained completely silent. Kabuto, concealed among the ventilation grates, did not move a muscle. He had been watching for some time, his face partially illuminated by the glow of the barrier, indicating that he was on the sidelines as far away as possible. He had decided not to intervene since Menma entered. It was not his fight. Not against him. Below, the battle continued as if time had lost all meaning. Menma spun violently. 2 tails extended on either side, sweeping through the air and breaking an entire line of weapons, shields, and bones. Another tail shot up, intercepting an explosive paper bomb just before it hit the ground. The fourth arched like a spear, piercing through a wall of earth without losing momentum. The situation in Konoha had reached a critical point. What had initially been a disturbing revelation about Minato Namikaze, the man who had led the village for years as the fourth Hokage, quickly transformed into a chain reaction that destabilized the fragile internal power structure of the village. The implications of the revelation deeply affected the trust of the civilian population and the shinobi themselves, creating an irreversible rift between the figure of the Hokage and the most influential clans. The trigger was clear. A truth buried for years, directly related to Minato, came to light. Whether due to past actions, covert manipulations, or controversial decisions that had shaped the fate of entire clans, his authority crumbled. His credibility was destroyed in a matter of hours, and with it, the established order in Konoha collapsed. The response came swiftly. The Hyuga clan, one of the traditional pillars of the village, was the first to react. However, their response was peculiar. They did not seek to establish a new order, nor did they show intentions of assuming political or military power. Their fury was symbolic, visceral. They focused on destroying every vestige that represented Minato's image. Buildings, murals, statues, scrolls, anything bearing the symbol of the fourth Hokage was reduced to rubble without hesitation. Their anger was not strategic, it was a suppressed cry fueled by the resentment of the Hyuga leader due to the sacrifice of his daughter. Logically, not all clan members participated. Rather, a faction fervently supporting Hayashi accompanied him in this act of rebellion. As the Hyuga focused on a purely symbolic destruction, the Uchiha clan took a much more aggressive and dangerous stance. With their immense ocular power and a long-standing grudge against the system that had suppressed them under the manipulation of the clan leader's eldest son, the Uchiha rose as a true combat force. They were not merely aiming to destroy monuments. They attacked facilities, security units, and key points within the village's logistical system. Some members even took strategic positions in the central plaza of Konoha, fortifying it as a sort of rebel stronghold. Their goal was not just to rebel but to reclaim the control that had once been taken from them. Their strength grew with each passing minute, as new clan members joined and expanded their offensive. The Konoha Guard and Special Forces were quickly mobilized to contain them. While they initially managed to repel some isolated attacks, it soon became clear that the Uchiha threat could not be contained by standard forces. It was then that the three Sannin Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru intervened directly on the battlefield. The fact that the Sannin, living legends of the shinobi world, had to act personally in defense of the village spoke volumes about the severity of the situation. Jiraiya and Tsunade focused their efforts on halting the Uchiha advance, while Orochimaru, ever calculating, operated in key areas to prevent the conflict from spreading beyond the heart of the village. Without their intervention, the village would have fallen within hours. On the political front, chaos reigned. The Hokage's advisors, previously firm in their authority and power behind the throne, found themselves completely overwhelmed by the events unfolding. Hamura Mitokado and Koharuda, accustomed to pulling the strings of power from the shadows, were paralyzed by the collapse of leadership. With no functional Hokage and the most powerful forces of the village divided or in rebellion, their power lost all real foundation. One by one, they began to retreat, trying to preserve their integrity and secure some means of escape or survival. Some sought to leave the village in secret, while others attempted to negotiate with influential clan members for personal protection. Yet none of them had control over anything at that moment. What they had built over decades was crumbling before their eyes, and instead of taking action for the good of Konoha, they only thought of saving themselves. Minato, still in office but preoccupied with facing his son, found himself in an untenable position. Although his power as a shinobi remained intact, his ability to lead had been shattered. His mere presence elicited extreme reactions among the villagers. Some still respected him, others wanted him gone. The damage to his image was so profound that even if he managed to quell the civil conflict, his authority could not be restored. He was aware of this. Even among the forces loyal to the Hokage, many no longer saw him as a trustworthy figure but as a symbol of a failed system. Konoha, in summary, was no longer the same. The streets were marked by constant clashes, with defense squads barely managing to cover all conflict hotspots, and much of the civilian population was displaced or seeking refuge. The districts were fragmented, with areas completely controlled by civilian clans that had decided to act independently of the official framework. The government had lost territorial control, The administrative system was collapsing, and there was no unifying figure capable of restoring order. It was in every sense a civil war. What began as a political crisis had unleashed an unprecedented internal conflict. Konoha, one of the 5 great ninja nations, was on the brink of total fragmentation. The authority of the 4th Hokage had crumbled, the most powerful clans had split, and the institutions that upheld order seemed powerless against the unleashed storm. The struggle was no longer just for power but for the very identity of the village itself. Amid this aimless storm, caught between his past, his affections, and his sense of duty, was Obito Uchiha. He was a recognized shinobi, with a history of service and visible and invisible scars, but above all, he was a man on the verge of breaking. For an entire month, he had lived in silent hell. Rin, his companion, his wife, the mother of his future child, had been kidnapped right before his eyes. Not by external enemies, mercenaries, or any foreign force, but by people from his own village. This had occurred within the property of those who were supposed to protect her. The message was clear and cruel. If he intervened, if he participated in the defense during the finals, Rin and their child would die. Obito felt stripped of everything. His strength was useless. His loyalty was irrelevant. His history as a ninja meant nothing in the face of that threat. All he had left was an implicit order to surrender to fear, to watch from the shadows as his village fell apart. Unable to do anything to stop it. Each day of that month was worse than the last. Each minute without news of Rin gnawed at him from within. He blamed himself over and over. He should have stayed with her. What was he doing there? Why had he obeyed? These thoughts repeated with overwhelming emotional violence. And there he was, now, hidden among the rubble of what had once been a peaceful sector of the spectator area, consumed by pain, helplessness, and fear. Until he was found. A rough voice spat out words that pierced the silence. Obito looked up, instantly recognizing the shinobi confronting him. He was a jounin from the Uchiha clan, one of many who had sworn loyalty to Fugaku's faction. His gaze was filled with hostility. Obito averted his eyes, unwilling to fight. He murmured that he did not want to engage, but his weakness only fueled his opponent's contempt. The jounin roared, calling him pathetic, and launched a series of rapid strikes. Obito dodged instinctively, not using his Sharingan, not even defending himself. He merely evaded, enduring. He could not afford to take risks. He pleaded for it to stop, expressing his unwillingness to fight, but the Uchiha, fueled by hatred, landed a blow to his face. It spat out disdainful words, suggesting that Obito should have died in the Third War. He stepped forward to finish him off, but then a sudden impact struck the back of his neck. The Uchiha staggered, surprised, before slowly turning around. He cursed under his breath, realizing he still lacked sufficient strength. The newcomer was instantly recognized. It was Menma Namikaze. A twisted smile appeared on the Uchiha's face before he unleashed a furious strike. But just as his fist was about to strike, Menma declared with determination that he had saved Rin. Everything came to a halt. Obito's eyes widened in disbelief. Those eyes, which had been dim for an entire month, clouded by guilt, fear, and despair, suddenly ignited with a brilliant light, as if a bolt of lightning had struck his heart. The attacking Uchiha was slammed against the nearest wall, rendered unconscious in an instant. Obito didn't even glance at him. He was breathing heavily, as if his heart might leap from his chest. He asked where Rin was, his voice trembling with urgency. Menma responded, a mix of relief and urgency in his tone, explaining that she was safe at the root base, protected from harm. She had been in the old root facilities, but Tenzo had ensured her safety in a secure room under constant surveillance. Obito pleaded to be taken to her, his voice breaking with emotion. Menma didn't hesitate. He approached, formed hand seals, and closed his eyes in concentration, searching for the mark. After a few moments, he found it, placed a hand on Obito's shoulder, and activated the seal. The space around them distorted, and they vanished. They reappeared inside the root bunker. The area was cold and functional, devoid of decoration or windows, guarded by more than a dozen clones of Menma. Upon their arrival, the clones moved aside without needing to speak. Obito could barely breathe. Each step toward the room felt like a mountain pressing down on his shoulders. He was anxious about what state he would find her in, unsure if she was well or if their child had survived. His mind was blank, his body trembled, and tears filled his eyes before he even saw her. Menma guided him to a door at the end of the hallway and opened it without a word. And there she was. Rin sat on a bed, wrapped in a blanket, her gaze somewhat dim. But alive. Her belly, noticeably round from 5 months of PRDNY, was proof that their child was still there. When she saw the door open, she turned her face, initially confused. But upon recognizing Obito, her expression shattered completely. Obito stood frozen, unable to move at first. He simply stared at her, his lips trembling, his eyes brimming with tears. Then, unable to hold back any longer, he rushed to her and embraced her tightly. He fell to his knees beside her, arms shaking, holding her as if fearing she might vanish again. He sobbed, apologizing repeatedly, expressing his regret for not staying with her, for failing her and their child. Rin embraced him back with equal desperation, burying her face in his neck, clinging to him. She reassured him that he hadn't failed her, that he was there, and that was all that mattered. Time seemed to stand still for them both. All the chaos of Konoha, the conflict, the hatred and the war, faded away for a moment. It was just the two of them, locked in a desperate embrace, amidst tears and broken words, clinging to a fragile hope. Obito finally broke down, releasing all the pain of the past month in a flood of tears. He cried like a child, like a man who felt he had lost everything, only to have it returned to him by some miracle. In that moment, Obito understood without a doubt. His loyalty was no longer divided. His priority was not a village, a clan, or a flag. It was her. The woman crying with him. And the child she carried. He vowed to protect them, no matter the cost. This time, he spoke with absolute conviction. He didn't want to let her go. Not now, not ever. Still kneeling beside the bed, his face buried in her chest, he held her tightly, fearing the world might take her away if he released her even for a second. He promised he wouldn't leave her alone again, his voice hoarse and broken from tears and everything he had suppressed during that endless month. He declared that no matter what happened outside, he would stay with her. Rin gently ran her fingers through his hair, smiling softly despite her tear-filled eyes. She reassured him that she was fine, that they were safe, thanks to him. But now he had to fulfill his duty. He looked up at her, still with tears in his eyes, shaking his head silently. His jaw was tense, his hands gripping hers tightly. He insisted he couldn't leave her again, that he wouldn't abandon her for a single day or minute after everything they had been through. Rin cupped his face with both hands, urging him to look directly at her. She reminded him that Konoha needed him now more than ever, and he was the only one who could make a difference. She recalled their childhood dreams of helping others and protecting the village, emphasizing that this was his chance to make those dreams a reality, but he couldn't do it while confined with her. Obito lowered his head, trembling. He knew she was right, but his heart resisted. He expressed his fear that if something happened to her or the baby while he was away, he wouldn't be able to live with himself. Not again. Menma stepped forward, interrupting his thoughts. He assured Obito that he could leave clones with them. If anything happened, he would know immediately and could teleport to them in an instant. Nothing would happen without him knowing. Obito pressed his lips together, still uncertain. Rin, maintaining her gaze on him, squeezed his hands gently. She urged him to trust Menma and to trust her. She reminded him that she had survived that month because she believed in him, knowing he wouldn't abandon her. He had come for her, even without knowing where she was. How could she not be okay now that he was back? Obito looked away, swallowing hard. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He admitted he was afraid. Rin acknowledged that it was okay to feel fear, but true courage was moving forward despite it. She leaned her forehead against his, affirming that he was the man she loved, the father of their child, and a hero of the village, even if he struggled to see it. Obito breathed heavily, his eyes misty once more. He asked Menma if he would inform him immediately if any of his clones sensed something unusual. Menma promised with conviction that he wouldn't allow anything to happen to them. He still had energy to access the chakra of the 9 tails. Obito felt a tightness in his chest as he slowly released Rin, his hands lingering near her face, as if he still couldn't believe he had to let her go. He stood awkwardly, looking at Rin one last time and promising that he would return every day and every night, that everything he did out there would be for her and Menma. Rin smiled back at him with a sweetness that only she could offer, assuring him that she would always be there waiting for him. Turning to Menma, Obito's expression shifted. Doubt still lingered, but it was now accompanied by a newfound determination. He asked Menma how he had known where Rin was, his voice low but firm, needing answers. After a moment of hesitation, Menma sighed, deciding to be honest. He explained that Naruto had told him Rin would be there. Obito's eyes widened in surprise at the mention of Naruto, the son of Minato. Menma confirmed that he and Mito were aware of Naruto's existence and, upon learning the truth, decided to act from within to support his cause. Obito felt a mix of emotions: guilt, relief, anger, and gratitude as he processed this information. He realized that despite his instinct to reprimand Menma for playing with fire by helping to undermine his own father, he couldn't justify Minato's actions of abandoning his son. Menma continued, explaining that Naruto had been discarded as a child but had risen instead of breaking down. He had grown hidden under root, waiting for the right moment to act. Thanks to Naruto, Menma was able to prepare everything and rescue Rin in time. Obito absorbed this information, feeling the storm of emotions within him. He finally asked if it was indeed Naruto who had helped save Rin, needing confirmation. Menma affirmed that Naruto had provided the exact location and placed the seals that allowed him to defeat Root. If it weren't for Naruto, he wouldn't have made it in time. Obito took a moment of silence before exhaling deeply, a mix of resignation and acceptance washing over him. He acknowledged that once this was all over, he would need to thank Naruto personally. With a newfound clarity, Obito turned toward the door, his gaze firm and determined. He knew there was much to resolve, but he understood his purpose now. He urged Menma not to prolong things any further and declared their mission to deal with the rebel forces, expressing his desire to see his son born in peace. Menma nodded respectfully, beginning to form seals, but reminded Obito that this time, he would be the one to fight, as he was exhausted from dealing with Root. Obito assured him that he had expected to take charge from the beginning. Menma smiled in approval and activated the Hiration technique. In the blink of an eye, they left the underground Root facilities. Rin, still resting from recent events, was guarded by multiple clones of Menma, secured within a reinforced perimeter. They couldn't afford any mistakes. Outside, the chaos roared like an invisible fog. The air was thick with smoke, scorched earth, and fresh blood. But this time, Obito Uchiha had no doubts. His path was clear. After using Hiration, they reappeared in the stadium stands, where signs of recent combat were evident: broken columns, bloodstains, and debris scattered everywhere. For now, there were no visible enemies. Menma narrowed his eyes, focusing his sensory perception. The area was clear. The defensive forces had repelled the initial attack, with only residual pockets of resistance remaining. Menma suggested they head straight to the Hokage Tower to neutralize Fugaku. Obito nodded firmly, ready to advance. They descended the side of the stadium with tactical precision. Unlike past missions, this was not a stealth operation. It was a direct assault with no room for hesitation. Obito understood that every minute counted. They needed to break the chain of command among the rebel Uchiha. The streets of Konoha lay in ruins, collapsed roofs, smoke rising from destroyed buildings, and fallen shinobi wearing the same protector but from different factions. It was an unmasked scene of civil war. Yet, amidst the chaos, Obito's resolve remained unbreakable. As they approached the main avenue, a fight erupted nearby. An Uchiha clan member raised a chain of fire against an exhausted Jounin. Without hesitation, Obito surged forward, delivering a swift punch that knocked the Uchiha unconscious, his head striking the remnants of a fallen wall. The Jounin, battered and breathing heavily, expressed his gratitude to Obito, who urged him to retreat immediately and report back to the stadium, emphasizing that they would be the last line of defense if the tower fell. Menma, witnessing this, remarked on Obito's commanding presence, acknowledging his effectiveness in giving orders. Obito responded that in times of war, every second lost could mean a life lost. They pressed on, moving faster as skirmishes erupted around them. Groups of rebel Uchiha attempted to block their path, but Obito responded with overwhelming force, taking them down one after another with surgical precision. Menma barely needed to intervene. Obito had transformed from someone once underestimated in his youth into a lethal combat force, relying solely on training and conviction, without the use of his Sharingan or Kamui. A purpose. The central plaza emerged before them, a battlefield in its own right. A dozen Uchiha formed a perimeter, defending the last bastion of the uprising. Atop the Hokage Tower, with the wind billowing his dark cloak, stood Fugaku Uchiha. He acknowledged Obito's arrival, referring to him as the Black Sheep. Obito, with a furrowed brow, urged Fugaku to stop the chaos. The Uchiha clan was attacking civilians, destroying hospitals and schools. This was not a protest, it was a massacre. Fugaku responded from his elevated position, questioning if Obito expected a revolt to appear elegant. He explained that their clan had founded the village, yet for generations, they had been treated as potential criminals. He descended the stone steps slowly, his gaze fixed on Obito with a tense calm. The second Hokage had isolated them, reducing them to mere guard dogs. The third had made no corrections, and Minato had used Fugaku's son as a veiled threat. Fugaku questioned whether that was true leadership or justice. Obito, coldly, stated he would not defend Minato, but what Fugaku was doing was not justice, it was revenge disguised as dignity. Fugaku insisted it was historical correction and that he would not kneel before a system that had disdained them from the start. Obito challenged Fugaku's plan, asking if he truly believed Konoha would accept a clan that had destroyed half the village. The only outcome would be exile or death for his people. Fugaku narrowed his eyes, stating that if raising his voice came at a price, so be it. Obito remarked on Fugaku's stubbornness, while Fugaku noted Obito's naivety, believing he would have clearer priorities after witnessing the true nature of his master. Obito declared that nothing his master did defined him. He had promised to protect Konoha from the beginning. They regarded each other from a distance, the tension thick, like a thread ready to snap. When Fugaku murmured that if Obito would not leave peacefully, there was nothing more to discuss, he activated his Sharingan. Obito acknowledged the truth of Fugaku's words, flexing his arms with a determined gaze. Below, the Uchiha Guardians tensed. Menma stepped forward, aware that while he might not be at his full potential, facing 20 shinobi, even if they were Uchiha, would not be a significant challenge for him. He vowed not to allow Fugaku to drag more innocents into this conflict and was prepared to take him down if necessary. With that, both figures vanished in an instant, launching themselves at each other without hesitation. The clash was inevitable and arrived immediately. The first impact was clean and fierce, their fists colliding at the center, producing a sharp sound that echoed through the plaza. The force barely made them step back, but neither lowered their guard. Their Sharingans spun intensely, capturing every micro-movement and fluctuation of chakra, as if the slightest error could determine the outcome of their battle. Fugaku executed a swift turn, attempting a low sweep. Obito jumped on one leg, countering with an upward knee strike. Fugaku blocked with both forearms, but the force pushed him back. Without losing momentum, Obito advanced with a rapid sequence of punches. 2 to the torso, 1 to the jaw, another to the temple. Fugaku dodged one, deflected another, and used the momentum of the third to spin and deliver an elbow strike to Obito's throat. Obito leaned just in time, letting the blow graze his shoulder. He caught Fugaku's arm in a short lock, pulling him down and delivering a kick to his side. The Uchiha leader rolled on the ground, stopping himself with one hand. Rising, he formed a single-hand seal. Fire erupted as Fugaku unleashed a massive fireball, forcing Obito to move. Instead of retreating, he ran directly toward the tower's side wall, climbing diagonally with a burst of chakra in his feet. From there, he descended at an angle and countered with his own fire technique. Small fireballs rained down like shrapnel. Fugaku crossed his arms and spun, evading 2 while destroying others with thrown shuriken. A minor explosion disrupted his balance, allowing Obito to capitalize and dive toward him, executing a downward kick. Fugaku slid aside, but the impact shattered the ground between them. In the dust, Fugaku launched a surprise technique. A line of fire swept across the ground like a blade. Obito propelled himself toward a broken column, rebounding off it and spinning in midair, diving down. Fugaku raised a kunai to intercept, but Obito feinted at the last moment, positioning himself behind Fugaku with a spinning kick that sent him crashing against the wall. Before Fugaku could touch the ground, Obito caught him. Time seemed to freeze, the world turning gray and static. Obito stood before a younger version of himself, covered in dust, overlooked by the adults of the clan. Fugaku's voice echoed from that memory, stating that nobody had needed him or sought him out, yet he continued to fight for them. Obito realized it was a genjutsu. Without changing his expression, he forced a precise burst of chakra. The world trembled, tore apart, and returned to reality just as Fugaku attempted to stab him with a kunai. Obito seized Fugaku's wrist, twisting it to disarm him. A headbutt sent Fugaku staggering back. Obito pressed forward, driving him against a fallen column with his forearm. Those tricks would not work on him anymore. He was no longer the boy Fugaku had deliberately ignored. Obito spoke through clenched teeth. Fugaku retaliated with a kick to the thigh and a shoulder shove, freeing himself. They separated, both panting with visible scratches on their arms and faces. At that moment, the Uchiha in the plaza began to move. An entire squad surrounded their position, some forming seals while others drew weapons. Menma stepped forward, declaring it was enough. Crimson chakra erupted from his abdomen, and two tails of the Kyuubi emerged, swirling like whips of pure energy. The ground cracked beneath him, and the heat became palpable. His presence served as an alarm for the Uchiha, forcing them to shift their focus. If they wanted to fight, he declared, then it would be with him. The Uchiha swallowed hard, recognizing the formidable threat looming over them. They had the numerical advantage, but a Jinchuriki was an exponential danger. Help for the leader would have to wait. Carrying a Jinchuriki would do more harm than good in the fight alongside the Black Sheep. Above, amidst the dust still swirling at the top of the tower, Fugaku and Obito exchanged glances once more, the tension between them remaining palpable. There was still one last confrontation to resolve. Without warning, Obito propelled himself forward. This time, there was no room for strategy or words. It all came down to sheer determination, and he decided to give it his all. His speed surged explosively, and Fugaku barely managed to raise his arms when the first punch struck his chest. The impact reverberated through his ribs like a dull, deep echo. Obito did not relent. He landed a direct elbow strike to Fugaku's sternum, followed by a knee to the abdomen that doubled him over. Before Fugaku could regain his stance, Obito lifted him with an uppercut to the chin, then spun and delivered a roundhouse kick that sent him staggering backward. Fugaku tried to regain his guard but failed. Obito charged in again with overwhelming speed, landing two quick blows to the ribs, an elbow to the jaw, and a sweep that knocked Fugaku off balance, causing him to drop to one knee. Obito seized the collar of Fugaku's tunic and lifted him, only to finish him off with a devastating sequence. A knee to the chest, a complete spin, and a downward strike with both fists intertwined that sent Fugaku flying like a projectile. His body skidded across the plaza, scraping through the debris until it crashed violently against the base of a collapsed structure. Without wasting a moment, Obito took a deep breath. His chakra condensed violently, raising the temperature around him in seconds. His Sharingan, with 3 tomo, began to spin, forming the irregular pattern of his Manjikyu. He unleashed a powerful fire technique, a massive burst of flames erupting from his mouth. This was no ordinary blaze. The fire spiraled, fueled by a space-time distortion created by his Kamui. The vortex expanded, roaring like a living beast, consuming everything in its path. The ground cracked beneath it, and fragments of stone and metal were pulverized into the air. Just before the technique reached Fugaku, the fire collided violently with a solid gray chakra barrier that emerged instantly, halted by an ethereal arm. A Susanoo. Fugaku stood tall within the chest of the colossal skeletal figure, blood on his lip, his Sharingan still active and his gaze resolute. The Manjikyu in his eyes spun with a pattern of 3 curved tomo, each marked by a black circle, surrounded by concentric rings pulsing with a crimson glow. Obito's technique continued to spiral, crashing against the defense with a deafening roar. Finally, he clicked his tongue and cut off the flow of chakra upon seeing the Susanoo emerge. That fool Minato underestimated my power. What makes you more talented than me? Fugaku spat bitterly, his eyes blazing with the Manjikyu. I have developed the pinnacle of Uchiha power. He roared. The skeletal figure surrounding him began to transform. First, the bones expanded and fused, forming a solid chest that pulsed with dense energy. Bone turned into plates, and from the shadows emerged a colossal armor in the style of ancient samurai. The structure took shape rapidly. A humanoid warrior of athletic proportions, clad in a silver-gray armor with opalescent reflections, marked by golden lines branching like constellations across its body. Its face was not a monstrous mask or an infernal figure. It bore defined, almost human features, sunken eyes, a severe and imposing expression, and a kabuto with curved horns pointing backward. Thus emerged the complete Susanoo of Fugaku Uchiha. Obito glanced briefly over his shoulder. Menma was still battling the Uchiha in the plaza, his Kyuubi chakra tearing through the air with every movement. He had taken down most of them, but 8 still resisted. The boy was starting to lose momentum. He clicked his tongue. There was no time for distractions. Before him, Fugaku's Susanoo loomed with a grayish glow. The complete armor enveloped the ethereal body like a solid shell, its chakra pulsing with increasing intensity. Obito knew he could not prolong this fight. He had to be precise. Then he saw it. In the right hand of the Susanoo appeared a naginata of condensed chakra. Fugaku wielded it with expert precision. The blade vibrated with power before being swung in a horizontal arc. Fugaku did not hesitate. He swung the weapon in a wide descending arc. Obito jumped back, but the weapon's trajectory exceeded his expectations. He barely avoided the strike thanks to his kamui, becoming intangible at the last moment. The chakra blade passed through him, cutting through several buildings behind. Obito landed with a roll, muttering under his breath. If the evacuation hadn't been complete, it would have been a massacre. Fugaku advanced steadily. His Susanoo spun the Naginata again, launching another diagonal slash. Obito dodged to the right, narrowly escaping. When the next strike came, he activated his kamui, allowing his torso to dematerialize for an instant, enabling him to pass through the deadly trajectory of the weapon unharmed. He needed to close the distance. He gained momentum, running along a partially collapsed wall, and leaped directly toward the Susanoo's torso. Fugaku saw him coming and swung the Naginata diagonally, aiming to slice him mid-air. Anticipating the move, Obito activated kamui just in time, passing through the blade and the chakra torso, reappearing solidly right in front of him. Face to face. Fugaku moved forward. Obito twisted his torso, sidestepping and countering with a punch. Fugaku raised his forearm to deflect the blow and attempted to stab him with a kunai in his other hand. Obito shifted to the side, the blade grazing his tunic, and responded with a low kick that Fugaku managed to block. The exchange became intense. Blow for blow, deflection for counterattack. But Obito had more stamina, more rhythm, and more skill. Fugaku quickly brandished a second kunai, preparing to attack with both. Obito intercepted the first strike with his forearm, deflected the second with an open palm, and retaliated with a hook. Fugaku dodged and countered with an upward slash. This time, the kunai partially pierced Obito's torso, blood spraying into the air. But it was not enough. Obito ignored the pain, seizing Fugaku's left wrist with his bloodied hand and then grabbing the other with his right, immobilizing him completely. The kunai pressed deeper, but Obito held on tightly. Then, the pupil of his Sharingan began to spin. A space-time distortion appeared to Fugaku's right, creating a centrifugal void at a single point. The compression was instantaneous. Fugaku barely had time to let out a cry as his right arm vanished completely. The right side of his torso imploded violently. Flesh, bone, chakra. Everything was absorbed by the vortex. The Susanoo reacted immediately, its structure trembling before collapsing with a deafening crack, dissipating into fragments of energy. Obito released the patriarch's left wrist, blood already splattering onto the ground. Fugaku fell backward, his body unsteady, his gaze vacant, his face pale. The wound in his torso bled like an uncontrolled river. Obito looked down at him, breathing calmly, though a line of blood trickled down his black shirt. He reflected on the price of betrayal. The leader of the Uchiha clan did not respond. His lips trembled, but he could no longer articulate any words. Obito continued, noting the disaster of Fugaku's revolt and expressing his intention to advocate for those who had not been tainted by ambition. He believed Mikoto would rebuild from the ashes as she understood duty. Then, Obito turned away, condemning Fugaku for breaking the rules and staining his name, stating that Itachi would be ashamed of him for what he had done to the village he loved. Fugaku let out a final, gasping breath. His once proud eyes remained open, staring blankly into nothing. His body lay still. For a moment, there was only silence. The 8 Uchiha who were still conscious in the plaza froze in unison. Some held kunai, others were about to form seals. But upon seeing their leader's lifeless, bloodied body with the dissipated Susanoo around him, they all stood frozen. No one spoke. No one dared to take another step. Obito Uchiha stood beside the corpse like death itself, dressed in black. Firm, wounded, but victorious, his presence shattered the fighting spirit. The tension broke completely when 3 figures advanced from the northern edge of the plaza, walking with determination. The 3 legendary Sannin made their entrance, Jiraiya at the forefront, with Tsunade and Orochimaru on either side. Their mere presence altered the atmosphere. The battle was over. Jiraiya quickly approached Menma, who was panting and covered in dust but still on guard. He reassured the young man, telling him that it was all over. Menma, surprised, realized they had known everything. Jiraiya explained that they had intended to protect the stadium until Menma's sister came to find them, informing them of the fight against the leader of the rebellion. Menma nodded slowly, processing the information. He sighed deeply, allowing his legs to give way as he sat on the pavement, watching Jiraiya move toward the remaining Uchiha, who offered no further resistance. He could hear their broken voices filled with shock. One murmured about Fugaku, questioning how it could have happened. Menma scoffed in disdain, reflecting on their surprise after rising against Konoha, thinking they would not pay a price. A few meters away, Orochimaru approached several fallen Uchiha bodies with curiosity. With almost clinical precision, he knelt to examine them, checking for reactions and dismissing those that were unresponsive. Then he stopped, a twisted smile forming on his face as he whispered a triumphant, "Bingo," before skillfully extracting the eyes of a corpse and storing them in a small sealed cylinder. Menma turned away in disgust. Tsunade was surrounded by the wounded, moving quickly and efficiently, applying medical ninjutsu while giving firm orders. But her honey-colored eyes stopped when she saw Obito staggering, an open wound on his abdomen. She rushed to him, catching him just before he fell. She quickly assessed his injury, deep but not fatal. His weakness stemmed from blood and chakra loss. She urged him not to die now as she placed her hands on his torso, channeling medical chakra. Moments later, a medical squad led by Shizun rushed into the plaza. With a gesture, Shizun took control, ordering them to split into groups of 3 and prioritize those still alive. Several began to act. Shizun informed Tsunade that the Hyuga had ceased their resistance and surrendered without further violence. Hayashi awaited orders, showing no remorse for his actions but also no hostility. Tsunade nodded seriously, knowing they would have a long talk with him afterward but instructing Shizun to attend to the injured first. Menma observed everything with narrowed eyes, exhaling slowly as the pressure in his chest began to dissipate. He reflected on how exhausting the day had been, closing his eyes as he felt the residual warmth of chakra fade. Yet, his mind remained restless, troubled by thoughts of Naruto. He clenched his teeth, realizing that if his own battle had been brutal, Naruto's situation must be far worse. And he was right. While the rebellion was being quelled, only one final battle remained. The most dangerous. The most personal. In the center of the Konoha Stadium, where the air still vibrated with the chakra from the many techniques performed, 2 figures faced each other alone, father and son. Naruto and Minato. Their battle was abruptly interrupted by the sudden appearance of Kushina Uzumaki, sword in hand and something else concealed in her other. Her footsteps echoed softly as she entered. The atmosphere still crackled with the residual pressure of combat, but as her figure appeared, the air seemed to shift. Minato saw her, and for a moment his exhausted face, shadowed by the fatigue of battle, lit up. He called out to her, expressing hope that together they could overcome this mistake. There was urgency in his voice, a desperate need to reaffirm his control over the situation. For although he would never admit it aloud, he had doubted himself. During the fight, Naruto had managed to wound him not through sheer strength, but because Minato had completely underestimated his opponent. That oversight had tipped the scales. Kushina walked toward him slowly. Her gaze lacked the warmth Minato remembered, replaced instead by a cold determination that felt strange to him. There was something different about her, something broken. Yet she continued to advance. She whispered softly, barely audible, questioning the notion of an as she approached Minato. Now, back in the present, Minato smiled at having her by his side. He felt in control once again. He murmured about finishing this, adjusting the kunai in his hand. But just as he was about to launch the final attack, he sensed something behind him. The warmth of a hand on his back, followed by the rough touch of a piece of paper. Minato frowned, confused, but he did not stop. He took the first step forward. Naruto watched him, tense, adjusting his Sansatsuken. The tension in the air became unbearable, almost palpable. But then, Kushina whispered a word that changed everything. Her voice was soft, filled with an inner fragility, yet charged with an unwavering will. And then, everything froze. Minato, who had been charging into the final battle, felt a strange tugging at his back. He turned slightly, bewildered, but before he could comprehend what was happening, dozens of small dark chains emerged. Black as the densest ink, they sprang forth from the seal that Kushina had placed. They did not cut into his flesh or harm him. They simply entered him, passing through his body as if they were searching for something deeper. Minato gasped, shaken. He tried to take a step, but his muscles did not respond. He attempted to turn his wrist with the kunai, but his hand no longer obeyed him. One by one, the chains coiled within him, slow yet inevitable. Each bore a kanji, marked with an increasing numerical order. Confusion washed over him as he murmured about what was happening, feeling the internal pressure of each chain anchoring itself to something invisible. His chakra, his control, his. The last kanji he saw before collapsing was the number 361. Then he fell to his knees, the ground seeming to sway beneath him. He still did not understand. He forced himself to stand, trembling, but he barely managed to rise when a new chain emerged from his back. This one was different, thinner, more precise, and a deep crimson red. It slid through the air with unsettling clarity, as if it had never forgotten to whom it belonged. Without hesitation, it pierced the air and sank into Kushina's chest, just above her heart. Naruto, watching in silence, frowned. He did not understand what had just occurred, but his instincts screamed that this was no ordinary technique. Something deeper lay beneath. The chain slowly sank into Kushina and then vanished without a trace. Minato, now pale, opened his eyes in fury and confusion. He called out to Kushina, demanding to know what she had done, his voice breaking as anger and fear mixed in his throat. But she did not look at him. She kept her head down, her lips pressed together. He shouted for her to respond, stepping forward sharply. But he could not advance. He looked at his hand and noticed a detail that had not been there before. It was trembling. He took a step back, then another. Terror began to well up in his eyes, replacing the anger. His legs gave way, and he fell backward, his body convulsing slightly as if an invisible current was dismantling him from within. He tried to speak, but his words came out jumbled. Finally, Kushina lifted her gaze. There was no hatred, no desire for revenge, only a profound, unfathomable sadness. She whispered that he had what he deserved, her voice barely rising above a whisper but clear enough for him to hear and for Naruto to understand. For a few seconds, only the sound of Minato's ragged breathing filled the air. His breath quickened irregularly as he looked down at his hands, closing them in a fist, trying to concentrate his chakra. Nothing happened. He suddenly exclaimed about his chakra, as if waking from a nightmare. He called out to Kushina, demanding to know what was happening and to reverse it immediately. He ran toward her, not thinking, pleading with her, shaking her by the shoulders, trembling. His voice was no longer authoritative. It was the desperate cry of someone facing, for the first time, a real loss. Kushina did not respond. She did not look at him, keeping her head down as if she could not bear to meet his gaze. Minato roared for her to answer, and in a moment of frustration, his fist struck her shoulder. It was not a strong blow, but it was enough to make her stagger. Kushina stepped back, silent, not touching him or retaliating. Minato looked at her, trembling with growing agitation. He called out to her again, demanding that she speak. He took another step forward, raising his arm, ready to strike again. But then, his wrist was caught. Naruto had stepped in between them. He spoke in a calm, almost mocking tone that contrasted sharply with his father's emotional turmoil, pointing out how pathetic the blow had been. Minato froze, staring at Naruto. His words, his tone, struck harder than any punch. Kushina, still silent, turned her gaze toward her son. Seeing him stop Minato, without hatred but also without fear, stirred a pang of guilt and relief within her. She lowered her eyes, holding back tears, took a deep breath, and finally raised her head. Tears streamed down her face, but her voice remained steady as she explained that all of Minato's tenketsus were sealed. She looked directly into his eyes, stating that there was no way for a Hyuga to release them because it was not an ordinary seal. Minato frowned, confused, as the word tenketsus echoed in his mind like a condemnation. He murmured about what she had done, and the answer came swiftly. She revealed that his chakra had been sealed by her a fuinjutsu she had designed alone. A seal he could not break unless she died. Silence enveloped them. Minato took a step back, as if her words had pierced him. He insisted she was lying, his voice breaking, filled with more sorrow than anger. Kushina shook her head, explaining that the seal bound his tenketsus with chains internal and invisible, feeding off her chakra and life force. As long as she lived, the flow within him would remain blocked. Minato seemed unable to comprehend or accept this reality. He denied it repeatedly, questioning why she would do such a thing, why it had to be her. Kushina looked at him with a mix of sadness and determination, explaining that it was all she had left. Minato stood still, absorbing her words. She continued, stating that the seal fed off her life but was also connected to him. If he died, she would die with him. It was a complete bond. Naruto blinked, surprised by this revelation. Minato appeared equally confused and devastated. He asked her if she had truly done this and for what purpose. Kushina briefly looked away before murmuring the name of the technique she had used, a forced smile appearing on her tear-streaked face. They had always been bound, she said, but now this bond was real and just. Minato closed his eyes tightly, as if trying to erase that reality. He cried out in frustration, questioning why. Why make a decision like that? The voice trembled at the end as Kushina lowered her shoulders, as if carrying the weight of many years. She spoke with a hoarse voice, holding back tears that threatened to spill over. She turned to her son, Naruto, and expressed that she never wanted him to remove their child from their lives. Naruto listened intently, though he remained silent. Kushina continued, her voice shaking as she admitted that she should have fought for him. She should have confronted Naruto, raised her voice, and prevented him from being condemned. But she hadn't. Out of fear, habit, and weakness. Naruto's gaze remained steady, showing little outward reaction to her revelation, though he felt a flicker of surprise inside. Kushina spoke with a broken heart, confessing her failures as a mother. She regretted not being there when she should have been, not defending him, not embracing him, and not guiding him. Yes, it hurt her that he wasn't a genius like the others, that he would never have a future like Menma or Mito. But that didn't change who he was. Minato clenched his teeth. Kushina's voice rose as she exclaimed that he was their son, and he had never been able to love him. She had, even if she had hidden it, even if she hadn't said it, even if it was too late. She had always loved him. Naruto subtly shifted his gaze toward Kushina. She confessed that she had created the seal, admitting her doubts over the weeks, but she knew she had to do it when she heard Minato say that Naruto was a burden, a stain that needed to be erased. She looked at Minato again, more resolute than ever, questioning how he could hate their son so much and still call himself a father. The silence that followed was thick and suffocating. She revealed that the seal would break if she died, but it was also designed to kill her if Minato died. Because if that happened, she didn't deserve to live. Minato fell to his knees, his eyes wide and empty, for the first time in his life not understanding how he had come to this point. He finally realized that in the grand scheme of systematic perfection, the only real imperfection was himself. Naruto inhaled slowly, no longer just a spectator. With a firm grip, he seized the collar of the Hokage's cloak and lifted Minato only to throw him into the mud. The former hero rolled without resistance, his lifeless eyes fixed on the trembling ground. Naruto commented on the irony of Minato having called him a defect for being born without chakra, yet now it was Minato who had chakra but could not use it. Minato shuddered, more from humiliation than pain, and did not respond. Naruto continued, his voice low and cold, asking what had happened to all of Minato's words. A kick struck Minato's torso, leaving him gasping for breath. Naruto's expression hardened as he stepped on Minato's chest, pressing him deeper into the damp earth. When Minato opened his eyes again, the edge of the Wado Ikimonji hung just a breath away from his left eyelid. Naruto sighed, calmly moving the sword aside, noting the absence of complaints, insults, or resistance from Minato. He had once thought that killing him would be a logical reckoning, but after everything that had just happened, death would be a rest that Minato did not deserve. He stepped back, letting his foot drop before delivering another sharp kick. Minato rolled, covered in mud and dirt. Naruto taunted him, asking where he fit into the story now that his chakra was sealed. The coldness of his words felt like steel against skin as Minato curled up, pressing his face into the mud. He didn't want to listen. Naruto turned away, his decision unyielding. He declared that he was done with Minato, suggesting he should take his own life if he couldn't bear his new reality or live with the knowledge that he had been defeated by the failure he had despised. Naruto didn't care what Minato did. It would be a slide of luck if he survived all of this. He walked past Kushina without looking at her. After taking 2 more steps, he paused and turned his head just enough for her to hear. He told her that she was complicit and guilty for what had happened to him and that he couldn't forgive her for that. There was a thread of contained fury in his words, but also something deeper. However, he didn't hate her. Kushina crumbled, her knees giving way as tears flowed freely, her voice breaking into a sob that trembled in the silent sand. It was then that Naruto allowed himself one last glance, seeing in her eyes a regret that time would not heal. He urged her to take care of what she still had, whispering the words before turning on his heel. The only man who had definitively extinguished the light of the yellow flash left the sand behind, leaving a defeated father and a broken mother in his wake. Thus ended an era. Thus ended the era of the 4th Hokage. A week had passed since Konoha experienced one of the darkest episodes in its history, a chaotic day marked by internal rebellion, betrayal, and the threat of civil war. That day, later known as the Black Day of Konoha, the village nearly collapsed from within. The flames of conflict spread quickly, fueled by desperation, discontent, and the power of those involved. However, amidst that devastating scene, 5 figures rose above the rest. 5 shinobi whose actions not only contained the disaster but also shaped the course of the village's history. On the defensive front, the presence of the 3 legendary Sannin proved decisive. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru demonstrated why they had always been considered pillars of Konoha. Each, with their unique approach, contributed to halting the advance of the insurgents. Jiraiya, with his experience and unwavering will, dedicated himself to protecting the civilian population. He patrolled the most vulnerable areas, stopping numerous renegade Uchiha and ensuring that the confrontations did not harm the innocent. He was a constant presence, fighting at multiple points with little rest. Tsunade balanced her combat skills with her medical expertise. She moved from sector to sector, fighting with relentless strength when necessary and healing the wounded without hesitation. His presence allowed many fighters to return to the front lines, which was crucial for sustaining the resistance. Orochimaru acted with fewer restrictions. He did not patrol or defend specific areas. Instead, he hunted. His actions were precise and lethal, aimed at dismantling the very structure of the insurrection. Where others retreated, he advanced. Where others hesitated, he executed his plans. His controversial methods proved effective, dismantling entire cells of Uchiha fighters before they could reorganize. In a moment of chaos, his efficiency was necessary. But if the Sannin were the shield of Konoha, the spear was a Bito Uchiha. For years, his name had not shone as brightly as others. Silent, reserved, and even underestimated by many within and outside the clan, Obito chose that day to do what few could have attempted. He directly attacked the heart of the insurrection. Alongside Menma Namikaze, he headed unwaveringly toward the Uchiha stronghold, where the leader of the rebellion, Fugaku Uchiha, awaited. There, Obito faced not only his own clan but challenged, contained, and ultimately defeated them. Defeating Fugaku was no small feat. Fugaku was a leader of immense power, comparable even to the 4th Hokage. His Manjikyu Sharingan was feared even by his own, and his leadership held the rebel force together. Still, Obito confronted him directly and triumphed after a prolonged and relentless battle. It was neither an easy nor a quick victory, but it was decisive. In addition to defeating Fugaku, Obito took down dozens of clan fighters, many of whom were war veterans and Sharingan bearers. What began as a suicide mission turned into a flawless offensive. For the first time, his name was etched with respect among the higher ranks. The village, which had previously viewed him as a secondary figure, began to understand the true weight of his abilities. Without seeking it, he was bestowed the title of Black Reaper of Konoha. A name that, beyond its symbolism, reflected the magnitude of his intervention: lethal, decisive, unstoppable. Beside him shone another figure who had until then remained in the shadow of his lineage, Menma Namikaze. That day, Menma proved that his worth did not depend on his surname or his father's legacy. While Obito faced the core of the rebellion, Menma detected another emerging danger from within the village. An underground force, secretly organized by the former division known as Root, had gathered 150 shinobi with the intent to seize absolute control following the fall of the Hokage and the Sannin. The plan was clear: allow the rebellion to weaken Konoha and then claim power amid the ensuing vacuum. Menma intercepted that threat entirely on his own. He fought without assistance, neutralizing the Root force one by one. There were no direct witnesses to the events that transpired in those hidden corridors, but the results spoke for themselves. When Konoha's troops arrived at the mentioned area, they found only the fallen bodies of Root ninjas, including Sai. The body of Tenzo was missing, leading them to assume he had managed to escape, but the achievement of decimating such a large force at a young age was nothing short of heroic. Rin Noera would later testify that if he had not intervened, the Root coup would have succeeded in mere minutes. That action alone changed the course of the internal conflict. The threat of a second, more stealthy but equally dangerous front was eliminated without the need to mobilize additional forces. As a result, many within the village began to refer to Menma as the hero in the shadows. An unofficial title, but one increasingly repeated among veterans who understood the true scope of what had occurred. Together, 5 names defined the fate of Konoha in its most critical hour. The 3 Sannin reaffirmed their legacy with concrete actions. Alongside them stood 2 young men who transformed from mere promises into realities. Obito and Menma, one advancing to the heart of the enemy, the other containing a danger from the shadows. Some reaffirmed the legacy they had already forged, while others emerged as the new pillars of a village that, though wounded, stood tall thanks to the efforts of those 5. However, not everything was recognition and names inscribed in history books. The aftermath of the Black Day was as deep as it was immediate. The wounds were not limited to the physical. They fractured social structures, political ties, and the trust that held the village's internal coexistence together. The Uchiha clan was the most affected. A considerable portion of its members fell during the conflict. Some died in battle, while others were captured and imprisoned for their active participation in the rebellion. The few who were not directly involved, Obito being the clear exception, as he rose as a defender of the village, were also burdened by the weight of prejudice. The Uchiha name, already carrying a historical stigma, became a source of suspicion and distrust among the populace once again. Mikoto Uchiha, as the formal leader of the clan, took on the responsibility of facing this new chapter. It was her difficult task to rebuild her people's image, ensure their safety, and prevent the mistakes of a few from defining the future for all. She knew it would not be easy, but she refused to falter. The Hyuga clan, while not directly involved in violence against the civilian population, also faced consequences. Their involvement in the disruption of public order and the destruction of institutional symbols left difficult to erase marks. Although Minato Namikaze was publicly ousted and dishonored as Hokage, that did not erase the gravity of his actions. Hayashi Hyuga and the leaders of the rebellion offered no resistance. They accepted their roles and, with them, their punishments, the loss of political power and a forced restructuring of their influence within Konoha, in addition to being required to actively participate in the village's reconstruction efforts. It was a firm but fair punishment, accepted without objection. However, the consequences did not stop there. Sasuke Uchiha, who remained unconscious in the infirmary throughout the conflict, awoke only after the rebellion had been quelled. He was informed of what had transpired, his clan's role, his father's downfall, and the current state of his family. Without a word, he left the infirmary and headed directly to the Uchiha district. There he saw with his own eyes what the report did not convey: the emptiness of the streets, the absence of those who once laughed, trained, or argued with one another. The clan he had known as numerous, proud, and active was now a silent shadow of what it had once been. The internal war also had a psychological impact. Several young people and civilians, exposed for the first time to the reality of being a shinobi and experiencing the internal conflict firsthand, began to question their path as shinobi. Among them, one figure stood out: Sakura Haruno. Since the death of her mentor, Kakashi Hatake, Sakura had begun to question herself. Her complete failure in the Chunin exams only deepened those doubts. However, it was after experiencing the terror of a large-scale conflict that she made her final decision. She renounced the shinobi world. Without scandal or grand words, she simply changed the course of her life and chose to distance herself from what she believed she was not meant for. But that week brought more than just consequences and renunciations. It also sowed mysteries that even the Council of Elders could not answer. Kushina Uzumaki, the head of the Uzumaki clan and an influential figure in the village's internal politics, deliberately left Konoha. She used her status to depart without facing a formal trial, leaving behind an impossible silence. She did not explain her reasons or leave messages, she simply vanished. Even more unsettling was what happened to Minato Namikaze. After being publicly defeated by his own son, Naruto Namikaze, he was never seen again. He did not appear in any hospital, no official missions were recorded, and no traces were found. Some began to say he had died from his injuries, while others claimed he had been rescued by his children or kidnapped by opportunists. The truth was that, officially, the fourth Hokage had disappeared. The entire Namikaze family became an impenetrable mystery. After defeating his father, Naruto was not seen again. He left no word, letter, or sign. His sister, Mito, also disappeared. Even Menma, who had since been called the hero in the shadows for his decisive actions against Root, vanished from records. During that week, not a single member of the Namikaze lineage could be located. Speculation arose, and accusations flew without basis. But the reality was simple and terrifying. No one knew what had happened to them. The Sannin found themselves in a complex position. Jiraiya had left Konoha, apparently in search of the Namikaze family. Tsunade remained locked in the hospital, tending to the wounded, while Orochimaru seemed to be confined to his personal laboratory, a place only he and Minato could access. As rumors grew and uncertainty settled into the conversations of the council and the people, life had to go on. Konoha, battered but alive, could not afford to stop. The village needed new guidance, a figure to restore trust, lead reconstruction, and re-establish the lost balance. They needed the next Hokage. As the rumors intensified, the council had no choice but to act. The aftermath of the Black Day still pulsed through the streets, and uncertainty began to seep even among the veterans. A decision was required. Leadership was needed. Thus, for the second time in its history, Konoha convened the Grand Assembly. This event was reserved solely for decisions of utmost importance, those capable of altering the political and military course of the entire village. In this space, they would decide who would bear the responsibility of wearing the mantle of the fifth Hokage. In that hall, surrounded by the fresh echoes of conflict, the next chapter in the history of the Leaf would begin. The weather was dry, and the sky clear. The breeze that swept through the center of the village barely stirred the hanging flags of the central venue where the assembly would take place. There was no parade or opening ceremony, only a firm and mandatory summons. No shinobi of Chunin or Jounin rank could be absent, regardless of their rank or social status. The memory of recent events weighed too heavily to allow for omissions. The Grand Assembly took place 24 hours after its announcement. The meeting location was the Central Ceremonial Hall, situated directly beneath the Hokage Tower. Built from solid stone, with high ceilings supported by dark wooden pillars, its interior commanded respect. The lighting came from dozens of suspended lamps, bathing the space in a sober and ceremonial tone. There was room for 300 seated shinobi and several hundred more standing, distributed across different levels. In front of the hall, a console hidden beneath the podium controlled the amplification system, ensuring that every word could be heard clearly throughout the venue. Inside, the shinobi formed orderly lines by rank. There were Jounin, Chunin, Genin, and civil personnel from the political administrative sphere, separated by a long central path leading to the council area. All stood silently, attentively. Despite the large audience, the atmosphere was charged with controlled tension. DSPLN and expectation filled the air. At the back of the room stood an elevated platform. In the center rested a large chair, carved from oak and adorned with engravings of the Konoha symbol. It was the seat reserved for the Hokage. And it was empty. That single detail weighed heavily on the room, creating a silence more profound than any speech. On either side of the throne, symmetrically spaced, were a series of seats arranged with precision, the seats of the Konoha Council. There they were, in their respective places, the most politically significant figures of the village. Hamura Mitokado and Kohyudatane maintained a straight, rigid posture, as if the passage of time had not affected their sense of duty. Shikaken Nara, with a slight frown, observed the audience without blinking. Inoichi Yamanaka reviewed a small list of names on his lap, while Hayashi Hyuga, sitting with his back completely straight, remained silent, watching with firm eyes. In the seat reserved for the Uchiha clan, it was not empty, nor was Mikoto Uchiha present. Instead, Obito Uchiha sat with a composed demeanor and a serene gaze. He wore a dark heiori over his traditional uniform, and his expression was calm and unchanging. His presence, rather than generating whispers, imposed a special silence around him. His appearance, after being absent for the entire week following the conflict, evoked a mix of respect and curiosity. But no one questioned him. He had arrived just in time. His figure, once underestimated, now sat as the legitimate representative of a clan that had lost its way. But not entirely its place. The Grand Assembly had begun. And with it, the future of Konoha once again entered a phase of redefinition. The Grand Assembly Hall was filled to capacity. Every seat in the venue had been occupied by renowned Jounin, clan leaders, administrative representatives, and prominent figures of the shinobi body. Some stood, others sat, all in complete silence. The walls, clad in dark wood, absorbed the low murmurs, which ceased as Hamura Mitokado rose from his seat. He did not call for silence. He did not need to. He walked to the edge of the central platform. His back was not as straight as before, but his voice retained the firmness that had accompanied the leadership of 2 generations of Hokage. He addressed the audience directly, stating that there would be no speeches, as they were not there for rituals or displays of false solemnity. This assembly is not a ceremony. It is a necessity. Its outcome will define the course of this village for the coming decades. If we survive them. A brief pause followed, and no one dared to interrupt. The facts are clear. The Namikaze lineage has collapsed. Minato Namikaze is missing, and with him, the power structure that has supported this village for years. There is no Hokage. There is no direct successor. Konoha has been struck from within, and those who saved it are not those who governed it. It is up to us to decide who will take up the mantle. Slowly, the speaker returned to their seat. Koharu Udatane lowered her gaze, deep in thought. She began to read the names shuffled by the council. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru. She stated evenly. The 3 Sannin are still alive. Their strength is unquestionable. Their history, as well. No one added anything. None of the Sannin were present, and everyone in the room knew that their paths had long diverged from the Hokage's throne. Jiraiya had never wanted administrative responsibilities. Tsunade had made her rejection of politics clear from the start. And Orochimaru was simply not an option the council was willing to accept, no matter how respected his power was. Shikage Nara sat with his arms crossed, his gaze fixed on the empty Hokage seat. He did not intervene or argue, but the slight furrow of his brow spoke volumes. He did not want the position, and he made no effort to hide it. Koharu continued. Shikage Nara has been an invaluable strategist. No one questions that. But there is no consensus, nor willingness on his part. Murmurs began to grow again. The tension was not aggressive, but it was thick. Konoha needed stability, and time was against them. Then, Hamura spoke again, this time without standing. We have one name left. Not the oldest. Not the most popular in history books. But perhaps the most suitable for this time. Silence fell again, more rigid than before. Obito Uchiha. Several heads turned toward the section where he sat. His posture was impeccable. Back straight, arms resting on the armrests, his gaze firm yet respectful. He wore no cloak or rank symbols, just a simple, dark haori with the Uchiha crest discreetly embroidered on the left sleeve. There was no exaggerated pride in his expression, nor disdain, just composure. The Black Reaper of Konoha, Hamura continued. At the moment of greatest internal crisis, he did not just fight for this village. He ventured into the very heart of the rebellion, faced his own clan, and emerged alive. More than that, he emerged victorious. He defeated Fugaku Uchiha, maintained order amid the collapse, and demonstrated that he can act decisively without losing control. He is not only strong, he is young. And, most importantly, Konoha respects him. Some in the crowd nodded slightly. Others exchanged cautious glances. But there were no voices of opposition. Even the more traditional members, like Hayashi Hyuga, remained silent. In that context, it was an implicit acceptance. Obito did not respond immediately. He waited for the murmurs to dissipate, and when they did, he inclined his head slightly. If the Sannin refused the position, Hamura stated, glancing sideways, aware that the silence of their absences was already an answer, we will not have time for endless debates. Konoha cannot remain leaderless. The atmosphere tensed a little more. Just when it seemed a resolution was at hand, the doors of the great assembly hall swung open abruptly. The metallic clatter of the hinges interrupted the general murmur, and the echo spread across the walls like an inevitable announcement. Behind the entrance, 2 guards lay on the ground, unconscious but without visible injuries. The reaction was immediate. Some shinobi stood up abruptly, others, more cautious, simply tensed. The council members narrowed their eyes with contained distrust. A solitary figure crossed the threshold, and behind him, the door closed with a sharp bang. He advanced down the central aisle with a steady stride. His black and white attire contrasted almost deliberately with the ceremonial tones of the place. He wore a fitted shirt, wide-cut white pants, and simple footwear. Over his shoulders, a light cloak of the same color billowed with his movements, leaving a sober trail filled with intent. His slightly tousled blonde hair fell haphazardly. His face was expressionless, neither fury nor arrogance. Just unwavering determination. He walked as if he were not surrounded by the most powerful military leaders of the village. As if the place meant nothing. With each step, the murmurs diminished. Until the silence became uncomfortable. But it did not last. After a few seconds, the murmurs returned, this time with growing strength. Isn't that? It can't be. It's him. Naruto Namikaze. What is he doing here? The tension escalated immediately. Some jounin tensed their bodies. Others simply followed him with their gazes, cautious. They watched him walk undeterred, crossing the entire chamber under the gaze of hundreds, ascending to the central platform where the council seats were. And continuing. He did not stop before the council members. He did not ask for permission. He did not request the floor. He simply turned toward the central seat, the Hokage's throne, and sat down. Indignation mixed with disbelief. No one had ever done something like this. Not in that place. Not in that context. But before anyone could speak. From today, I am the Hokage. His voice was neither loud nor authoritative. It was neutral, direct, and that made it even more unsettling. Silence fell violently. Only contained breaths could be heard. Naruto lifted his gaze, maintaining the same measured tone as before. I will not accept objections. The council did not react immediately. No one moved. It was Inoichi Yamanaka who finally stood with respect, crossing his arms as he spoke. Naruto Namikaze. This is not the time for jokes. This room is in an official assembly, and that seat is more than a symbol. That seat is where the Hokage sits. And you. The seat of the Hokage. Naruto interrupted without raising his voice. His words hung in the air like a judicial declaration. It is logical. Since I was the one who killed the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Silence no longer prevailed. It erupted. There was a chain reaction. Someone stood up abruptly. Others began to speak loudly. Some were left speechless, while others frowned. The name of Minato had not been spoken with certainty since his disappearance. Everyone thought he had simply fled, been removed, or was in hiding. But Naruto had just said it. He had said killed, and had done so without a hint of tremor. That's madness. That can't be true. He's lying. Where are the NBU? And without changing his tone, without even moving, Naruto completed. It is my right to succeed him as the leader of this nation. That was the breaking point. Panic began to rise. Some shinobi started to form hand seals discreetly. Others, more impulsive, were already taking combat positions. The collective surprise transformed into contained chaos. Shikaku Nara stood up for the first time, frowning gravely. While Hamura observed in silence, Koharu slammed her hand on the table with force. She demanded that the ANBU arrest Naruto Namikaze for illegally interrupting the assembly and for his statements. Immediately, 4 NBU appeared from the sides of the room, each wearing a white mask, moving with calculated precision and armed. They advanced without hesitation, forming a line toward the platform, executing a containment operation. But Naruto remained still. He sat in the Hokage's throne, back straight and gaze fixed ahead. Then it happened. The ceiling of the hall shattered with a dry explosion. Fragments of wood and concrete fell to the ground. A figure descended with brutal speed. The impact was almost instantaneous. One of the ANBU didn't even have time to react. He received an upward strike directly to the abdomen and was sent crashing against the wall. The second barely raised his arm when a downward elbow crushed his shoulder. The third was kicked with such force that he rolled across the floor, unconscious. The fourth attempted to use a kunai, but a swift turn delivered a knee strike to his jaw, leaving him dazed. All of this occurred in less than 3 seconds. As the debris from the ceiling continued to fall, the figure stopped beside Naruto. With rebellious blonde hair and a white cloak billowing softly behind him, he stood firm, showing no visible signs of exhaustion. He didn't say a word, he simply remained there, at Naruto's left side, as if it were his natural place. Some recognized him immediately. It was Menma Namikaze. With his appearance, the balance that had been tilting toward repression shattered. Anyone who dared to lay a finger on the Hokage would have to face him. Menma's words echoed through the hall like a sharp jolt. He didn't shout or impose himself, he simply stated it, and that was enough to freeze everyone in place. It wasn't just words. When those present looked at him, they understood. His blue eyes were gone, replaced by a pair of reddish eyes with slit pupils, watching with a contained threat that no one wanted to provoke. Then something else occurred. A wave of chakra surged. It was not visible, it didn't envelop the hall in bright colors or distortions. But it was felt. It was as if the air became denser, the atmospheric pressure dropping in an instant, causing skin to tighten reflexively. Every shinobi present, no matter how seasoned, felt that change. Their bodies reacted even though their minds tried to remain steady. For a long second, no one moved. Until someone did. From the front row, among the jounin present, someone rose in fury. Sasuke Uchiha stood, his eyes ignited with the irregular pattern of the Manjikyu Sharingan. His voice was charged with visceral hatred as he declared that he recognized Menma from the very beginning. Electricity crackled from his palm, a raw chidori, incomplete due to his rage but still deadly. He stepped forward, breaking ranks and ignoring everything around him. He would never forgive Menma. Some tried to stop him. Shikamaru moved his hand to form a seal, Ino stepped back in surprise, and several jounin tensed. But Sasuke had already launched himself forward. With the Chidori active, he charged directly at Naruto, his footsteps pounding against the platform. Naruto remained unmoved. He didn't make a single gesture. Then, from behind him, from the wall supporting the Hokage's throne, four projectiles shot forth with precise speed. Chains wrapped in dense energy extended rapidly. They pierced the air like spears, wrapping around Sasuke's body with surgical precision, completely immobilizing him. The Chidori fizzled out in sparks, and the Manjikyu Sharingan deactivated moments later. Part of the wall collapsed, debris falling as a figure stepped through the opening with a steady stride. It was Minato Namikaze. Her eyes were calm, her expression neutral. Her tone was firm, without unnecessary elevation. Sasuke opened his eyes in disbelief. Why was she getting involved? It was the basic duty of shinobi, she stated. She would protect the Hokage. The betrayal felt personal to Sasuke. He had considered Mito an ally, perhaps even a friend. But what he saw before him was undeniable. Mito did not avert her gaze. She did not waver. She stood firm. Shock erupted in the hall. Shinobi began to speak over one another. Some shouted, others stepped back. The voices merged into a wave of confused, disorderly noise. This is a mockery. This is a power grab. He confessed to murder. Where is the council? At that demand, the stunned members of the council stirred. Hamura remained silent in his seat, rigid. His narrowed eyes showed no expression as he observed in complete silence, analyzing without uttering a word. It was Koharu who rose in her place, her hand trembling with anger. This was unacceptable. This was neither the procedure, nor the place, nor the time. That throne was sacred. They were corrupting the order of the village in front of everyone. Other council members prepared to intervene. Shikaku stood up. Inoichi still couldn't believe what was happening. Hayashi Hyuga stood ready to act if necessary. The jounin in the front rows had already taken defensive stances, waiting for an order. But then something unexpected happened. A figure rose among the council members. Obito Uchiha. The Black Reaper. The man who had defeated Fugaku. The living symbol of power who, in less than a week, had become the most respected and feared shinobi in the village. Many hoped he would become Hokage in the absence of the Sannin. His mere presence seemed enough to balance any conflict. Obito stood up abruptly. The sound of his chair being pushed back echoed like a drum. Everyone turned to look at him. The voices quieted. The chaos was contained. If the Black Reaper intervened, he had to be heard. That was the level of respect that the one once called the Black Sheep of the Uchiha had earned after proving himself to be the most powerful Uchiha alive. Obito began to walk. Not with violence. Not with aggression. He moved slowly, steadily, without averting his gaze. He advanced through the hushed murmurs, through the held breaths, between the eyes that hoped he would stop the madness they believed they were witnessing. He walked down the narrow path between the council chairs. He passed by Mito, by Menma. He stopped in front of Naruto, who remained seated on the throne. He looked at him for a moment, and then he knelt, with one knee on the ground and his head bowed, without a hint of mockery or sarcasm. It was a clean, solemn gesture. The gesture of someone acknowledging a superior figure was executed with natural ease, as if the decision had been made long before Naruto spoke a word. Silence enveloped the scene. Not a single word was exchanged. The strongest shinobi of Konoha had bowed. The title was spoken clearly, without fear or hesitation. In that moment, while still kneeling firmly on the ground, Obito Uchiha recalled a vivid memory. It was not a distraction or a fleeting thought. It was a concrete memory, formed with clarity. A conversation from just a week prior, hidden beneath the surface of everything that had transpired. A moment that might seem insignificant to anyone else, but not to him. It was then in that past moment, not the present, that he realized his decision had already been made. Not in front of the public, nor under the pressure of his surroundings. He had made his choice when his debt was repaid and his loyalty solidified. Now, he was simply making it known. Obito awoke with a slight pressure in his chest. It wasn't pain, it was the confirmation that his body, after the brutal confrontation with Fugaku Uchiha, was still functioning. The dim light filtering through the window indicated that some time had passed since the battle. A white robe rested on a chair next to the bed. He was alone. His injuries, though serious, had been treated effectively. The report he found folded on the tray indicated that he had been in intensive recovery for about 5 hours, under strict medical supervision. He was not surprised to find the hospital wing quiet. Few people had permission to be there after the recent events. Obito rose without drama, changing clothes with controlled movements. His body ached, but his mind was completely clear. When he pushed open the door to his room and stepped into the hallway, he saw him Menma Namikaze. Menma stood leaning against the opposite wall. He had some bandages on various parts of his body but kept his arms crossed, his gaze direct. He remarked that it was about time before stepping away from the wall. Obito blinked once and inquired about the rebellion. Menma responded that it had been suppressed, explaining that the leaders of the Uchiha had been detained or executed. Hayashi had agreed to surrender peacefully, as the Hyuga had never sought to harm, only to destroy the legacy of Menma's father. There was no longer any resistance. Konoha was fractured but still breathing. Obito lowered his head for a few seconds, not out of sorrow but concentration. When he raised it again, he asked about Rin, his voice tinged with concern. Menma's expression softened as he assured Obito that she was safe. He had taken her from the root facilities after Obito fell unconscious, and she was now at the Namikaze residence, protected by barriers and surveillance. Obito nodded once, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly, though his brow furrowed. He murmured that his sensei had said the same thing before Rin was kidnapped. Menma placed a hand on his shoulder, reassuring him that he had left clones with her for protection, but he had been waiting for Obito to wake up to take him to her. Obito smiled in gratitude. Without further words, he formed hand seals, closed his eyes, and sought the seal located in the Namikaze mansion. In an instant, they both vanished. The Namikaze property was devoid of any civilian activity. The internal paths, flanked by well-kept vegetation, were empty. The few ANBU units guarding the area maintained discreet vigilance, allowing passage without obstruction. Despite what had happened with Minato, they were contracted for a specific duration and were bound by code to fulfill their duty. Menma guided Obito through the inner hallways with precision, and neither spoke during the journey. Obito crossed the last door into a spacious room, with an open window letting in the afternoon light. Rin was sitting on the futon, clearly awake, and upon seeing him, she immediately stood up. Without the need for more words, they approached each other and embraced in silence. It was not a dramatic scene but a sober reunion, a moment shared between two individuals who understood the value of being alive. After separating, Obito expressed his relief that they were both okay. Rin responded that although it had been tough, everything had turned out well in the end. They sat down and briefly discussed the attack, mentioning how Menma had arrived just in time. Rin didn't know all the details, but she trusted the essentials. She was safe, and so was Obito. Their moment was subtly interrupted when Menma called from the entrance, stating that someone wanted to see Obito and that it was important. Understanding immediately, Obito stood after bidding Rin farewell, promising to return soon. Menma guided him again, this time through a more discreet side hallway, to a room in the west wing of the residence. The room was undecorated, showing no signs of recent use. The walls were bare, and the bed was unmade. Only basic furniture remained, a shelf without books and a desk covered in a light layer of dust. In the middle of the room, with his back turned and staring at the wall, was Naruto. He made no gesture upon hearing the door open. Obito entered and closed the door behind him, taking a few steps before stopping. He acknowledged Naruto by stating his full name. Naruto turned his head slightly, just enough to confirm he had heard, but he did not respond. Obito took another step forward and directly asked if Naruto had given Rin's location to Menma. Naruto confirmed with a simple nod. Obito nodded in return, falling silent for a few seconds. He expressed that Naruto had lifted the heaviest burden from his life, ensuring the safety of the most important people to him. He felt there was no way to repay that but promised that if Naruto ever needed anything he would be there, no matter what. Naruto turned to face him completely, looking at him with a calm demeanor, devoid of a smile. He stated that Obito didn't need to thank him, it was the least he could do to ensure the safety of Obito's family. Obito's eyes widened in surprise at this revelation. Had Naruto cared for his family? In that moment, Obito made his decision. He asked Naruto how he could help. Naruto studied him closely, asking if he would do anything. Obito affirmed his conviction. Naruto then revealed his intention to become the fifth Hokage, stating it as if it were a trivial fact. Obito stared at him, and even Menma, who had been silent until now, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Menma questioned Naruto's motives, asking if he sought the position for power or influence and what his purpose was. Naruto took a moment before responding that he had no purpose at the moment. Throughout his life, he had lived with a single goal, to kill Minato Namikaze. But when the moment came, he changed his mind. He defeated Minato but did not kill him. Now, he had no goal to drive him. He looked directly at Menma and then at Obito, explaining that Konoha had a void. Without a Hokage, the village would collapse. The population was divided and confused. The internal rebellion had left cracks. If someone took the throne now, it would be in a context of instability. But if the one who sat on that throne was the killer of the previous Hokage, there would be no place for idolization or absurd loyalties. Obito, still trying to understand, asked if Naruto wanted to be hated. Naruto explained that he wanted to channel their resentment, to be seen as a figure to blame, unifying them through a common enemy. If they needed a symbol, he would be that symbol. Menma observed Naruto intently, noting the seriousness of his proposal. He acknowledged that Naruto's reasoning was fundamentally sound but pointed out that he was overlooking the true role of the Hokage. The Hokage was not merely a public figure, they were the core of the system, overseeing internal politics, mission control, the village's economy, and external agreements. It was not just about leadership, it was about administration, strategy, and execution. Naruto admitted that he was not suited for everything related to the Hokage's role, which was why he needed their support. While he would serve as the public face, they would handle the real management behind the scenes, acting as his unseen allies. Menma frowned slightly, not in rejection but in contemplation. He questioned whether Naruto truly understood what he was proposing. Naruto assured him that he was more aware than ever. Menma internally pondered why Naruto cared about the village's fate, but he resolved to support him. After a moment of silence, Menma nodded slowly, indicating his agreement. If they were to proceed, they would do so fully committed. He would play his part, but Naruto had to maintain his role in front of everyone. Any mistake could lead to a collapse of their plans. Naruto responded with determination, stating he would not make mistakes. Obito stepped closer, inquiring when they would begin. Naruto looked directly at him, indicating he would need their assistance to move forward. Menma, intrigued, asked what was troubling him. Naruto admitted he had no idea when to take action, maintaining a calm demeanor despite his uncertainty. Obito expressed confusion, questioning why Naruto had devised a plan without knowing how to execute it. Naruto explained that he had counted on them for guidance. Menma, with a slight smile that quickly faded, thought about how Naruto couldn't do everything alone. He murmured that there was no other way, drawing the attention of both Naruto and Obito. With a calm yet assured tone, Menma shared his idea on how to proceed. He recalled that the position of Hokage could not be informally imposed. Even if the previous leader had been defeated or there was a power crisis, the role remained legally tied to the advisors of Konoha, specifically the elders, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatain. The mention of these two elders brought a mix of indifference and disdain, as they no longer represented what they once had, yet their influence remained significant. Menma continued, noting that while Danzo had died, those two were still powerful figures, part of the original triumvirate. According to Jiraiya-sensei, they had escaped during the upheaval and were still alive, likely in hiding. Obito asked what Menma intended to do with this information. Menma raised a finger and stated they would use them. Naruto narrowed his eyes, intrigued. Menma elaborated that if they wanted Naruto to emerge as a visible figure, he could not do so in a dark hallway or amidst rumors. He needed to present himself officially to the entire village, and the only opportunity for that was a significant event, the Grand Assembly. Obito, curious, questioned what this assembly entailed, as he was unfamiliar with it. Menma explained that it was a formal event, held only once in Konoha's history when the first Hokage transferred power to his brother. It was the oldest and most powerful mechanism to declare a new leader. The entire village was summoned, and all shinobi of a certain rank, with few exceptions, were required to attend. Naruto interjected that they needed to compel one of the advisors to call for the assembly. Menma nodded, confirming this was their plan. He then introduced the others, including Mito, as part of the strategy. He unfurled a blank scroll to outline their tactical plan clearly. The plan was straightforward but required precise execution. On the third night following the rebellion, while the village was still recovering, the four of them remained within the Namikaze property, isolating themselves to avoid detection. Mito prepared sound suppression seals, which could be easily concealed in their sleeves, to prevent any auditory disturbances during their mission and to nullify potential alarms. These ancient seals, though rarely used, were highly effective. Obito volunteered to lead the infiltration, using his Kamui to enter Hamura's residence directly, bypassing any patrols or perimeter detection. If discovered, he would activate a basic transformation technique to disguise himself and retreat if necessary. However, the core of the plan relied on a genjutsu. Obito detailed that it would be a deep and precise technique, one that would not destroy Hamura's mind but would alter his perception of recent memories. They would extract the information they needed and use it to force the assembly's convocation. Naruto nodded in agreement, ready for action. The operation commenced at midnight. With a clear sky and no moon, the paths were shrouded in darkness. The village's nighttime surveillance was weak following the recent events, as most security squads were still being restructured. Obito and Naruto moved together, avoiding main streets and navigating rooftops. Their silent journey took about 20 minutes until they reached the Western District, home to Hamura Mitokado's old residence. The building was a traditional two-story wooden structure, dark and closed off. Inside, the chakra of its occupant was faint but present. Obito activated his Kamui, partially disassembling his body, and in an instant he was inside the house. The sound suppression seals were placed strategically in the hallways, and every step was meticulously planned. He reached the second-floor room without forcing any doors. The elder was asleep on a low bed, covered by a thick blanket with an extinguished oil lamp nearby. However, his sensory perception remained intact. Hamura stirred at the presence, his eyes snapping open, and his mouth prepared to scream. Obito acted swiftly, covering Hamura's mouth with his hand and activating his Sharingan. The genjutsu took effect, and Hamura's eyes glazed over as his body relaxed, his perception of reality altered. Without wasting a moment, Obito stated their need for the Grand Assembly to be convened and asked where it would take place if activated. There was no choice. Under the influence of the genjutsu, Hamura responded smoothly. He provided details about the central ceremonial hall beneath the Hokage Tower, a structure reinforced since the time of Tobirama. It could accommodate 300 seated shinobi and many more standing. The amplification system was controlled from a console beneath the podium. Obito ordered him to convince Koharu to approve the plan. If he failed, he was to send an unmarked ANBU to the southern forest. This had to be done the next day without any mistakes. Hamura acknowledged the command, complying without resistance. Once the Great Assembly began and Obito spoke certain words, Hamura was to support the rise of Naruto Namikaze as the fifth Hokage. He understood the task and accepted it submissively. With the information secured and his part completed, Obito turned and vanished as quickly as he had arrived. After a brief reunion with his team to share the findings, quick decisions were made. Naruto separated from the group, claiming he had a matter to attend to alone. The next infiltration into the ceremonial hall would once again be handled by Obito. Following the same procedure as before, he used Kamui to infiltrate undetected. He moved through the underground corridors of the facility, noting that despite being underground, there was ample space to maneuver freely. From the outside, he accessed the roof of the structure and placed a Hiration seal intended for Menma. Without wasting any time, he disappeared immediately. That night, upon returning to the Namikaze property, the report was clear. Everything had gone according to plan. Hamura would not remember the encounter and would follow the order unconsciously. The command would be fulfilled. The Great Assembly would be officially convened. This was the plan executed in secret, allowing Naruto to rise publicly from the shadows. To be continued. Minato had already dealt with that issue, speaking in a calm yet cold tone. Menma and Mito were out, and they needed a solid story for when they returned, something that left no room for questions. As he spoke, he moved through the room where they used to sleep, his steps slow and calculated. There was no doubt in his voice. He had a plan. They would stage a funeral, claiming that Naruto's condition had been terminal and that he had passed away before they could intervene. They would use that day to close this chapter. Kushina did not respond immediately. She simply looked at him, struggling to comprehend. That room. Every corner echoed with memories. Not long ago, she had read stories to the children in that very bed. She had cradled Naruto during his toughest nights, feeling his small hand grip her finger, seeking comfort. Now, Minato spoke of erasing all of that as if it were a mere stain. Her face trembled, and her hands shook as well. But in the end, she lowered her gaze and nodded. Foolishly, she nodded. Once again, she betrayed herself. Once again, she fell silent. Minato turned to Naruto, whose serious expression showed no sign of fear in the face of the threat. He declared that Naruto had been lucky until now, but that luck had run out. He referred to him as his defective son, spitting the words with a mix of disdain and superiority. Naruto had managed to surprise him, but with Kushina by his side, he had no chance. Naruto remained unyielding, his expression hard and resolute. Kushina repeated the words, defective son, quietly, still advancing, still closing the distance. And she remembered. A typical dinner with all four of them present. Mito, the youngest, played with her utensils and looked curiously at the empty seat between her and her mother. She innocently asked where her brother Naruto was, not understanding the forced silence. Kushina felt her mouth go dry, her tongue stumbling over the pain. She tried to respond, her voice cracking in her throat. But Minato cleared his throat and intervened, as he always did. He suggested it was better not to revive tragic memories, offering to take Mito to the park after dinner if she finished quickly. Kushina lowered her gaze, suppressing the tears that threatened to spill. Naruto, frowning, confronted Minato, expressing that it was audacious for him to continue calling him defective after everything. He lamented that a defect had caused so many problems, but the yondaime did not rise to the provocation. Minato smiled arrogantly, explaining that in a world of chakra, being born without it was an anomaly. Even those with reduced channels, like Guy or Lee, had chakra. He questioned where Naruto fit into their story. Naruto held his ground, stating that he understood Minato's fragile ego could not bear to admit he was wrong about him. Minato narrowed his eyes, dismissing any concern for someone like Naruto as a waste of time, suggesting that it was natural for him not to see the obvious. Naruto expressed his exhaustion in dealing with Minato, accusing him of repeating the same nonsense over and over. The Hokage concluded that it was irrational to seek understanding from him. Kushina pressed her lips together, now just steps away from Minato. She recalled a conversation from years ago. She had softly asked if Minato ever thought about Naruto, about how he was doing. Minato raised his hand to stop her and responded without emotion that he wanted to talk about that. With her heart racing, she leaned closer, asking what he wanted to say. He told her never to mention that name in their home. Kushina felt as if something had been ripped from her chest. She was taken aback, struggling to process his words. Minato reaffirmed that Naruto was a mistake they had already resolved and that she should not bring it up again, especially not in front of Menma and Mito, as it was irrelevant and would only hinder their development. She did not respond, not because she agreed, but because she no longer knew how to fight him. So, she simply nodded. Another foolish nod. With his head still, bowed and one knee firmly on the ground, he spoke the words without hesitation. Obito Uchiha is under your command. Hokage-sama. A murmur erupted in the hall. Obito Uchiha, a symbol of victory in the rebellion and the most feared and respected shinobi of the time, had just bowed before Naruto Namikaze. His voice resonated more than any shout. The confusion was immediate and intense. No one knew how to react. The shinobi present exchanged glances, but none spoke a word. The military council remained silent. Its members frowned, unable to hide the tension that had built up. Koharu Udatane was frozen, her mouth slightly agape, unable to articulate a word. Hamura Mitokado remained completely silent, his gaze seemingly lost in a fixed point. Many were unsure of what to think. The Namikaze trio could be a phenomenon. But, Obito Uchiha? Timtu? The murmurs grew louder, a collective whisper swelling like a tide. It was then that Hamura slowly rose from his seat. With controlled steps, he advanced toward the center of the platform. Each step he took carried a weight of authority that resonated with everyone. When he reached the center, his voice measured, calm, devoid of any emotional affectation cut through the auditorium. From this day forward, we will recognize Naruto Namikaze as the 5th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. The declaration fell like a hammer on those present. Silence enveloped the room, as if someone had held their breath. Hamura spoke without raising his tone, but his message was clear. Konoha needs a figure that represents absolute strength. No speeches or symbolism, just strength. The only ninja in this village who meets that standard is the one person who managed to defeat the 4th Hokage. The perfect shinobi. Koharu looked at him with a mix of confusion and horror. Hamura, what are you saying? She exclaimed, raising her voice in desperation. That wasn't discussed. You're handing the village over to a usurper, to a... Silence, Hamura interrupted without needing to raise his voice. He returned to his seat, sitting down with a controlled heaviness. Naruto Namikaze is the future of Konoha, he declared firmly. Only a few experienced sensors noticed something strange. Hamura's chakra flow was not as usual. It was altered, as if an invisible pressure compelled him to act. But no one spoke. No one moved. The room was paralyzed. The weight of the situation was evident. No one, even the high-ranking officials, could afford to engage in combat with 3 of Konoha's most dangerous shinobi and a pure Uzumaki with the talent of the Namikaze. A direct confrontation would mean the destruction of the village. And those present knew it. Naruto stood calmly. All eyes were on him. As my coronation as Hokage is now clear, it is time to establish something else. He began, his tone firm, without concessions. I do not tolerate betrayal. He slightly diverted his gaze towards Sasuke, who remained bound by Mito's chains. He did not hide it. He did not feign neutrality. Umbu, take him away. For a moment, there was no response. Koharu tensed immediately. A bead of sweat trickled down her temple. Does that kid really think the ANBU unit will be loyal to him? She thought, trying to assess how many operatives still answered to her authority and if she could give a counter-order quickly. But before she could think further, the great hall doors swung open wide once more. Everyone present turned. A formation of shinobi in masks and black cloaks began to march down the central aisle. Their numbers were substantial. Their steps were synchronized, a procession of hooded figures moving with the precision of a long-received order. They advanced until they reached the central platform. The first 2 knelt, and the entire line followed suit with terrifying precision. Even Menma, Mito, and Obito frowned. They were not aware of this. None of them had organized it. Naruto observed attentively. He remained unfazed. One of the ANBU in front spoke with a firm voice. As you command, Totama. The respectful tone contrasted with the tension in the room. His hair, barely visible, swayed slightly. A recognizable orange. The 2 leading ANBU ascended the platform. They approached Sasuke. The chains fell away at a subtle gesture from Mito. Without wasting time, they seized him by the arms. Naruto stepped to the edge of the platform. From there, he looked out at the audience in silence. Mikoto Uchiha, seated among the clan members, could barely contain her emotions as she watched her son being dragged away by forces that answered only to him. As I said, I do not accept objections or betrayals, Naruto declared, his gaze empty, without raising his voice. If you truly care for Konoha, then serve me. Not out of will. Not out of conviction. Do it because you have no alternative. Opposing me will only bring ruin to the village you claim to love. The room remained in absolute silence. No one spoke. No one retorted. Because they knew, at that moment, there was no option. Konoha had just been subdued. Naruto observed the organized ANBU, his mind briefly drifting back to the moment he separated from Menma and Obito. Fu Yamanaka stepped forward, confronting Naruto with a fierce glare. He demanded to know how Naruto dared to appear at their base after betraying Root. He accused Naruto of revealing their location to Menma Namikaze. Naruto remained calm, stating that he had no desire to hide anything. He declared that Danzo was dead, having disposed of him before he could eliminate Naruto. He pointed out that even though Danzo was gone, Root's purpose still existed. Toryun clenched his teeth, his gaze hostile and distrustful, yet he held back from attacking. He asserted that they were not Naruto's subordinates and would not serve someone who had destroyed their purpose. Naruto questioned their definition of purpose, mocking the idea of being mere pawns, tools discarded if they failed. He challenged them, asking if they truly wanted to remain disposable pieces. Fu tensed, fingers curling, but remained silent. Naruto continued, asserting that Danzo had not given them purpose. He had stripped them of the freedom to choose one. He turned towards the office, gesturing at the empty shelves, the burned papers, and the remnants of a legacy buried in ashes. He explained that they did not follow orders out of loyalty but because they knew no other way to live. He offered them something different, a chance to break free from the control they believed they needed. Toryun, filled with contained rage, warned Naruto to be careful with his words. He insisted that they were not broken individuals seeking redemption. Naruto responded with a dry laugh, clarifying that he did not want them to repent or reform. He simply wanted to provide them with an option where they would not have to die for an old man who viewed them as mere numbers. He emphasized that they should not have to hide like rats, only to be remembered as nameless shadows. Toryun challenged Naruto's belief that they would change their loyalty just because he asked, dismissing his reasoning as foolish. He asserted that Root would never obey Naruto. Naruto stepped closer, his voice firm and unwavering as he declared that Root no longer existed. He explained that shadows were still necessary, but this time they would serve a greater cause, one that would force the village, complacent in the safety provided by Minato Namikaze, to evolve. Toryun crossed his arms, stating that they were not easily manipulated. He warned Naruto that if he thought he could convince them with empty philosophy and vague promises, he was wasting his time. Naruto took another step forward, his tone growing colder and more resolute. He made it clear that he was not there to negotiate, he was there to impose his will. If he could not count on them, he would have to eliminate them, not out of hatred, but because they posed a real threat to the village in their uncontrolled state. A long silence filled the room. The ANBU tensed, one of them subtly reaching for the kunai hidden at his back. Fu had his hand on his tanto, but before he could draw it, Toryun raised his arm to stop him. He urged everyone to wait, keeping his eyes fixed on Naruto. He proposed a hypothetical situation. If they accepted and were willing to listen, what would they gain? What was the difference between serving Danzo and serving Naruto? Naruto paused before answering, his tone introspective. He explained that it was not about serving him but about choosing their own cause and executing it on their terms, with the same discipline and effectiveness, but with freedom. He did not want them to be the inefficient root of a corrupt system, chained to the whims of a dead man. He envisioned them operating as a black thorn, a force that would strike at the enemy from unseen angles, protecting the village even from itself. He turned away, asking if that was not the most faithful way they could honor the twisted vision Danzo had imposed on them. He suggested that this would be the only logical evolution of what they had been trained to be. The silence that followed was profound. Fu and Toryun exchanged calculating glances, weighing every word and intention behind Naruto's proposal. As Naruto stepped toward the exit, he delivered his final ultimatum. They had until the next day to decide. If they left, he would hunt them down. If they stayed, it would be under his direct orders, not under a broken ideal, but under a new one. With that, he departed, the door closing behind him with a heavy thud, leaving the room in an absolute silence that even the breaths of the elite root agents could not break. The next day, Naruto returned unannounced. Fu and Toryun awaited him in the center of the room, standing tall with their arms crossed. Naruto regarded them with the same calmness one would have on a battlefield. Toryun spoke first, revealing that they had discussed Naruto's proposal. They were willing to serve under his command, provided that his actions aligned with the original purpose of Root, to protect the village from the shadows, regardless of the cost. Fu lowered his head briefly, only to raise it again with the same determination he had always shown. He expressed that he could not forgive Naruto for Danzo's downfall and would not forget it. However, as Danzo's right hand, he refused to let everything they had built disappear without a fight. They were with him. Naruto nodded slowly, a fleeting shadow of a smile crossing his face, as if silently approving a move he had always known would come to fruition. He assured them that when the time came, they would know how and when to act. Until then, he instructed them to acquire black clothing for the remaining ANBU. Without giving them a chance to respond, he vanished into the shadows, as if he had already become part of the black thorn that was just beginning to take shape. Naruto blinked slowly a couple of times, the only movement as his mind reconnected with the present. The reality before him was undeniable. The Root ANBU, once blindly loyal to Danzo Shimura, were now kneeling before him. There was no doubt. The control was absolute. With that silent act, the last embers of resistance in Konoha were extinguished. It was not a noble surrender. No one raised their hand in acknowledgement. No one declared their support. They simply understood. The fight was no longer an option. Naruto Namikaze had defeated the strongest shinobi the village had produced in generations. Minato, the fourth Hokage. Many had considered him invincible, surpassed only by names that transcended humanity. Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha. Perhaps Tobirama. Now, Naruto was not alone. Beside him stood Menma Namikaze, the Jinchuriki of a power he had begun to master at will, acting as a formidable wall. Behind them was Obito Uchiha, the Black Reaper, a symbol of the new generation of fear, respected even by the oldest clans. Surrounding them were dozens of ANBU, as disciplined and lethal as they had been under Root, but now with redirected loyalty. Alongside them was Minato Uzumaki, whose chains had easily subdued Sasuke, reminding everyone that even among the youngest, there was no longer an imbalance of power. Who could rise against them? The council? Not with Hamura silent and Koharu paralyzed. The people? Not after the Black Day, not after losing so many, not when even the three Sannin were absent. Even with their return, some began to realize that perhaps even that would not be enough. The ceremonial hall, once designed to host decisions of peace and solemn successions, had transformed into something entirely different. It was not an assembly. It was not a council. It was a sentence already delivered. Naruto stood before the main podium, arms relaxed at his sides and back straight, in the same place where he had just issued his first order as Hokage. He did not need to add anything more. His silence spoke volumes. The entire room was enveloped in an unnatural stillness. No one murmured. No one dared to cough. From the most influential clans to the genin summoned by protocol, everyone understood the same thing. The decision had already been made, and it was never in their hands. Naruto did not look at them as a leader observes his people. He regarded them as a strategist observes a board. Menma and Obito stood on either side, silent but with the exact presence required. Solid, threatening, vigilant. Mito was at the corner of the platform, her gaze sweeping the room with constant attention, assessing movements and reactions. The route and Bu more than 20 guarded the entrances, columns, and the central aisle, each one motionless and perfectly aligned. Konoha had ceased to be a village governed by consensus. They now responded to a force they could not stop. In the elevated seat of the council, Hamura remained completely mute. The elder had spoken only once regarding Naruto Namikaze, and that single instance had been enough to change the village's fate. Koharu, who had initially protested, now wore a disheveled expression. Lost in thoughts she seemed unable to control. The rest of the council, Shikaku, Hayashi, Inoichi, remained silent, neither nodding nor dissenting. Not because they lacked an opinion, but because they understood that opposing would be futile. It would be suicidal. Naruto raised his gaze one last time. Not seeking approval. Not trying to convey hope. But confirming that everyone was where they needed to be. That control had been established. His emotionless eyes scanned the faces of those present. He found no devotion. No pride. What he saw were rigid, contained expressions. Paralyzed by fear. But that was enough. He did not need applause. Nor bows. Nor titles to legitimize him. He was not crowned by inheritance. He was not chosen by the people. He was not appointed by the council. Naruto Namikaze became Hokage because no one had the power to stop him. The entirety of Konoha understood this in that moment. They did not admire him. They did not follow him. They obeyed him. Because in the face of the storm, the only option left was to bow one's head and hope it would not sweep everything away. Menma said nothing. Obito remained silent as well. The only one to make a slight gesture was Mito, adjusting her posture slightly, ready for any sign of rebellion. But there was none. Deep within the ceremonial hall, where a week prior remnants of hope still lingered after the Black Day, only resignation now reigned. Konoha, fractured, wounded, and devoid of figures to trust, was forced to look upon a new leader. But he was not a savior, nor a dictator in the traditional sense. He was something more unstable, more dangerous. He was an anomaly that had emerged without warning. A man who sought no redemption, no worship, not even dominion. Only direction. The people did not know how to understand him. But they understood one thing with brutal clarity: they had lost the right to choose. For from that day forward, the fate of the village would not be in the hands of duty or consensus, but in the hands of a presence born from the purest imbalance. A power vacuum filled by an impossible figure. Not born from genetic failure, ancient seals, or forbidden lineages, but simply by the fact of having been born as he was. A crack in a world that tolerated no cracks. And so, under the dense silence of a figure no treaty had anticipated, Konoha entered a new era. An era forged by the outcast who lacked a name, and who ultimately rose as the final image of absolute power. Without cheers. Without hope. Only with the bitter certainty that, from that day forward, they would be governed by a curse. A celestial curse. The story of Konoha's future remained open-ended, leaving possibilities for what might come next. The author contemplated the idea of writing an epilogue someday, depending on various factors that might inspire them. The majority of the plot had been carefully planned in advance, including the ending. Before starting a fanfiction, the author created a roadmap to outline their ideas. While some elements evolved during the writing process, the central theme remained consistent. The author welcomed feedback, acknowledging that there is always room for improvement. They appreciated the readers for their support, noting that writing this story helped them practice and learn new skills. The author aimed to keep this brief, emphasizing that it was a fanfiction and not the original Naruto series. They encouraged readers to reach out with any questions or concerns they might have, promising to respond whenever possible. With that, the author announced the official conclusion of Naruto, Celestial Curse. They looked forward to the next fanfiction that readers would explore, expressing a desire for them to enjoy their future works while playfully suggesting to skip the older ones. The story was completed on July 17, 2025, at 11 p.m.